I wouldn't say I'm determined to win, I'd say I expect to win.
They move on to face complexity in the next round.
We are more than determined though. We want this more than anything.
Basically, it's like win or go home at this point.
We can pretty much be one of the best LCS teams.
I think we just have to play better than they do.
We really have our lives on the line.
Where would we be if we lost?
This is where we have to prove ourselves.
Martin should be scared.
I'd say we're extremely determined to stay in the LCS. I mean, our job's on the line, our lives on the line.
I see us taking the LCS slot from Martin.
1-1!
We're one of the better amateur teams, and they're one of the worst LCS teams.
We're not worried at all because we have nothing to lose, and they should be worried.
They're going in, they want to go in!
Before going in, it was like, oh, this would be a really cool opportunity. And now, like, we're in the opportunity, and we need to keep it.
Do whatever we can to knock them out.
We have to win. We're going to win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Day 2 of the 2013 North American LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. David Freak Turley next to me in this broadcast duo lane is Joshua Jat Leisman. And today, Complexity and Team Marn fight to resurrect their LCS lives and lock down a spot in the Summer Split. But first, they've got to face off against two of the North American top challenger teams, Velocity and Quantic.
And Quantic rolled to two 20-minute victories yesterday. They looked absolutely amazing. Velocity actually struggled a bit early, but found their team chemistry behind Vilerose's shot calls, and they were pretty much carried to victory by Maple Street in the end. So
Yes.
Marn and Complexity will really have their hands full in today's matchups.
So before we get into those matches, though, let's take a look at yesterday's games. The first match of the day featured the top-ranked challenger team in North America and heavy favorite Quantic Gaming, taking on Team Astral Poke. Astral Poke got on the board first with a successful gank in the top lane.
They're going to put 3 on this. He flashes, the Ignite is down, they go first blood, and it goes over to Anxiety.
The early setback didn't keep Quantic down for long,
as Quantic is doing whatever they want.
And at 20 minutes, Astral Poke threw up a surrender.
Yeah, that was a 4-for-0 fight with almost no opposition. Quantic, only 20 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, draws a surrender.
There it is.
That's some slightly stunned faces from Team Astral Poke.
Game 2 was much of the same, and Quantic dominated throughout, winning both their games in 20 minutes.
Lemon Nation says, I got shields too. Here comes Balls from the top lane, and they're going to be able to taunt in. Nidus Remain goes down, a kill coming in for Sneaky Castro. They start pushing the base hard, Jat.
And they're just going to continue killing Bobby Hand Kill. That's a 4-for-0.
Quantic taking off their headphones, a good sigh of relief.
This is definitely a good sign for them as they move on to face Complexity in the next round.
The second matchup of the day featured the Salad Bar taking on a Velocity team who already have roots in the LCS. TSM the Odd One's younger brother is the AD carry for Velocity, and it was Maple Street who secured first blood. The hook comes across, Maple Street still wants to fight DK Beta, they're flashing forward, Exhausted Ignite comes up, oh my gosh, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, first blood already grabbed. Maple Street phoning home for that one. But it was the AD carry of the Salad Bar who led his team to the Game 1 win. Can they get the damage up? But Arxie / low on health Evaniscus, though, he's going to drop down. This fight looks to be a disaster for Velocity right now. Kill after kill after kill picked up. Only Chris is alive. He finds himself a kill on the Go 0, but that is an ace and a quadra kill picked up. 1-0 the Salad Bar. Down early in Game 2, Chris's Renekton would spark a comeback for Velocity. And Chris finds another one! Double kill there for Velocity Esports, and now Honda gets light binded. This could be so good for VES. More damage on Akarthus. Honda falls over. Chris with a triple kill. Velocity would crush their way to the win, tying the series at 1 game apiece. And the kills are now coming through. Chris chopping up everybody. Honda about to fall down as well. Expunge takes that one down. Double kill for Maple Street, and only one member is dead versus 3. Now 1-1 Velocity have tied up this best of 3. In the third and final game of the series, Velocity kept the pressure on the Salad Bar, and their overall solid performance secured them the victory and the chance to play Team Marn in the next round. Maple Street taking so much damage, he will fall over, but Beanut's gonna fall maybe as well. Yes, he does. NK Inc. in the back line. Chris there as well, not falling over. They found a 1-for-2 so far. Chris still not dead, would you believe it? Velocity Esports looking to take down Game 3, and they will close it out. They will move on to face Team Marn tomorrow.
I'm pretty hungry. Like, I've been practicing for all these months, just trying to get revenge.
In the third match of the day, it was ranked 5 qualifiers Fidelis taking on Team Summon, who are led by former Dignitas support Locust. At 23 minutes, Team Summon stopped the Fidelis Dragon attempt, and they would walk away with a steal, a quadra kill, and an ace.
Triple kill coming in for Captain Korea. Oh, looking for the quadra to Arthalon. Does not get it as it goes to Sicko Scott. Prophet just makes it out alive. No, he doesn't.
No, dude, the lights are blinking, dude.
Yeah.
Yo, push.
Locust's play on Sona was pitch perfect the entire game.
All the flash crescendo coming in from Locust. There goes the attack damage. Zed is in the fight. Can he get more damage down? It is going to be Captain Korea going hard as well as he flashed in. The Defile is on the double kill coming in for Grim Samurai.
4-4-0. Really a bit of a collapse for Fidelis near the end of that because Team Summon came on super strong in what was a very close game.
In Game 2, Team Summon's Grim Samurai got rolling early.
Looks like they're going to get first blood here. It goes to Grim Samurai.
And it was all smiles from there.
We're going to take down this turret after the Baron. They keep going. Smiles on the face of Team Summon right now. Locust is going to be able to find himself a game against his whole team. The Nexus falls. Match 3 of the day goes to Team Summon.
Another player with hopes to move on to face his former team was ex-CLG mid laner Big Fat LP, whose Azure Cats took on Double Buff in the last match of the night. Double Buff got off to an early lead as Zach's presence bottom lane helped secure first blood.
The flash pull on Adventurous is not good. He flashed to the left-hand side, which lets Demon will run away, but first blood still does go down to Flappy Bearfish. He's going to like that one quite a bit.
But that was about the only thing that went right for Double Buff. Azure Cats would ace Double Buff, giving them the Game 1 victory.
Big Fat LP just obliterates Twitch, and everyone is dead. Azure Cats going up 1-0 against Team Double Buff.
Azure Cats made quick work of Double Buff in Game 2 as they continue on the collision course with CLG.
Big Fat LP picks up the kill. Oh man, Scooby Griff's going to go down as well. Now Inox trying to find something to pick up, but he's not going to get anything. There's another kill picked up. That's a 3-0. This will be Azure Cats winning it 2-0, moving on to Sunday's game against Counterlogic Gaming for the chance at the LCS Summer Split. And now that yesterday's 4 Challenger Round games are in our match history, let's take a look at our match future in the Summer Promotion Bracket.
And with their Day 1 wins, Quantic, Velocity, Team Summon, and Azure Cats all advanced out of the first round and earned a shot at one of the LCS's Spring Split teams in a best-of-5 series.
Which brings us to today's Rumbles on the Rift. Up first, it's the number 8 team in the Spring Split, Complexity, and the new AD carry Trooper taking on the number 1 Challenger team. While Martin and Complexity have already faced off against the best teams in North America during the Spring Split, a win today against the top challengers would do more than earn themselves a spot in the Summer Split. It would prove to fans once and for all that they are two of the region's elite teams.
It's the most important matchup of our career because it determines our career.
Probably by far the most important LCS match besides the one where we actually qualified.
The first half of the LCS was great and it's so much fun. It definitely is a must-win situation.
If we do win, we get to stay in the LCS for the second half. That also gives us a chance to go to Worlds, which would be a dream come true for all of us.
Complexity has found their first win in Super Week. That is an amazing start for them.
This is where we have to prove ourselves because, yeah, we're underdogs in this matchup for sure, even though we're the LCS team.
Just from reading Reddit and, tweets from other people, a lot of people seem to have already pegged Quantic as the victors.
They seem like a cocky bunch. People think, they're hot shit and they're going to just come in. They might be the ones thinking they're going to come in and stop us.
We're very confident going into it that we are going to crush and we want to just, 3-0 them, just be back in the LCS, and then work our asses off for next season.
Basically, it's like win or go home at this point, and I really don't want to go back home.
After being in a gaming house and realizing this is our lifestyle, this is what we do, it's it means so much more now.
A lot of people have taken time off school to be here and do this, and so if we got knocked out now, it would be very, very disappointing.
So this is where we really have to shine, because if we don't, we're going to get made fun of a lot.
There's no more joking around. This week is 100% boot camp.
We've had to really switch up our team dynamic, and so there's a lot of things we have to hash out before we go into these relegation matches.
We've made a overall to begin with.
I think everybody's happy with our current roster. We're really happy with me and Tanzo on our team.
Me and Tanzo's happy about that, and after a 3-game losing streak, Marn beats CLG.
I'd say we're a much stronger team than we were even a month ago because I swapped on the team.
We're going to go out there and we're going to smash everybody and we're going to get back into the LCS.
Quantic losing all of its hype, and that's how it's going to be.
I'm pretty sure I have Quantic downloaded.
At the end of the weekend, I see us all as a team going out to the beach after we 3-0 Velocity Esports and probably just celebrating, having a beach bonfire or something.
Well, we'll see if it is a day at the beach for Complexity and Marn, or they end up getting a little burned. Of course, you can predict the winners of today's matches by going to lolesports.com and voting. Just click on the matches in the top right, go to round 2, and choose which 2 teams you think will be part of the North American LCS Summer Split.
Then hit us up on Twitter and tell us which player from the challenger teams do you think would add the most excitement to the NALCS and why. We're at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCS because we'll be reading the best answers live later today.
All right, so we've got
based on all the effort we put into it and the results we've been getting, I think we do deserve to be an LCS.
I failed the January qualifiers, and that kind of sucked. I definitely want this more than ever.
I'm hoping that as long as everyone can do their thing and play their best, we should be able to pull through.
If we beat Complexity, it's like, we did it. We're finally in.
Welcome back, everyone, to Day 2 of the 2013 North American LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. And it's time for our first best-of-5 series, Complexity versus Quantic Gaming. Now, yesterday, Quantic dominated their matchup against Team Astropoke. They won 2-0, both of them 20 minutes long, and Meteos was huge on Jungle Zach.
His Jungle Zach was 8-0-14. His jungle actually across 2 games, and his Elastic Slingshot in particular was really well used just to get behind Team Astropoke in those tower dives and really finish off the game quickly, because Quantic looked like an LCS team yesterday. If we are going to be honest with ourselves, their lanes were winning really, really well. And
this season, they beat Curse, they beat Dignitas, and they beat the second-place Team Gigam University.
And probably coming in at mid lane really helped Complexity near the end of the season. They were 5-5 over the last 3 weeks of the season, but they were 4-14 before that, just to give you some context and show how much they've improved since picking that guy up.
Well, today, though, Complexity will be without their spring split AD carry, as Brunchu announced he was retiring from the LCS. Now, Complexity's former mid laner, Chuper, will be looking to deal the damage in his place.
And Chuper played AD carry before he was a mid lane player. So this is Chuper's return to Complexity's lineup and his return to the AD carry role. It's just another one of those storylines we have coming in, because if Quantic is looking for a place to attack, it'll probably be Complexity's bot lane with Chuper in there, since he hasn't had much time to gel with MIA.
Well, Quantic will have to do more than just win the bottom lane, though. They have to win against Complexity over on the best of 5 if they want to live up to the hype.
Quantic has been a team that has gotten a lot of hype over.
They're very talented, and they obviously want it very badly.
To come out as winners, we need to just play our best every game, come in with a plan, execute it, just do whatever we can to knock them out.
I'm a little bit nervous going in just because when that much hype is around somebody, you know, they probably are doing something right.
I think we're definitely worth the hype, but hype isn't necessarily a good thing because people may expect you to perform, and it's a lot of pressure.
Well, now that we've hyped up the teams, let's take a look at the lineups. In the blue health bars, it's Complexity, Nick Wu in the top lane, Ladamortis in jungle, Probably in mid, Chuper on AD carry, and MIA on support.
And on the red side, it's Quantic with Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High in mid, Sneaky Castro on AD, and Lemon Nation on support.
All right, guys, before we get into Champions Select, let's check out lolesports.com and see who you guys think is going to earn the first of the 4 summer split spots up for grabs this weekend. With 56% of the vote, Quantic is your slim favorite here to make the LCS summer split.
And so far this weekend, the fan vote has been completely on point, but people got to remember, 3 teams got relegated over in Europe. Quantic is probably the favorite of the challenger teams so far coming up in this one. And
so stick with us here. They got to figure out what the first bans are going to be.
They're actually waiting a little bit for trying to get these first bans in. I got to say, something is going on here. I'm not entirely sure about this. There's a lot of prepping these guys will have had to have done to each other. Quantic, Complexity got to see what Quantic was doing yesterday, whereas Quantic doesn't necessarily know exactly what Complexity is going to be doing, since Complexity has played all those games with Brunch, but not necessarily with Chuper on AD.
That's true. So what do you do then when you try to research a team like this? Like, how do you, like, I mean, again, you said, you know, Quantic has this challenger circuit sort of tournaments they've been at. You can kind of look at them and look at their players. Do you just not care about the bottom lane, prepare for everyone else, or what?
Well, you could see in that video that Quantic was definitely trying to prepare for the top lane and the mid lane, because those are the things they are able to scout off of. They know that Probably and Nick Wu throughout the entire season have really been the main threats of Complexity. Obviously, Ladamortis in the jungle was the known face throughout it, but as the season really progressed, it was their solo lanes that were necessarily carrying Complexity. So even though the departure and retirement, I guess, of Brunchu from competitive is a huge blow to Complexity.
And Thresh all banned away from Complexity, and they insta-lock TF.
Wow, so check that out. There has been a Zed available the entire time, and that's usually Nick Wu's thing. But they decided Twisted Fate was the more powerful choice for them. We know he's 100% pick ban over in the OGN Champions League. He's close to the same in China and even over in EU. And I think he was the #1 or #2 pick and ban total throughout the entire North American LCS season. So obviously Twisted Fate is a huge threat by himself.
Well, but right away, Meteos has grabbed his 3rd straight Zac pickup as well as that top lane Shen.
And that's one of the things that obviously Complexity had to give them. If they're deciding to ban out the Nocturne, they're going to be giving Meteos Zac. I mean, it's just, you can't obviously ban out all the junglers. Big thing for them is that's the hard initiation combination that Quantic has had yesterday, and they're going to be wanting to try again. But I feel like this leaves Complexity open to pick Zed if they want it, and really whatever kind of support pick they would like as well if they want to go for something simple like Sona.
So I have a question for you on the Zed pick. When you have guys like Shen and potential supports like Lulu, does that really stymie the Zed pick, or you still find to assassinate through Stand United?
As far as the Zed pick, I mean, he's going to pick Zed against anyone. He has the luxury of being able to solo almost anyone once he's able to pick up all of his items. 6 and Caitlyn, that's very long range for Chuper. One of the things you can do if you're not necessarily super comfortable in AD carry is be like, I'm just going to stand as far away as possible. This is the safest AD carry I want. If I want to contribute way in the back of team fights, he has that ace in the hole ultimate that he'll be able to come in with, and that's just probably the safe pick for them.
All right, well, Quantic, though, they've actually grabbed that Zed away. Seems Nick, we didn't want it hard enough as Highs grabbed that and Sneaky Castro on Ezreal.
So here we go with the Zed. They wanted to take that obviously away from Nick Wu because Nick Wu hadn't picked his top laner yet. Sneaky Castro was playing some really solid Ezreal, I believe, yesterday. I think he was playing Ezreal. It was either him or a lot of people were doing the blue Ezreal yesterday.
Yeah.
So it's definitely incredibly potent for him. And that's one of those snowball mechanisms for Quantic if they're able to pull a little bit ahead.
Okay, so it's Complexity's turn to make some choices. 26 seconds left on their last few grabs here. My guess is jungle and top lane still up for grabs. What fits the comp at this point?
At this point, Complexity really needs at least one tank, because most of the season, since Nick Fu doesn't necessarily play bruisers, Mortis would jungle pretty much a true tank and then initiate in for his team. Looks like he's obviously went for Jarvan in that situation.
All right, and they're considering Rumble for their final grab right up here as the time ticks down. That is Rumble top lane.
Yeah, near the start of the season, as the Sona gets locked in right away, but near the end of the season for Nick Wu, sorry, the beginning of the season for Nick Wu, he was a Rumble player. That was like his second thing if his ninjas got banned out. And then later on in the season, he added more and more champions and became really diverse. Now that everything's on the line again, he just kind of defaulted back into Rumble. Some of that has to do with probably laning up against a Shen or a Zed. They're not necessarily champions who love to build a lot of magic resist early, so it is a pretty good counter in those top lanes for him, but it is a safe pick nonetheless.
All right, and what does the Sona pick accomplish here for Quantic?
The Sona pick is really just the safety. It's Lemon Nation being able to initiate. A lot of times, if you're going to run Zed in the mid lane, you need to make up for your AoE crowd control in other situations, because Zed is a mid laner who really only brings that range slow, and that doesn't really come into effect that frequently when he's initiating. So it's just to combo with the rest of the team comp as well as being a safe pick.
Okay, so we look at these teams overall. You've got the Twisted Fate here from Probably, a whole bunch of damage source on the left-hand side. Quantic, they got the double ninjas and the crowd control. What do you like these teams for?
I mean, pretty much just straight up stuff. Like, it's obviously Quantic has hard initiation because they have Sona, Zed, and Zac, and Shen to be able to go into these fights. And Complexity look like they got comfortable picks.
Okay, so guys, we're about to get ourselves into game one of this best of 5. This BO5 means LCS Summer Split, the most important series. Basically, these guys' lives right here. Quantic coming at it from the red side, Complexity in from the blue. You see them on your screens right there. Game face is on. The focus is there. Game one about to begin. I mean, this is big stuff right here.
And it's almost a little heavy because you realize like how long Complexity's been in this. Chuper also sticking around Complexity. You got to be honest, a lot of these guys, when they get benched from a team, they pretty much just rage at the world, hate the team. Chuper, the week he got benched, was around hanging out with everyone, still trying to contribute to the team in whatever way possible. And his opportunity came around again when Brunchy retired, and now he's really got a chance to win his way back into the LCS, even as a bench player, and now a starter for Complexity.
That's true. So here we go. We'll see if he can keep up the performance of his team. The ward is down. They actually see high. Go for a bit of damage right off the bat. And Quantic says, you know what? We didn't want a ward anyway.
No, they didn't want to get that ward. They wanted to get out of there. And Complexity really making a power play here, running up into the jungle.
And it's funny because in the interview, Quantic said, we got to look out for the level 1 Shees. We got to look out for crazy things there. And right off the bat, Complexity put down a vision ward inside the opposing jungle by the blue buff, and they're going to walk right back out.
And it's looking like that ward is generally what we had yesterday in, but there was way more wards by Complexity than we saw by any of the other teams. That is 4 wards on the path from the blue buff and all the way around. That, to me, says, as we see Chuper and MIA sitting in here, they did the invade to get vision, but because they put so many other wards, they're looking to 2-man steal this one.
And this could be really, really strong for them. The rest of Complexity are actually over on the left-hand side blue buff, actually waiting in the fog of war, looking to grab their own.
So Complexity probably wanting the double blue buff strat, but got to keep in mind their blue is warded. They know that there's a chance that that stuff is in there. And it does appear as if Complexity might get away with it. This is going to be really tense because, I mean, Balls is starting these wolves to get the early experience, but MIA and Chuper are actually just going in for some invade.
Looks like MIA managed to steal 2 of them with the crow bounces. The big one did, of course, go to Quantic, though. So they're still camping around. They want to mess with this blue buff here, and Quantic gives it up.
Yeah, but it's because they had 2 people in there. There's a chance Quantic thought they had everyone here, and now finally the full picture is coming into them, and I think Complexity is going to be able to pull off this double blue.
Mortis did manage to smite away the golem, but for themselves, they took a bunch of damage. Mortis hits level 2, takes a bunch of poke, though. He will back out.
Mortis did get the blue buff. That's really huge, and MIA and Chuper decided not to go for the blue, even though they could have just taken it. They had the ward coverage, and because Meteos was starting at his red buff, it would have been a play that worked, but they invest all those wards, don't get the double blue, and then decide to just run into the 2v1 lane.
So here we go. 2 versus 1 lane down at the bottom. Quantic actually running Sneaky Castro and Elimination to the mid. 2 versus 1 against Prolly. And the only, oh my gosh, actually a fight already. Lattimore looking for the knock up there. Lands out of Sneaky Castro. Gold card comes across as well. Burns the flash out from Ezreal. Good early moves by Complexity.
And that's about the only time a Jarvan can gank an Ezreal in lane is before he's picked up his E. And because they realized that Sneaky Castro started with Q, Lattimortis did the really quick gank, burn the flash, and that might give Prolly some breathing room in that lane.
Well, speaking of breathing room, though, Balls is actually not given much room at all because Chuper and MIA are already pushed up against his turret, spamming AoE down on the minions already. But in the mid lane, oh my gosh, Lemonation dropped very low. Ooh. Oh, the heal comes out, but it might just be enough damage. Lattimortis, one more attack. Can he land it? No, he can't. Has to turn back around, and uh-oh, now he's outnumbered. Sneaky Castro looking to jump right into this, gets a slow as well. Lattimortis jumps across, First Blood goes down, and oh my gosh, 400 gold to Quantic.
One of the dangerous slow counter gank does end up coming up with the assist.
Absolutely beautiful job then by Quantic. Again, we look at this bottom lane, and they're just shoving hardcore in the turret. So compared to the mid lane, where Castro already has a kill, this turret actually down here is taking a bit of damage, though.
And that's what you usually end up having when you're running your side lane versus your mid lane 2v1. Usually a lot of mid laners will bring more wave clear than a standard side laner, as well as it's easier for a jungler to support the mid lane and stop the turret from taking damage. So if things go as planned, Complexity will take that bottom turret before their mid turret falls.
All right, so but here though we're actually watching, we'd seen Lattimortis finally come back to his own jungle for the first time, grabbed at the Lizard buff, hitting level 3. Is he gonna try to revisit ganks here, or is he too far behind at this point?
I mean, it's too early to tell really what he's gonna be able to do, but as far as what he has to do in this situation, he's gotta farm a little bit, but he knows the flashes are down in the mid lane. So Prolly, it would be a very dangerous gank for them to try to repeat it because they already know they've given a blue buff to Sneaky Castro, and 2v2, I don't even know if they'd win.
Okay, so Prolly just trying to farm under his turret then. You mentioned the wave clear. You see the wild cards coming across, doing a little bit there, but even still, you see it's a little bit rough for him as he tries to keep on and keep his turret alive. It's down very, very low on health already, but here goes Meteos in the bottom.
Meteos just trying to make some pressure happen. The ward lingered all the way there for Complexity, though, so the turret damage is going to continue. And this is that jungle support that we were talking about. A lot of the jungles will kind of sit in a 2v2 lane for the first little bit as they're going up against the AD carrying support, and things did not go as planned for Complexity since their mid turret has already fallen.
So great job right there. Actually, Ball steps on a trap as well, but they're still putting the pressure down on this turret. Ball goes for the taunt, he lands onto MIA, a lot of damage being dealt there, puts down another Vorpal Blade and walks back out, only 200 health on Fiddlesticks.
And that really hurts Complexity's chances because they needed to finish that turret before Sneaky Castro and Lemonation made it to that lane. Otherwise, they won't be able to trade a turret back, and since MIA got so much harass taken down on Fiddlesticks, they're not going to be able to push that lane, and they're going to be down an entire turret.
And that's going to be rough for them right there. Lattimortis finally hitting level 4 for himself. Of course, Meteos has had that for a while as he farms through the map. So you mentioned that Lattimortis needs to farm up and catch up, and he's just trying to do that right now.
Lattimortis still trying to repeat. And it's interesting they went for the Spirit Stone instead of a Madrid's Razor, just because most Jarvans will go for the Madrid's Razor for the fast clear, especially since he fell behind a little bit. Maybe he's going for the extra health regen, but it definitely impacts his clear time a little bit negatively.
So we just saw Hai walk down the lane and drop us a green ward like inside the lane. What's that for?
Green ward inside the lane. Let's see that
one. The mid lane.
Yeah, that happens because because they have deep vision on Prolly, and they want to make sure that if they see Twisted Fate falling back for a gank, they know where he is.
Okay. So they're going to be ready to face their destiny here when he looks for a gank on this one. Chuper and MIA actually walking out, just trying to deal damage. In fact, there comes that TF. He's going to look for the stun onto Lemonation, who's just going to get feared up and drop down. Prolly will not continue on for another stun, but they've got that one kill.
It's really funny because they put the ward in the lane to stop that Twisted Fate ultimate, but then he just walked to the side and they still got surprised by it. And since their flashes still weren't back up from the initial ganks that they actually turned around a lot of Mortis, Complexity was able to get back that kill.
So there we go. Hai and Meteos trying to do a little bit of something since Prolly's not in the lane anymore, pushing down this mid lane, trying to get it down to the turret. However, Lattimortis is there to hold on to the farm.
Tempted counter pressure by Hai. His Zed is probably going to be quite scary. He's already 54 minion kills to 38. They're taking that jungle pressure away. That's the big thing. You lose your middle turret, and you lose protection to a lot of your jungle, especially when Prolly went all the way bot lane to just get that gank happening. There's no way they're going to have control of that blue buff for quite some time now.
And in fact, it was smited away by Meteos, so very, very good job there by Quantic. They've taken a good amount of the jungle here. And now they're going to kind of reset themselves back to their standard lanes. We got dual lanes at the bottom, the standard mid laners in mid, and even the standard top laners up top.
They're back to straight up laning. And that's just the plan for Quantic. Once they take the turret down, then they're able to just go back to these lanes and just out-farm them. We saw them do this to Team Astro Poke. Obviously, Complexity is a way higher caliber team coming straight from the LCS, but the laning mechanics, knowing how many players Quantic has here in Challenger, are really high. So if they can get away with straight-up laning, they're going to take it.
Okay, so speaking of the lane that we're watching right now, actually, and you mentioned the blue Ezreal and Champion Select, the Sneaky Castro has got the Spirit Stone, double longsword. He is going for the Elder Lizard buff again. And
he's just completed there, so he's definitely going blue Ezreal.
Probably is ignited. The last tick does take him down, though. High with a very, very nice all-in right there, just at level 8 now. Great pickup.
Quantic looking really strong here. Probably was stuck in the 1v2, lost his turret well before he was ready for it, and now he has nowhere to farm.
And Medius, though, is going to go right to the bottom lane. Trooper cleansing away, trying to get out. Actually, it's a trap for a second. Medius does get out of that one anyway. Look at that. Quantic forcing some summoners out.
Well, it was a flash on the jungle for a cleanse and a flash from Trooper. I think that's probably beneficial for them in the long run, but the big thing that this is going to allow Quantic to do, since High is pushing that wave up to the second turret, is it's going to give Quantic a shot at this dragon, even though they don't have wards on.
In fact, Complexity does themselves. They even put down the Destiny just to try to scare them away. They're going to go into High, though. The knockup is there. Here comes the Shadow. He's going to go back in onto Prolly. Cataclysm comes out, but Prolly's stuck in the middle of two ninjas. Dragon goes down, and so does Prolly. This is bad for Complexity. Louder Mortis trying to run away. This could be rough. Has to walk back to his turret. Great pickups there for Quantic.
Really timely Shen ult. And that was right next to Nick Wu. Nick Wu tried to do some Flame Spitter damage to Balls before he got in there, but he didn't expend his Rumble ultimate or his Ignite to help in that 2v2, and since Prolly was so far behind from the 1v2 lane earlier, they just didn't have the brawling potential, since really the two farthest behind members of Complexity were trying to hit High, who was already gotten the solo kill, as well as Balls, so two solo laners versus a jungler and a mid just wasn't a fair matchup.
So very, very good job there. You see the red buff was grabbed there by Louder Mortis. The Sneaky Castro grabbed his own blue. So speaking of blue Ezreal, he's even got the buff to match.
Blue, 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 and more blue. He's got a mana pot as well. The red pot is actually cheating. He should be able to not deal with that and get healed up by Sona. But look at how much he's just pushing down, knowing he has the blue buff. It is a really hard situation, especially Fiddlesticks and non-sustained support. He's really just going to hope to catch him in a bad scenario, but this is pain in the bottom lane for Complexity.
And that turret is taking more and more damage. They're dodging Mystic Shots pretty well, to be fair, but Chuper is just trying to survive underneath his turret and get some gold back up. Now, to be fair, he's keeping up in minions at the very least, so he's not snowballed actually very far behind at all.
And he's actually the only person on Complexity to have a kill. So the pain is coming from the fact that he's behind in items and the fact that there's a blue buff on Sneaky Castro. But as far as gold goes, it's okay right now. You just got to keep in mind he has no summoner spells, so if this gank from Meteos lands at all well, he's probably going to die.
And he did sneak into that brush successfully. Complexity are very afraid, and for good reason, to be fair. But Meteos is trying to find an opening. Louder Mortis actually waiting for a counter gank on the left-hand side. This could be an all-out brawl.
And Lemon Nation is pushed up real far. They want to go!
The Crescendo comes across the... Oh my gosh! Super explodes. The flash comes out, and here comes the Crow Storm. Will it be enough damage? Everyone actually flashing away. Just a 1 for nothing. More or less cleanly, I suppose. Summoners burned.
3 in, 3 out for Quantic. I mean, it takes a lot of coordination and savvy to go into a counter gank and still come away on top.
Oh my gosh, speaking of coming out on top, High just destroying Prolly down in the mid lane. Seems they were not afraid of the Twisted Fate, and High is showing exactly why that is.
Yeah, that's a 3-level advantage that High now has on Prolly, on top of the 44 minion kills, plus there's that BF sword. Prolly is in a huge amount of trouble in that mid lane because, I mean, we've talked about Prolly in the past, and he's talked to us about his champion pool. He likes champions that other people don't know how to play against, but Twisted Fate is so popular, especially in solo queue, and he's banned a lot in competitive, so we don't see him as much, but it seems like High's got his Twisted Fate practice pretty well down.
Very, very successful by them so far. So we look at the top lane, really, we haven't seen a lot come out of it aside from Stand United once in a while, but Nick Wu and Balls are facing heads up, but there's a 13 minion kill lead for Balls, and he actually rusted an Aegis.
That's a team fight item through and through. This is actually telling him he's not even trying to win the lane here against Rumble. It could also be from the fact that you actually can't itemize magic resistance too well, and Runic Bulwark is the single best magic resist items you can build. So Balls can be going that in the lane just to survive the Rumble and keep farming, but also when he Stand Unites in for a team fight, it's going to be an amazing boost of power for the rest of his team.
And that'll be fun for Quantic then. Meteos going one more time for this blue buff here. They do know about it, but right now, not a lot of people are running over in time. If he has Smite, it's going to be his, and Meteos does take away blue. However, he's been surrounded.
He's got to get out of here, and good thing he has the Elastic Slingshot.
Does get away. Nice try for the knockup by Latimortis. Just another clean blue steal. And look at the bottom. Sneaky Castro taking down the second turret of the game as well. Quantic are looking great right now.
They are in complete control of this one. That was the second blue steal they were able to take. And it actually sucked up so many people with Complexity that it just allowed Quantic to take the bottom lane unopposed. And Sneaky Castro still hasn't been touched. He's well on his way to that tier of the Goddess, getting stacked up. 13 minutes in, Chuper's 94 mini kills isn't necessarily high, and the big deficit is really here in the mid lane, where High has just been living near the inner turret of Complexity.
He's 2-0-1, just an absolutely massive ninja here, continues to clear things out. So if you're Complexity, how do you turn this around? Because it seems like the lanes are just passively going towards Quantic here.
So you normally say that if you're a Rumble team and you're a little bit behind, since Rumble does fall behind a lot of lanes if he gets 2v1, he has so much base damage that when you hit level 11 on Rumble, you go force a dragon fight and you win it. But the problem is, the other team doesn't usually have a Runic Bulwark 14 minutes into the game to deal with your double AP composition. So right now, Complexity would want to go for a dragon, but Quantic is already a step ahead of them and ready for it. So Complexity seems to be in a really bad state right now.
Well, Prolly is actually going to be holding out the bottom lane there in this 1v2, trying to keep his second turret alive, to move everyone else around. Looks like we got Latimortis coming to support this one out. But even still, I mean, you just look how confident Quantic look, and they're happy just to sit right there in enemy territory.
And there is a heap of wards in the jungle as well as a ninja, so that's why they're so confident. It doesn't matter how many people of Complexity are down there, because Quantic is very comfortable in their ways to just fall back from any potential engagement.
Okay, so we look at High still pushing things out. So then speaking to the global advantages, right? You've got Twisted Fate ult on one side, but Shen ult on the other. You know, sort of talking about those, the cooldowns aren't always the same. Like, probably should be, I guess he's under-leveled right now, though. Like, who's going to be more useful teleporting in?
Well, that's just it. If Prolly wasn't so far behind, Twisted Fate would potentially be able to outpace Balls, but now wherever he goes, he's afraid of it just getting countered by Shen and them losing the fight, especially since they have a Rumble in the top lane who can't interrupt Shen from coming down.
And again, we see more of the jungle getting taken away as well. Quantic have taken the entire map. The last blue buff went to them, the last red buff went to them as well. Quantic just absolutely in control, 2 turrets to 0, 5 kills to 1, 50 minutes in. In this best of 5, that means LCS promotion. Quantic are looking very good in this first game.
They're looking amazing. This is the type of control we actually saw yesterday against Team Astro Poke, and we all just kind of wrote it off as being, oh, Team Astro Poke was the lowest seeded team in this tournament. Let's see what Quantic does tomorrow against Complexity. And while it's not quite at the same scale, you look at the individual matchups, they're winning every single lane, they're winning the jungle, they have total objective control, they haven't even lost a turret.
There we go. So 2 dragons as well to add to that score up top in the scoreboard. And they're just shoving things around. Meteor shows up to gank some minions in the bottom lane, because why the heck not? There's not much jungle to kill at this point.
Not really, because they've already cleared out pretty much all the jungle. You can see that with all of the wards that they have over in Complexity's red side. And there's the assassination attempt coming out from High.
He's trying for it, lands a couple of Qs as well. Nick Wu with the death mark and the spinning slash. High takes that one home. Thank you very much. 300 gold, and now this top lane turret looks to be Balls.
Just running rampant wherever they want to go. They have the pressure bottom lane as they killed someone top lane. MA tries to come in.
He tries to get that, but is not quite in range with the Crowstorm. Standing dead, it comes across, Crescendo across 2, and look at the damage of it coming. There's the Cataclysm, but it might just not be enough. We've got Nick Wu already dead, of course, from before, but actually Complexity ran away decently. Only Latimortis died for that, and they did burn at least the Shen ult.
That was still an awesome turnaround by Quantic. Lemonation instantly flashing away to like a quarter second later, throwing the Crescendo in the opposite direction and catching Complexity out. Completely turned around the first bit of aggression Complexity's tried in the last 10 minutes or so, and that's really just going to discourage Complexity here from here on out.
So, oh man, so 9,000 gold now separates these teams, a very, very large margin at this point. They've got themselves 4 turrets. What do you do next as Quantic now? Because it seems like everything's working.
They continue to do what's working. If things are broke, if things are working, you don't fix it. They're still pressuring the lanes. They continue to ward the enemy jungle because that's where they're living. High continues to roam around, and they just keep playing their game. They might not even need to force a Baron because this is nearly a 50% gold advantage 17 minutes into the game if you look up top.
So then, if you're Complexity, what do you focus on at this point? Do you think about this game and like, okay, seriously, can we pull this back? Or do you just go, okay, guys, game 2, what do we fix?
Well, it is a best of 5. And for these guys, they've been through adversity in the season. I mean, this is a Complexity team who started 4-14 and then finished 5-5. So they know what it's like to be down and how to come back up again. I think it depends on the team. Complexity's definitely not quitters. They played so many really long games during the LCS season that they're really going to be able to stick this one out and probably keep trying, but it does look pretty grim for them right now.
So we see more of the jungle being taken away. Ball's actually switched now to the bottom lane. He's split pushing the bottom. Why is Shun, are you split pushing bottom instead of top now?
Well, it's just because they want to get Baron control necessarily. So if they can suck people bottom from Complexity, then they'd be able to use the Shen ult and go up for the Baron buff in this situation, because Complexity can't really engage anywhere 4v4 for free. And even if it was a 4v5, Complexity would probably still come out behind. They know the Ball's ultimate is down right now, so they're going for Lemon.
And they get a bunch of damage there. Cataclysm across. Finally, that's going to time out. Lemon puts actually the Summoner heal down. Gold card on Sneaky Castro, and in a 4 versus 2, they've got to run away because Meteor shows up. High's there as well. This could be bad for Prolly. Deathmark picks up the kill. Such a good fight for Quantic, and they're still going in on a rampage. High just kidding people dead. 5 versus 3 on the map now.
And that was just no fear by Lemon Nation. He's just, yeah, you're going to Cataclysm me. I'm just going to hang out because I know how strong my team is and that they will back me up. It doesn't matter that they didn't have Ball's ultimate up, because Complexity really kind of showed how weak they were and how far behind they are in this game by that engagement, which looked good and then backfired again.
So they're pushing a bunch of lanes at once right now. 3 members down at the bottom lane. This turret down below half health. High and Castro take out the mid lane inhibitor turret as well. This could be Complexity's base in shambles. Only 19 minutes in, they've got 2 exposed inhibitors. Louder Mortis, MAA, Chuper, Prolly, they're all here ready to defend. Can they do anything about this, though?
Quantic just looks so scary. Complexity wants to do something about it. You almost have to dive in, but you know you're going to lose the fight, so they're probably hoping Quantic makes some foolish mistake. Gotta remember, Complexity couldn't even surrender yet if they wanted to. We're only 19 minutes into the game. This has been such a dominating performance by Quantic so far.
So in the jungle, still, they're just living on this bottom left-hand side of the map, taking away Rays, taking Golems, taking Lizards. Everything has been theirs for now. So 2 minutes until Dragon. Baron, of course, already up, has been for a while. My question, though, is if Complexity wants to hold on to this game, right? They can't surrender, maybe they want to, but if they want to hold on to this game, they've at least got minions flooding into the base. Can they farm it out and get like a big AD carry, or is Caitlyn not going to be scary enough?
Sometimes you could say, hey, we're going to farm this one out and be able to come back, but those are games that you're not 55% behind in gold. It is a nice dream for them to be able to do that, but I just don't see it happening in this one, just because Quantic has shown that they know how to finish games and they have a team composition poised to do it.
So 20 minutes in, Complexity. This is going to really tell us if they think they can still stay in this one, because right now the Nexus has not exploded due to a surrender vote. Sneaky Castro's pushing up at the top lane. They do have at least 2 turrets to kill up in that top lane. Maybe they can hold on to those. Ladder Mortis just kind of sweeps away minions in the mid, and Quantic, they're just looking for the next move.
Quantic is taking their time because they're totally okay with it. I mean, I look at the gold. Most of them have just went back and chopped. The only one who hasn't is Balls, but if he wants to go back, he could just stand united straight back into the fights. They have huge item thresholds. I mean, Blue Ezreal's picked up his Iceborne Gauntlet, so he's going to be able to just do whatever he wants when they try to run into him in any fight. This is total control for Quantic. I just want to see how they end the game and if they decide to go for Baron.
So let's see what they're doing right now. So far, they've got 2 lanes pushing. High in the mid lane, they've got Castle right behind him on Ezreal. You've got Meteos on Zac down at the bottom. And Complexity are just kind of dancing around their jungle, hoping to stop any of these pushes that they see. Big minion wave bottom, that's going to be Prolly defending it for now.
And Prolly doesn't kill that minion wave all that fast, so this gives Quantic a lot of room to move around. They're probably going to want to go in here for inhibitor number 2 and really just force the issue, knowing that if Complexity tries to fight, they're probably going to give up the Nexus.
Well, a lot of damage onto Louder Mortis from High, and there's the inhibitor down below half health. Castro, Lemonation putting a bunch of damage output there. Probably trying to poke back, but honestly, the inhibitor just can't defend itself, so that will go down. 2 inhibitors gone. Now, Quantic's going to make a move.
So 12,000 gold, still 9 kills to 1, and since they have the 2 inhibitors down, they're also the right 2 inhibitors down for them, because those 2 minion waves are pretty much as far away as possible from the Baron that Complexity would want to contest, and this is going to be uncontested for Quantic Gaming if Complexity wants any business coming back in this game. But here we go. Complexity is looking like they might try to force a final fight at Baron. I'd expect Quantic to peel or have the Baron and then kill them.
Well, Baron down low on health. Destiny comes across, and Red Team has picked up Baron Nashor, so really uncontested. In fact, yes, Twisted Fate just ults back into a minion wave to clear out some of the minions, and they will run right back into their own base.
Wow, I just can't get over how great Quantic looks so far in this game. Complexity was really good team near the end of the season. As far as the LCS goes, they were beating any of the top teams near the end of the season, and Quantic is just making them look like this is just as one-sided as the Team Astro Poke game was yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's not, it's about how well Quantic is playing, I think.
It's lasted 2 minutes longer, but it's looked the exact same throughout the game so far. So Nick Wu's trying to hold on to the base right there. You can see Shen taking some poke, but he's got Baron Buff and a Sona on his team. They can siege this for days.
Especially since he's picked up that mana manipulator. You don't see that item that frequently anymore, but it's going to help everyone poke down. They know they have the Ezreal poke that really, it's the only one who's going to be benefiting. So he picked it up for the lane. Everyone else is resourceless aside from energy, but there goes the next turret and probably the third inhibitor.
That's going to fall down. They knock up Ladamortis, taunt him up as well. Let's Bounce comes across, and Ladamortis is going to fall over. A 5 versus 4, the third inhibitor going to be falling down. This is surely the game-winning push here from Quantic. This best of 5 means LCS promotion in game 1. Oh, probably getting exploded. There's a crescendo across everybody.
Wow.
Everyone is dying from Complexity. Nothing about this one. Nexus turret's going to go down. 1-0 Quantic.
Absolute destruction. Quantic just rolling through Complexity, doesn't give up a turret, only gives up 1 kill, and ends the game before 24 minutes.
Beautiful stuff right there. Quantic showing themselves as an amazingly strong team. Great coordination, great posture the whole way through. And ever since like 10 minutes, I don't even think Complexity got one of their own buffs anymore.
Even at 7 minutes, once they stole that first blue, we were kind of saying, I don't think they're going to be able to get back there. Because they'd already lost their middle turret and probably was already really far behind on Twisted Fate. Got to keep in mind, though, this is a best of 5.
Yeah.
Complexity still has to lose 2 more times in order for Quantic to make it into the LCS. So
for games to pull back. What do you say to yourself? What do you say to your team?
You really just say, let's take it new, guys. Like, you can't really pinpoint exactly where that game went wrong unless they actually think that something went particularly wrong in that game. But as far as I saw it, they lost almost all of their lanes and then they got out pressured. So it's got to start from the baseline level. How do we win our lanes? Then they go.
Okay, so maybe some new picks will come up from these guys. But after a very impressive win under the Giants belt, Quantic looks to put the pressure on Complexity and move 1 step closer to that summer split. Plus, Good Game University's Don't Mash Me will join us to break down all the action. The 2013 Summer Promotion Tournament will respawn right after this.
Welcome back to Day 2 of the 2013 North American LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. And it's time for the second game between Quantic and Complexity. High and Crew dominated Game 1, and now it's up to Complexity to try to find an answer for Quantic's killer play. But first, I want to welcome the man whose future is so bright he has to wear shades. It's GGU's Don't Mash Me. Good intro. So I gotta say, your shirt, we only see the first 2 words on it, but can you read off what it actually says?
I can't read it, but I can like go like this for a bit.
Sport is boring. Let's play video games.
I can run faster than you by pressing A plus B anyway.
Yep.
It's a little subtitle underneath. All right, so that game, pretty one-sided. Let's start with Champion Select. What went wrong for Complexity?
I feel like Complexity didn't, mainly Nala Morris and probably didn't play like their main champions. They just played the champions because TF is strong, Jarvan's like a standard jungler, but usually they just play what they're comfortable with, and probably just known for being unconventional. Same with Nala Morris, so they didn't really stick to their comfort zone, I think.
All right, so then into the game, what sort of mistakes manifested from that team?
I just feel like the 1v2 is really effective on Quantic's side. I feel like, what's it called, Trooper didn't really push to the full potential of Caitlyn. He didn't get the tower quickly. I seen his mana run low really fast. I think he's running 21-9 instead of 21-09 is like the most effective on Caitlyn for the mana regen and summoner spell reduction. So I think that's why his pushing potential is low, because he didn't have enough mana to spam Pilt over Peacemaker.
Yep.
And one of the things with at least Quantic's bottom lane now, Lemon Nation has supported so many great AD carries, it seems. And yesterday, Hai was talking about how he kind of teaches AD carries to play the game better. Would you agree that like Lemon Nation lives up to the hype and actually trains AD carries? And if so, what does he do?
I just feel like he's probably the shot caller of the bot lane, definitely. He calls a lot of things. He's got a call going in. And he's really smart with his summoner spells. Like, when he knows a AD carry's going to run cleanse, he's going to run heal to make sure he wins the lane. And he's very, like, tactical and smart.
So then speaking of supports, we actually saw support Fiddlesticks this game. It's a pretty rare choice. How do you feel about it?
With Caitlyn, I think Lulu's a lot better. Even Nunu was a lot better in that matchup. And I felt like Complexity's team cup in general was not like, didn't have a point. I felt like it was just all over the place. It wasn't like peel for the Caitlyn or just go hard in and engage. It was like kind of both. And as that type of team comp, you really want to have one set goal.
So what do you do different than if you're Complexity going into the next game?
If I were them, I'd just like play the champions that they normally play and come back stronger for the second game. And for Quantic, I feel like they should keep the momentum going and play the way they are.
All right, what's your prediction for Game 2?
I think Complexity's going to come back.
All right, Complexity going to come back. You heard it from Don't Mash Me, and we're going to see if the players can make that actually happen. Game 2 of this best of 5 is just about to come underway, guys. Champion Select very, very soon.
So with this one, we have Complexity. See if they can come back in it, because they really need to. If they want to stay in the LCS, they're going to have to be able to pull this one out really strongly. We know they've had to come back from a rough start of the season, and now it's just about coming back from a rough start to the series.
All right, so, you know, going from 4-14 to 5-5 certainly takes a lot of perseverance. The addition of Prawley, of course, definitely helped make that happen. Coming back from 0-1, not the worst thing in the world. You heard Mashpee talk about it, playing your more... It's funny, like the more conventional, unconventional picks. Probably go play Ziggs again. It's better for you.
Exactly. That's what Prawley needs to do. That's what got Prawley into a good scenario. When he plays the unconventional things, that's when he's exciting, and that's when he catches other people off guard. If he's playing standard picks, he's nothing special on standard picks. He needs to play his giant champion pool to be effective.
So let's actually focus on then Quantic a little bit as well in their picks, because you talked about how popular Zed was, how everyone loves the champion. Is that something you want to get rid of at this point?
It really depends on what else they need to be able to get. Like that game had 5 problems, and it was every single person on Quantic. So you could maybe take out Zed, but then Hai's going to play Kha'Zix. Unless you're specifically targeting all of the champions that Hai plays, you're not going to be able to shut him down.
Okay, so we'll see what they do with their ban strategy then this time. Gragas does get removed. Kale again from Quantic. They're going to target Zed this time.
At least with the first ban, and it does look like they're going to try to get all the things out from Quantic. They really value Twisted Fate, you can tell as a team, because they first picked it last game versus banning it against Hai. Even though Hai, yes, he does play Twisted Fate, none of these guys are like known as like, that guy's Twisted Fate is incredible. It's just one of those things nowadays where Twisted Fate appears to be that champion you have to either have or get rid of.
So Quantic right there, if I recall correctly, I think banned the same 3 champions last time. At least the Gragas and Kale are the same.
They're somewhat targeting MIA. knowing that his Kale support is actually kind of keyed on a lot of the unconventional picks that Prolly's going to go with.
So you called it, you ban the Zed, and he grabs Kha'Zix. Right off the bat, Kha'Zix locked in there.
And at least Complexity is taking away the things that Quantic had last game right now.
Yeah.
But they run the risk of what Don't Mash Me talked about, whereas they're just playing the strong champions now. They're not doing their thing because Loudamortis, he's not known for his Zac. Zac is just known as a strong champion right now. And even though Nick Wu is somewhat known for his Shen, it's not his Darius play that actually got him a lot of the wins late season.
All right, so we'll see then what the response is, because Quantic's got to pick even more new champions. 3 of their originals were banned out, or banned or taken away this time around. So a new lineup for sure. Sona going to come back in, and Elise grabbed.
And that Elise could be going in a lot of different places as far as picking counter things. It's not going to be a support Elise because they have a Sona, but it could still go in the other 2 spots.
If it was Thresh, I'd give you the slack for that one. So Complexity, though, they're making their next 2 picks. They've got 35 seconds to make their choices. I'm going to guess Nick Wu top, because at this point they've got, I guess Zac and Shen could swap back and forth, but they've got 2 of the lanes locked down at this point.
Those 2 are probably not going in many different places. Right now, they're probably going to be defining their team in these next 2 picks, whether they want to go with something crazy and unconventional. It's tough to lane against a Kha'Zix if you're Prolly. You need to be able to take something that can kind of handle getting jumped on, and they're going to wait until last pick to do that, I think.
So they've taken away another pick here from Quantic. They grabbed the AD carry Ezreal. That's going to be on Chuper, and once again, they're looking at Fiddle.
And here we go. Right away, Quantic puts in the Jace again. So they're going to run AD carry Jace, as well as Rumble probably in the top lane. That worked for them yesterday in the qualifiers. Not yesterday in the qualifiers. Yesterday in the first round in the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
And that's very exciting for Quantic. I love their AD carry Jace yesterday.
So the full lineup has been locked in here. Going to be fun to watch that one overall. Complexity need to make their very final pick. I suppose I've seen Middle Six before, but you've got to expect it's MIA support. They've got to get one more champion here.
Especially since MIA played support last game. For Prolly, Kennen maybe? His Kennen hasn't been that successful. It's like his favorite champion. Like for him to be successful here, he's got to go with something totally off the wall, as far as I can tell. But we don't know what they're going to do. They're definitely taking their time with it and having a lot of discussion.
So 10 seconds still to go. You're seeing Prolly just sort of, he's got his finger on his head. He's tilting back and forth, trying to figure out what he wants to go for. Right now he's hovering over Diana for this one with 2 seconds left to go. That's going to be his pick here. Diana mid here for Complexity.
Yeah, so Diana mid is a good pick against Kha'Zix. But the one game Prolly had on Diana during the season was against Reginald's Karthus, and it did not go very well. So this is an example of Prolly, with his large champion pool, picking a counter instead of something completely off the wall. Well, not a counter, but just a good lane matchup against Tai. Because of the way Diana's W gives him the double shield, it should be able to block a lot of High's all-in damage on Diana, and will be able to at least survive.
So Complexity, they seem to have a very initiate-heavy team. Zac, Shen, Diana all up in there. How would you really characterize them, or did that sum it up, basically?
Yeah, they're initiate-heavy. That's generally what they're going for. The other thing that they have with the fact of having Fiddlestick support, if they can pull it off, is a decent counter initiation, because Fiddle loves to wait in the wings and then hop in late in the fight. Quantic seems to have all the capabilities they want in their team as well.
All right, so guys, we're going to be getting ourselves into Game 2 in just a few seconds as Champ Select winds down. You saw the lineups on your screen. Quantic is up 1-0 in this best of 5. They can, if they win 2 more, they are into the LCS. They're the first of the 4 teams to make it in the promotion tournament. Of course, we already have 4 in from their playoff results. So Quantic just a few steps away from making it in, and Complexity is starting to get pushed against that wall a little bit. They lost that first game very convincingly, honestly. They've got to turn things around here.
It's go time for Complexity. They really need to make sure to come in big with this one, and it's their jobs on the line. Like, Quantic has came in so strong to this. They've seemed so prepared. Everyone is, as we saw, even Chuper was saying, everyone's writing in Quantic to win already. Complexity's got to change that perception, and they have to start now.
And they had so much hype coming in. Nick Wu said, yeah, when people have a lot of hype, you got to believe it a little bit, but we're going to show them that it's more of a cakewalk, and we got this one. We'll see if they can do that here on the red team in Game 2. Right off the bat, they're actually sending AD and support top lane, so they're doing something a little bit different.
Well, they are the purple side this time, and these seem like the standard lanes. The last game, they had their AD carrying support in the lane where they could do double golems as well, but they got out-pushed. They can't let that happen again, but since they're up against a Jay Sona, it very well could. The Fiddlesticks is not a lane that necessarily pushes very quickly.
Now Sona right off the bat actually putting a ward across the wall there.
I don't know if they spotted much of anything. Actually, Lemonation hiding in Baron Pit, trying to make sure he doesn't get jumped on. And the rest of Quantic are actually pushing through into that Complexity jungle. I believe they've been spotted.
Yeah, that ward did see them walk through there. But Quantic now, since they saw Ezreal and Fiddlesticks way up in the top of the jungle, felt at least a little bit safe putting that deep ward in the jungle.
Okay, so early vision is available here. They got the one on the Wraith Brush, but otherwise everyone is now standing a little bit defensive. Complexity, though, they're actually getting spotted out by this unconventional ward up in the top lane, so they know that Louder Mortis, Trooper, and MAA are looking to jump in this blue buff.
Potentially that could be what they'd be doing, but they are all moving through. No vision pretty much where they're going, and they are going to walk through that ward, so Complexity will know that 4 people are up in their blue, so Complexity's trying to get a blue of their own.
Okay, so both invasions are known to both these teams, and they're going to start things out. Quantic getting a little bit greedy. They're actually going to go for the Wolves, actually, and so is Complexity. So very, very mirrored invades. Just Quantic bringing a few more numbers as their lanes start shaping up. It's Nikwu running down to the bottom, and no one is going to even try to contest this blue buff.
Not in the slightest. They're happy just trading this one. This looks like the most standard setup we've seen so far from them. I mean, Prawley's trying to get a little bit of Wraiths for himself so he doesn't get level 2'd all in by high, but he's got to still worry about that red elixir as well.
So jungle Elise Meteos has that blue buff and has saved his smite. Louder Mortis on Zac in the jungle, the exact same. There we go. There's that level 2 on Prawley you talked about.
So he's avoided the early level 2 from high, and that's really the whole purpose of him taking the Wraiths.
Okay, so here we go. 2 versus 1 up in the top lane, 2 versus 1 down to the bottom. As we see the junglers through their camps, the thing that that Don't Mash really pointed out was that the push did not come out fast enough from Chupa. They couldn't take down turrets quickly or in time, and they got out-pushed. What do you see in terms of these 2v1s? Which push works better?
I think the Sona Jace push definitely works better, but there's a lot more threat on balls just because MIA's Fear is so potent, and the Zac ganks are really good for tower diving just because he can take a bunch of damage and still have his passive up if he's able to drop tower aggro near the end. So as far as pushing goes, I'd have to say the edge should be a little bit on Quantic.
Well, speaking of Quantic, they're actually, I guess to say both teams are looking to 3-on-1 tower dive this. The Meteos at the bottom was spotted by a ward. Louder Mortis walks brazenly through the river up in the lane and says, by the way, guys, I am in fact here 3v1. And we'll see what Balls can do. Put some slows down. They're going to push in towards the turret.
Yeah, so yesterday, as Louder Mortis actually takes a couple unfortunate turret shots, we saw a bunch of junglers ganking for the solo. This time we're seeing junglers ganking for the duo lane, and we're probably just seeing a straight-up turret trade, because on the other side, Nikwu has completely abandoned his turret and actually started taking his wolves.
You're seeing the minions just get evaporated right there. Nikwu only level 1 still. Very unfortunate spot for him. At least Balls is 3 right here. He actually got to get lane XP onto the turret.
Yep, he's got a bit of it, but he risks the dive.
No, they're all going to go in. MIA pulls turret aggro, gets right back out. Caster destroys the red turret down there. Complexity at least will answer back. They did burn the summoners out from Balls.
Yep, but he did get some of that turret experience, so it's a kind of trade back and forth. It's just a matter of how scared is Balls right now. Is he going to be swapping to other lanes, or is he going to try to sit back at his back turret and farm?
Well, we'll see what these guys end up doing. In the mid lane, we're seeing level 4 versus level 3. Probably and High. High's actually run out of mana at this point already. And oh my gosh, Quantic very early on. They're rushing for a dragon at 4 minutes.
Yeah, but you can see Prawley is trying to stop this one. The dragon's going down very fast. Sometimes the spiderlings can actually take some of the dragon damage, which is one of the reasons they're able to take this so well. But Prawley trying to poke in. Everyone on Complexity wants to fight them here.
We'll see if they can go in. Acceleration get comes across, can probably do much. Oh, a nice stun from Elise. Lemonation has a flash over the wall as well. So he lost a couple summoners, but a dragon, totally worth it.
Really good aggressive move by Quantic there, saying we're taking this at right at 4 minutes. Complexity was actually the team known during the season for taking the early dragons, and Quantic steals it away from them, really taking a lot of Complexity's winning avenues away from them.
Well, they are going to look at this mid lane, though. They've got 4 here. They've got a cannon minion as well. As they clear out these minions, maybe they can put some turret pressure down.
They're going to be trying to do that. I mean, they've already taken the turret. They're sweeping mid. Chuper doesn't want it. They want to be able to get something back here. So it's a lot of mid turret damage, but Jace and Sona are on their way, so they really weren't able to get much.
Well, they got it done about 2/3, and you're right. The rest of Quantic did show up to defend this one out. Meanwhile, we've seen now those solo laners that were so deprived earlier on, now able to sort of free farm. Balls is level 5, only level 3 though for Nikwu. That could be harsh.
A lot of that has to do with the way they were giving up their turrets. Balls was a little bit more aggressive, or ballsy, would you say, trying to stick at his turret, and got the experience risking a little bit of death, but it did give him about a wave and a half extra, which Nikwu completely conceded.
Well, that's going to be very, very good for Quantic then, as Meteos goes to steal away some of the jungle. Pretty easy job right there. Good job, Elise. Smites it away. And Hai is now fighting Nick Wu heads up 1v1. Hai with a level advantage as well as a 12 minion kill lead as well.
And the mid lane is really getting pushed hard by Quantic on the rest of this one. See if Trooper and MIA can push them back.
So Sneaky Castro there, the AD carry. Support there as well. Going to move themselves forward. Castro, of course, the minions losing magic resist, which doesn't mean too much against Trooper. Hai and Nick Wu battling out. Hai's actually already burned a red elixir, and they are trading blows back and forth, and both of them do have sustain, though.
Yeah, we'll see when Hai actually used that red elixir. Yeah, what's happened just in that trade. I thought maybe he would have done it earlier for the Dragon while they were trying to rush down their objectives, but it's really pretty much just for the brawl. He's farmed quite well on Kha'Zix, and if yesterday was any indication, that is not good for Complexity.
No, not at all. Certainly this game is looking to go towards Quantic for now. Ball's level 6, has the ultimate. Nick Wu does not. So those would-be top laners, certainly an advantage is here on the Quantic side. Probably is going to be fighting heads up against this, but Loudamortis is waiting in the wings to find himself a gank pot. Nope, he's recalling.
Yeah, Loudamortis has spent a lot of time roaming around and trying to find gank opportunities, and that's another one that just wasn't quite there. Level 4, 7 minutes into the game, isn't necessarily going to allow Loudamortis to have too much of an impact. The good news for him is, though, this is one of the rare times where Complexity is running with 2 tanks instead of 1, so it might not bite him quite as badly as it would in other games.
So let's take a look at who's actually doing very, very well here. You mentioned that they've got 2 tanks. Loudamortis finally hitting level 5 here. But I want to sort of call out some of these heads-up matchups. The AD carries are equal, the mid laners are equal, only the top lane's really different there. I know you mentioned that the Notch channel it's going to be hurting.
Yeah, but the big thing to factor in is MI actually has to burn his flash here, is that Quantic spent all that time taking an extra dragon, and it did give them a little bit of extra map control because they've taken this turret now for the blue buff. So the minions are even, but they have more control.
And Loudamortis is going to go in and try to turn this one around. Nick Wu is there, but only level 4 Hai, just doing so well and pops the passive, but here comes MIA. Will they have enough damage? The Bloblet's running around, probably flashed forward, but cannot find anything to jump onto, so a bit of a wasted cooldown. Loudamortis losing his passive cooldown, but otherwise no kills still.
But it was a 4v5.
Yeah.
And they burned the passive. Slash got Loudamortis super, super low. So that was another win for Quantic because Balls is getting all of that minion kill advantage back. And he actually has adequate farm to any of the other solo laners in the game. So that 1v2 hasn't set him back in the slightest.
And they're going to go on a Sneaky Castro, though. Level 6 on the Jace acceleration gate, runs backwards. MEA cannot quite find a fear to land onto Sona, so they will get away very successfully. And Hai is just perennially on the split push here on that assassin Kha'Zix.
Quantic really looks like they're one step ahead of Complexity in almost everything they do, whether it was getting the very first dragon, being the ones to initiate the pushes, or even being in the brush for Probably to check it.
Oh my gosh, so much damage being dealt there. Probably could not jump away in time. First blood going over to Balls. Great play there.
That was such a good camp in that lane. He pushed up the wave in a way that made it look like he was going back to base, but he waited for it, caught Probably unawares, and just spiked him down.
Beautiful play there. Hai actually waiting in the brush as well, stalking his prey. Nick Wu so afraid to last hit anything because he knows Kha'Zix is going to leap up from the brush and do about half his health in about 2 seconds flat. Then Hai last hits and goes right back in.
And from top lane to bottom lane, Quantic has the freedom to just wait in the brush and wait for Complexity to walk into bad situations. That's because they've established so much pressure with their pushing, with their farming, and with the dragon control, plus deep wards and the blue buff, to just let them keep Complexity completely pushed back.
Some beautiful stuff by them. The map just has been there so far. You see, Probably's now been sent. He's the one to try to fight up against Hai. He did okay in the lane so far. We'll see if he can keep up with this one. Of course, neither of them have any kills, but the global advantage is still moving towards Quantic. Another turret's going to go down.
And it's mainly because the turret was just a reaction to how much they're in Complexity stuff. If you're living on that side of the map, the minions are just going to end up pushing towards the turret, and the turret is just going to get low over time.
And of course, they did pick that one up. So Loudamortis now level 6, has to grab his own lizard buff. Does so successfully. So this time around, they've had, actually, I think that's equal buffs so far compared to last game. They got 2 lizards and 1 blue. And we'll see what the count ends up being as the game moves on forward. Nick Wu is still trying to hold on to this bottom lane. Only 39 minions. That's a very rough start for a Shen.
And it's kind of funny how the Rumble versus Shen matchup, even though they haven't been laning against each other, is completely swapped from team to team this time. And Nick Wu was saying, hey, that Aegis really worked well against me last game. I'm going to try to get that one. But the problem here is Nikwu is actually a lot farther behind than Balls was, and he's getting his Aegis much slower. So where Balls has already stacked up all his magic penetration, Nikwu just has a null magic, and if they do force this dragon fight, there's the super magic pen rumble coming down with no Aegis to match it. So this is a great force by Quantic.
Already they started on this one and probably has to take the long way around the map to try to show up. This might not be in time. Meteos to high and Elimination is doing so much damage that will be dragon grabbed. Second one already at 1050.
So that's now 3,500 gold lead. Most teams get their first dragon in 11 minutes, not their second dragon, plus a turret advantage for Quantic. So even though this game doesn't have the kill edge that Quantic had last game, it's looking quite similar, which is not good news for Complexity.
Not at all, and High just can't be trifled with. Like, yeah, he doesn't have any champion kills or whatever, but no one can really mess with him right here. Sneaky Castro getting jumped on by Loutamortis, the team trying to show up as well. Shendel comes by, this could be enough. Crescendo comes across. Elimination takes a bit of damage. MIA Crowstorms in, but cannot find anyone to deal damage to. Complexity cannot find openings here to save their lives.
Such a good disengage by Quantic, and now they could potentially be on the attack if they want to go for it.
And they get the stun on a Trooper who Arcane shifts backwards. He will survive from that. But High comes by. Oh, he gets one for free. And Trooper, he might die to Ignite, and he does. Double kill there for High.
That was so good by High. He ignited the guy that could barrier through it, even though he was on a sliver. And since Ignite lasts longer than barrier, he knew that was going to kill him. And then he spiked down the other guy, which was Loutamortis, with his spells to make sure he picked up that double kill.
Beautiful stuff there. And High just goes back to the right-hand side lane because he's going to keep split pushing and farming minions.
That's exactly what you want to do on Kha'Zix. You have the leap and assassination ability for the cleanup, and if you're not there, you have such amazing wave clear that High is just playing that champion to the best of his abilities.
He's doing a very good job with that one. The second mid turret now also under pressure. Top lane, who cares? All the outer turrets, doesn't even matter. 2/3 health on your inner turrets, we'll take that one, no problem. So High, a lot of damage to the right-hand side. The rest of the team had pushed down the mid side. Once again, Complexity playing catch-up, trying to catch these lanes back to something decent.
And I don't know how they're going to be able to catch up on them there, because that was their big initiation when Loutamortis tried to go in on Elimination, or actually went on a Sneaky Castro, and all he got out of that is a flash and a couple deaths for his own team. So anytime they try to initiate now, they're at even higher risk, because it only goes from bad to worse when you continue to initiate when you're behind. And it seems like that's what Quantic is poised to do here in a potential 4v5 at their blue buff.
They're going to dive in on the Meteos a little bit, gets him slowed down, but Loutamortis can't quite find enough damage from his team. This blue buff's going to be going down, looks like to be in Complexity's favor, so they're at least doing a better job this time around of controlling their own jungle.
And that was actually a pretty good form of constraint by Quantic, because the first time they stole the blue buff, it was another 4v5, but Complexity showed up late, and Quantic then actually did a bunch of damage to Loutamortis and fell back. But this time they realized that Quantic already had a pretty big edge, and since Complexity was on top of the blue buff move, that they should just give it up, because Balls was way off in the top lane. It was another 4v5, and that would have been a way that Complexity could maybe claw their way back in, because giving up the blue buff just in isolation didn't give Complexity much back.
Okay, so it's Quantic's turn to keep the pressure on. Certainly they are winning right here, about almost 5,000 gold at this point. Sneaky Castro still loading up in the mid lane, 102 minions on him, by the way. He's doing very well for himself in the farm territory. And interestingly enough, he and High have almost the exact same builds.
They like it. I mean, you see Jace sometimes mid, sometimes top lane, and he's going to do the Muramana build, trying to transform his Manamune. And since Sneaky Castro, I mean, he does Muramana on Ezreal as well. He's comfortable with that build, and because they have that early lead, he can get away with building that Manamune right now.
So it's going to be nice for him. So to the caster team, High running still to the right-hand side lane. He has been there split pushing in every game I've ever seen him play so far.
He loves it. It's just he plays the champions that react to that type of playstyle, and he pulls it off really well.
Okay, so now we're watching Balls up in the top lane. They've actually got a large number of champions here around. Meteos and Loutamortis actually scoring off a little bit the two junglers. Nikwu kind of zoned away near his own turret, is afraid of Balls and Meteos. And so you can see still the pressure is just there. There's so much aggression available, and Complexity has to just kind of sit back and just deal with it right now.
And they're trying to, but they're just getting poked down at every turn. They're not able to get a step on anything Quantic is doing. Quantic has more movement speed advantage. They definitely have more vision. They have better dueling capabilities really across the map, and that's one of the reasons we're seeing Complexity so hamstrung just sitting at their turrets.
They are indeed. I mean, and the vision as well, you can kind of tell how good it is for Quantic here. They've got an Oracle's Elimination, and they're getting more and more wards in the enemy territory as they take another turret down to the mid lane.
3 turrets to 1 now. This is getting ugly again. How good is Quantic right now? They're just making Complexity look like they don't necessarily have a plan, because anything Complexity had prepared for or did during the season, Quantic has actually taken it away from them before Complexity had a chance to even try it.
And you can just see how hard this is for them. Sneaky Castro elimination now to the bottom lane. Actually probably wants to go in, has the Shen ult as well. The flash ult in from MIA. Can he get enough damage? Fierce elimination. Gets the taunt on a Sneaky Castro. Barrier is there. Will he get away from this one? MIA still trying to chase down. Exhaust is there. So is Acceleration Gate. And they do pick up 2 kills for nothing. They've of course lost some structures. And here comes High. Will he go in? Puts the poke down, but that's it.
Awesome stuff by Complexity there, forcing it on a 3v2. They really needed to find that window. Got to give props also to Nick Wu for pulling off the flash taunt maneuver, where if you flash near the end of your taunt, it'll actually kind of taunt during your flash. So he was able to get the super extended range onto Sneaky Castro. And then since Lemon Nation was trying to play defense, he ended up dying as well, since High was not able to come over in time. There was a really small margin of error on that game for Complexity. They pulled it off for 2 kills.
So beautiful stuff by these guys, and Quantic are still lurking around, though, is the thing. Like, they just lost 2 champions. They just want to go in anyway. Fear from MIA. He has been ignited. Oh, the Rumble ultimate from Balls. There's so much fire from that team, and they take down Bandito Fiddlesticks.
MIA was probably feeling so great about himself after that Fear, being like, yes, he was going to 1Q me and I was going to be eaten. And then it's like, nope, that's a 3,000 range equalizer that just picked you off as you're running back to base. And even though it did burn the equalizer for a kill, that's the map pressure that Quantic really wanted, because since the Dragon is up right now.
And they've just started on it. Look at that thing just falling over down below half health already. And yeah, I think Quantic gets this one.
They were able to, of course they get that one. That's why, because they killed Fiddlesticks.
Yes, indeed. So plenty of map control for these guys. It's been really the story of Quantic this game. And for most of this time, they've been in enemy territory and claiming it for themselves. Vladimir is trying to clear out this Wraith camp. Shock Blast comes across. Doesn't quite land on anything, though. Complexity now need to regroup. So, I mean, this game looks pretty similar to the last one, but what can Complexity do at this point to pull them back in this game here?
I mean, the one successful thing they did is they did the Jace gank, or sorry, the Shen aggressive Stand United.
Yeah.
And if they can get into positions where they're using Stand United aggressively instead of when Quantic is clearly having the upper hand, since Quantic is actually really measured with their engagements, then Complexity might be able to slowly pull their way back into the game. But since getting those 2 kills, they've lost a Dragon and a whole bunch of damage on a turret. So those 2 kills kind of went to nothing, and they still have the same goal disadvantage. They need to be able to slow down the game that Quantic is really good at ending.
We'll see if they can make that, if they can halt the aggression and keep their turrets alive a bit longer and turn it around. Quantic are looking to do something here. They've got a lot of members down at this bottom lane, and even with most of the minions dead, they're happy to just push on down on this one, and they've grabbed another 5th turret kill. Looks like Complexity can't stop that at all.
So 9,000 gold now led up for them. The Manamunes are also going to be transforming pretty soon here. You can see 456 on Kha'Zix and 532 on Sneaky Castro. So if this game goes on for another 6 or 7 minutes, it's going to be instant death for a couple people on Complexity if they pop off both of those Mirror Mana actives during a team fight. The Aegis to the Legion is being completed onto Meteos as well. So the items are not even done yet for Quantic, and they're still putting on this amount of pressure.
That is very, very impressive by these guys. And you mentioned actually in the last game, there was the 17-minute finished Runic Bulwark, right? For how well Balls is doing on Shen. And you're at basically 18 minutes and he's got Sword Shoes, Haunted Guys, Riley's Crystal Scepter compared to almost nothing completed here from the Complexity side.
And Nick was actually going towards a Warmogs instead of the Runic Bulwark because he turned his first No Magic into Mercury Treads. His team really needs just defense, but it's not necessarily a double AP composition he's against, which is why he's going for the Warmogs, but they're just looking for the baseline of survivability if they want to be able to hold these turrets at all.
We'll see if they can hold on to them. Of course, turrets do fight, so they can at least make it a 6v5 if they can fight this battle correctly. Quantic still looking to siege. High is in the mid lane, the other 4 at the bottom, and they're trying to push down inhibitor turrets. Poke comes out from Jace, but to put out a little bit of damage here. Lexi try to put a little bit back, they just don't quite find much.
And this is going to be the hold for Complexity. It seems like one of these patterns that Quantic is up 30,000 to 20,000 gold in all of their games, because it's like the 4th game in a row where they've reached this point. It's just now at 20 minutes. This is probably the longest game that Quantic's been in so far in the qualifier. This one, it's on pace to probably last longer than 24 minutes, so we'll at least give Complexity that they've been able to hold out for this long.
So some minor improvements indeed have been made. They've gotten 2 kills so far. The Nick Wu ultimate is back up. So you mentioned those aggressive Stand Uniteds. They have the ability to do this now. The problem is, to me, is do they have enough awards to find those kills? Can they actually find someone to pick off?
Well, it looks like Complexity is protecting against a Baron bait really heavily. They have 2 or 3 wards in their own red jungle and 1 inside the Baron pit, because the next logical progression for Quantic in a game that they're not winning like super hard is to maybe start baiting around Baron. And Complexity would hope to like find someone warding, they maybe try to catch out Lemonation and do something there, but if they engage in any type of even 4v5 team fight, they're probably going to lose. So Complexity has to be super picky with what they choose.
Well, right now it's going to be somewhat of a 2-on-2, probably flashing away despite the stand united from high, and they just could not deal enough damage to cause it to Meteos and Sneaky Castro coming from the backhand side. Quantic looks for another push here down the mid lane.
And there is a lot of hopping around from high right there. Did burn the Shen ultimate, so that aggression avenue was out of the way. It's one of those things for Quantic saying, okay, how do we get these 2 kills on us? Oh, Nick Wu used his ultimate to go in on us. Now they take that away, and this engage might not be that potent.
They are going to start, but Lattimortis not in a great place. They get the fear off the Meteos, though. Could he take enough damage? He's been silenced. Finally gets the repel off. Can he go anywhere? Flashes away. A lot of damage coming in from Probably. Pulls everybody in, but there comes the crescendo. The equalizer as well. So much damage. They find 1. Nick Wu's not in a great place, trying to run away as well. Chuper's been slowed on top of that one. They get another kill. High is on a killing spree, and now they are chasing Chuper. He does land the slow, but Balls, is he going to chase in on the base? He just maybe will. MIA shows up. High is so low on health, he's been exhausted. Balls will fall over. Can they turn this one around? Shot Blast comes across. Double kill there for the Ezreal, and Chuper is still alive. That replacement for Brunch is holding on. However, Castro picks up the kill onto Lattimortis, and now it is a 2 versus 3. He's going to go back in. Sneaky Castro with a double kill does take down Chuper. Now only MIA is alive.
Chuper almost pulled off the miracle play. He had the double kill, and then as Quantic was chasing him down on his inhibitor turret, he barely got chased down by Jace. That was almost exactly what Complexity needed. That was a very chaotic, close fight. But at the end of the day, Complexity lost their inhibitor, and their backs are still against the wall.
Now they are indeed down 12,000 gold right here, but at least with a couple people dead, maybe they can make some moves around the map. Meteos actually stealing red in full vision of a ward.
I think.
Steven.
But not quite. Shoot, man. For MIA, ultimate being down, more threat lost. They still don't have Stand United. They still don't have an inhibitor. Everyone on Quantic was stuck shopping now, and because that was in such full view, for really only burning a repel from Meteos, that just gives Quantic even more of a power play if they want to go and get another inhibitor.
And this could be rough then. So they're going down for the dragon. That's going to be fairly easy at this point. Look at that high-end ball saying, yeah, no one's going to contest us here. And they've been really timing it on respawn is the cool thing as well. That ever since about 4 minutes with that cool power play bottom, it's just been dragon after dragon after dragon with no attempts at all from Complexity.
Yeah, that's a lot of dragons so far in the game. I mean, is that like... There's no way that's the 4th dragon. Is it the 4th dragon?
Yes, the 4th dragon.
Because the first one is 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Next one is like 10, 16 or
22.
17, and then 23. So
yeah,
that's got to be some kind of record. 4 dragons by 23 minutes. And it shows in the gold because they're now close to 13,000 gold up here. The Merman has been completed, and MIA is just getting trucked down by Meteos in the second battle.
Yeah, and this time around, no Crow Storm, so Meteos will actually be winning that one. Probably, though, getting caught out high and Balls, taking him down incredibly quickly. 9-4 the kill score, 24 minutes in.
Wow. So Quantic, again, in complete control. Probably just wanted his good old blue buff. And this is opening up a Baron attempt by Quantic. Lemonation sitting on that Oracles, and half health, mind you, but they don't have fear of Complexity right now. This would be the moment for Lattimortis to try a drive-by Baron steal of some kind. Everyone's seen that stuff from Zach, but the solo laners of Quantic are just keeping him at bay.
And Baron Asher does, in fact, go down 24 minutes, and High shows up. There's one, gets the reset, but does not quite find Lattimortis. Elastic Slingshot sends him over the wall. However, they've got a few minutes of power, or a few seconds, I should say, of power play. 5-on-4 as probably comes back up.
Yeah, the whole game for them is a power play right now because it's Baron plus 16,000 gold, 24.5 minutes into the game. They're going to get the easiest of the turrets to take down right now. Also, it's convenient since they were just up there for the Baron.
So the top lane just so easy for them, as you said. Convenient, but why the heck not take it? 750 gold picked up for their troubles here. 10-4, a giant 16,000 gold lead. Ooh, Arcane Shift, not Arcane Shift, sorry, True Shot Barrage coming across the team for a little bit of damage, but that does not deter them whatsoever. They're going in on the turret down to half health, and they're actually going to give them a little bit of space. They back off a bit.
I'm just waiting for a flash crescendo from Lemonation and the game to be over. There's like just a transformation of the Muramana on high as well, so this is actually a power spike as well as everything else coming together at exactly the right time for Quantic.
Well, the inhibitor likely to go down. There's the equalizer as well. A lot of damage on Lattimortis, actually. And there comes High again, finding a little bit of punishment to deal to that Complexity squad. more and more inhibitors and more buildings are going down. They're just going to go right for the Nexus at this point. Complexity must fight right here, but Ladderbordos gets stunned. He will not get the slingshot. One Nexus turret about to fall over. They find Chuber. Chuber falls over. That's 1-0 so far. Second turret going to go down. This could be 2-0. Initiative comes by. There comes Shockwave, and everything is coming through. Will it be enough damage for Complexity or for Quantic? Looks like Quantic is mopping up the battle. Everyone falling over. Cheers coming out from the players, and this will be 2-0 here for Quantic.
And even though 26 minutes is the longest game Quantic has had so far in the qualifiers, it's their biggest gold lead. They ended that one with 21,000 gold up on Complexity. They are just looking amazing here. They need one more win in the next 3 to become an LCS team.
And would you believe it? I mean, they were the old incarnation. 2 of the members were there for the spring qualifier, and they were the favorites, and they lost in groups. And they said, we've been trying for the last few months. We even have a gaming house. We want so badly to get into this, and they're now right there.
It's been a lot of thinking and reflection for High, and he's really playing well. I mean, we talked to them yesterday how High and Lemon Nation kind of double up their shot calls in a lot of these situations, and it's working tremendously for them. A lot of it just has to do with Lemon Nation kind of always being with the team, and then High's coming off in the split push. They almost have like 2 section leaders somewhere on the map, and they both go in at the right times. It's awesome to watch.
It is awesome indeed. These guys have been playing amazing. So, coming up, after stomping Complexity in the first 2 games, Quantic looks to sweep the series and enter place in the summer split. Plus, GG's Don't Match Me returns to smash through the highlights. The 2013 Summer Promotion Tournament returns right after this. Don't touch that mouse. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2013 North American Summer Promotion Tournament. It's time for the third game of the promotion round series between Complexity and Quantic. But with 2 decisive victories already in hand, if Quantic can take down one more Nexus Crystal, they'll earn a berth into the summer split. And, you know, they'll be one of the top 8 teams in North America. But first, we'd like to welcome back Prince Charming of GGU's Cinderella Story. Don't mash me.
What's up?
So, man, that game, another really sort of one-sided battle. I mean, what made that game so harsh for you?
I don't know. I think MIA needs to change up the support pick because I don't think it's working too well, and probably really needs to step up. And the early top lane with the Shen and the Rumble, when Ball's level 3, that destroyed them too.
And in both of these games, and even all of Quantic's games so far in this qualifier, they've been complete one-sided, almost stomps. As a team trying to come back from that, where do you start when you lose a game that badly?
Just stay positive. In a best of 5, when I played my best of 5 against TSM, it's all about staying positive. And if anybody is angry or sad, you gotta like cheer them up because it's still a best of 5. Anything can happen, and I think Complex is able to do that.
So you guys are obviously a really, really strong team, GGU. You've been watching these games. How good does Quantic look compared to you guys?
It's hard to say because we haven't practiced lately, but I think it'd be also a close match because I believe Quantic is a very good team.
All right.
So if the picks and bans kind of change up a little bit, what does Complexity have to change if they want to start countering Quantic's playstyle? Because Quantic's playstyle has been very much like High's playing Zed or Kha'Zix. We know what they're doing. How does Complexity come at that?
I think the best way to counter aggression is be even more aggressive, and that's what we do quite a lot. If you're playing really passive, it doesn't really help. So the best way is to counter back with even more aggression.
What kind of picks would you add then to play aggressively, try to push in and make yourself known?
To sort your dominance, back when Kha'Zix was a strong pick, Shifter would just play Darius mid and just like destroy the Kha'Zix. So something like that would actually help, like just something a lot stronger than highest picks, and highest picks are usually assassins. So picking something bruiser-like would be helpful, like maybe a Jarvan mid.
So if you're Quantic, then do you even change anything up? Or you're like, well, it's worked so far, same lineup, just go win again?
Well, if you can see counter picks, 2v1s are helpful, and they've done that really well. So I think Quantic's looking really good right now.
All right, so we're going to be going into Game 3 right here. Quantic's 2-0, looking really, really great. Last time you said Complexity would pull it back. What do you feel this time around?
I'm going to say it again because they're experienced and they should be able to recover. If they're not able to recover, then obviously 3-0, but I still believe in Complexity.
All right, so you heard it right there. MashMe does believe in Complexity, and if you're fans of seeing a full series come out to Game 5, then let's see if you're a fan of Complexity still. Certainly, it's been a pretty harsh one. Quantic's looked great so far. We'll see if Complexity can bring out more aggression this time and kind of make their dominance known.
And as far as staying positive for Complexity, they need to remind themselves right now that over in Europe, there were 2 best-of-5s that started 2-0 for the eventual losers of the series. Both Alternate versus Giants. Alternate lost the first 2 games, won the next 3. Dragonborns won the first 2 games against Meteor Makers, and then Meteor Makers won the next 3. They weren't quite as one-sided as the first games in this one, but you have to keep in mind that is more than possible in these best-of-5 scenarios.
Absolutely, and even within single games, we've seen crazy comebacks as well. I mean, Marn vs. CLG rings a bell where they were down 3 inhibitors, and we're like, yeah, it's fine, we can still pull it back, no big deal. We've seen ludicrous things happen in League of Legends.
And it's going to be, for Complexity, I think going back to the drawing board, I like the thing that Don't Match Me said about picking Darius against Kha'Zix. Yeah. When Complexity seems the best off, it's actually when they're having fun. And it doesn't look like they're having fun in these games. They're saying, we need to pick the strong champions. Play Zac, play
Twisted Fate.
Play Diana. No, I want to see them play Annie and Victor and the champions that are strong, but people don't play that frequently, and Darius again, because I feel like if Complexity's not doing those things, they're not going to be beating Quantic.
Well, at least right now, they're at least changing up their ban order. I agree with you on the pick front. Zed, Kha'Zix, also Shen dropped away, and now it's Complexity's turn for a first pick, and it's Nick Wu's Jace.
That's good for them. That's something that they are really happy playing, and that's a fun champion for Nick Wu to be on. Obviously, it's hard to have fun when you're like, one more loss, and we're out of the LCS, guys. Yeah. Let's have a ball. But they have to. They have to enjoy this game, and that Jace pick goes a long way in doing that.
Okay, so Twisted Fate has been left open. You mentioned that it wasn't a huge thing for High, but at the same time, they are going to go for it.
Yeah, that's the danger of not picking the strong champions, is you just give them back to Quantic. And High's Twisted Fate is actually really strong. It's almost a more straightforward way of doing what he's been doing on Kha'Zix and Zed already, where it's like, I'm going to split push and then flank on in for the team fights. It's just his, instead of a Kha'Zix sleep that's like 1,000 range, it's half the map. He's stunned someone right next to him.
All right, so Quantic, I mean, they're definitely going to picks that have looked good for them so far. Meteos is back here on Zac as well, and now it's Complexity's turn to say, all right, let's add some smiles, let's turn these frowns upside down, let's grab his zigs, let's go be a little bit manic, let's turn out a win.
He's got to pick something crazy against Twisted Fate. At least Twisted Fate is a little bit vulnerable in the lane.
Yeah.
So probably would be able to go with something crazy here. And Diana, but at least the Soraka is something new.
So they actually are grabbing out a new support, you know, and again, that's what Don't Mash Me said, is let's give us something a little bit new. So yeah, Diana Soraka picked up, and it's going to be Quantic's turn.
And that Soraka is something that MIA played a lot during the very start of the season. In their very first game against Curse, they did like Soraka and the Vi jungle, and they did that over the back like solo/duo dragon play at 4 minutes into the game. He's played it twice this year, as far as I remember, and it does look like a little bit of a return to comfort for Complexity.
Meanwhile, though, Quantic happy to keep that same lineup. They've got Sona for, I believe, the 3rd time here for elimination, and Stiga Castro is back on Ezreal.
It's what works for Quantic. I don't think we're going to see any reaction out of Quantic based on what Complexity's picking, but very much for Complexity, they are back to what they're doing. Chuper Graves, when he was an AD carry, he was a Graves player in a lot of these games, so I like that Complexity is taking the motto of saying it's our last game. If we lose, we may as well go out playing what we're good at.
Well, so Chuper has played 3 different champions in all these 3 games so far. Nick Wu with 3 different champions every game as well, and we'll see if Lauda Mortis can keep that train alive with a different jungle pick if he wants it, or he might just go back to that Jarvan for the first time.
Yeah, Lauda Mortis has always been known for like his tank CC junglers. His Cho'Gath has actually been devastating, but he's going right for the Jarvan. It is a tank CC jungle, like you said.
Well, 2 seconds to change his mind. Will it happen? Looks like no.
Nope.
Looks like they got their eyes on Jarvan. That is what they're going to grab up here. So the last pick here for Quantic, an insta-locking Rumble.
Quantic wants into the LCS as fast as possible. Yeah. They're like, we want this game to happen right now, and we want to win in 20 minutes. And Quantic is just, they're so hyped. You can tell by how quickly they're picking these things. They didn't even care what Complexity was going to lock in. It's like, come on, guys, get it out of your way.
It's Rumble.
I'm Lemon Nation. I have all my 80 carries become #1 players. Let's just do this as they pick and Rumble for both.
Okay, so Quantic does have their full lineup here. High is going to be running around on Twisted Fate. Gonna get a bunch of people. What's his Quantic lineup look like?
This Quantic lineup is what we've seen in almost all the 3 games, even if it's a little bit different. Huge initiation potential, very long range. A lot of map pressure will be able to be applied. They don't even necessarily have a tank line. They just have the 1 tank in Meteos. But if they get ahead, it'll be totally fine for them.
Meanwhile, in Complexity, you've got actually a fair bit of burst and even some sustain from the Soraka and stuff.
And Complexity might have a bit of an issue having enough damage to get through Quantic, but they definitely have a little bit more tankiness here. And it's really just, Complexity's not necessarily worrying about the big game. They're worried about winning the start of it, because if that doesn't happen, then they're just completely out of it.
Well, we'll see if they can do that then. We are out of Champions League. The game is loading up here. It's Game 3. It's LCS promotion round. Today and tomorrow, we're going to find our 4 new Summer Split teams, and Quantic are 1 step away from being team number 5 in the LCS. They're 2-0 up in Complexity. It's a best of 5. Call needs to 3-0 from this point on to keep their hopes alive. We got to see if they can do it.
And it would either be the continuation of a great run for Quantic in these qualifiers. Like if they qualify in a 3-0 here, this would be like the most impressive one-sided qualification we would have ever seen, because all of these games have been 26 minutes was the longest game they've had in the last 4. They are really looking like a scary prospect if they're able to move in this 3rd game and make their way into the LCS.
They were definitely the #1 challenger team, winning tournaments left and right. They're looking to be maybe #1 right here as well. And we've got ourselves into the game. Quantic in the red trunks, Complexity in blue, leaving out their base, and they're all safety numbers right now for Quantic.
And I wonder if they're going to be super defensive early on in this game, just because Complexity should be a little panicky right now in the way they play. They should definitely be taking more risks than usual based on what's happened in the previous 2 games. And Quantic's actually trying to get in position to avoid that, as that was actually a pretty deep ward that Lemon Nation went into place.
So let's see what they end up doing with this one. Actually, they will just spot them, actually. They know they're around. This could be a pretty good fight for Complexity if anyone from Quantic face checks. Looks like they'll just say, no, 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 we're going to put a ward down, then we're good.
And nothing crazy coming out. You're right about that.
No.
Complexity sticking around their own jungle. Heals, still on their heels. I mean,
Definitely.
They got to do something aggressive if they want to come back in this one against Quantic.
They are still around in the mid lane. They're definitely grouped up, though. It tells me they're looking for something, at least in the near future. Moving forward towards the middle of the map, they're pinging out actual common ward location for these teams. And right now, Complexity is in the fog of war. This could just be a delayed invade, but the ward is just to their left.
Yeah, so no matter how Complexity runs at this one, it would give Quantic time to walk away. But now the Quantic is going to walk through a ward here, knowing that it's only 3 people. If they would have stayed, it would have been bad.
Yeah, they just put the ward down and leave, so Complexity won't find the opening they're looking for unless they like go for like the latest invade I've ever seen. It's still 1 minute 54 in. They know, no. Sona does not go in. They do not find something here from Quantic. They're just going to get themselves back to their lanes.
So Complexity was trying a little bit of a sneak strat there. They were hoping that someone walked into the lane through that brush because they were actually probably predicting that their blue might get stolen and then they'd catch someone running back towards mid lane like after pulling, but it wasn't to be. And Complexity starts this game off just going for blue regularly.
Quantic nice in reserve there. They've lane swapped. Actually, both teams have lane swapped their duo lanes to this top lane here. So Chuper and MIA going to be heads up against Sneaky Castro and Lemonation up top.
And this is the forced 2v2 by Complexity. They're the ones going into the 2v2 without access to any double golem funniness. But because Quantic started without doing double golems as well, it is one of the rare times where we get a straight up 2v2, both teams starting without a big advantage.
Lemonation putting out a lot of harass early on Sona. The MIA, of course, does have sustain. We look now to the junglers who have been grabbing their double buffs very successfully. And, of course, Nick Wu and Balls, they are going to be fighting heads up in the top lane, or sorry, in the bottom lane. They were 1v1 back in game 1, and that went in Balls' favor.
And he's shoved the lane right away. And this puts him at a little risk for a Mortis gank, but he's already put a preemptive ward up there. He did that because he started with a cloth armor, only a couple health potions, and a ward as far as I can tell, unless that was a support ward. No, never mind. I remember. Lemonation put that ward in the tri-brush like way back at like the 50-second mark, so it's going to actually wear out pretty fast.
And just how well timed is that, though? With the last few seconds of life, it does spot Mortis. And so pings come out. Actually, Loud pings where he thinks the ward would have been. And there's not too much there. So here we go. Mortis is in the river. Might try to look for Balls here. And Balls is safe enough that he's not going to get found.
Just goes to show you how prepared Quantic was for this matchup. They're thinking 2 steps ahead in a lot of these scenarios. Balls knew in the Jace matchup that he would want to shove up. So they put the ward there 3 minutes ago because they knew that near the end of the ward, Mortis might be coming by.
Wow, and so you can see actually this top lane also not the easiest for Complexity. Already 12 to 19 in minions. Yeah, Quantic are pushing, but they're actually lowering the health bar of Chuper very successfully as well. They've even got a level advantage here.
The early sustain from Soraka actually isn't that potent. The heal's on a very long cooldown. It's actually 18.8 seconds with all the cooldown reduction he has right now. So when they do poke down Chuper, they keep him low for a fair bit.
It's going to be nice for them. So Mortis, though, he's put a pink ward down in the lane up there. Sees that Lemonation is looking for him. Green ward comes down, which means he'll spot Mortis coming across the wall, but at least they could clear the ward out.
Yeah, that was still pretty smart ward by Lemonation there, because the pink did come in to spot Mortis coming over the wall like he just did, and Lemonation was making sure that that didn't happen. It cost him a ward, but at least it wasted the time of Complexity, and it made the gank not work.
But at the same time, Meteos is looking up there as well, trying to sneak on in, but the knockup's going to go into Lemonation. It will be a 3v3. They jump in. Chuper forced a flash wave. Meteos still chasing him down. Cleanse has been used. Sneaky Castro is exhausted. Could it be enough damage? Meteos still chasing down. Both AD carries taking a bunch of punishment. Castro has flash, uses it. Meteos picks up the first blood on the Chuper, and Mortis will fire back. MIA heals himself, is still alive against Lemonation. This could be good for Complexity. Will they pick up the kill? Yes, they do. Double kill for Mortis. And last time he got a double kill, they beat Dignitas.
That is exactly what Complexity needed in this situation. Like you said, when they're down and out, when they didn't have a win all season, the early double kill from Mortis in that MOG game against Dignitas is what really turned it around for them. Perfect for them so early.
Okay, so Nick Wu, though, up against Balls 25 to 23. This lane actually, oh, Balls takes him down under the turret. Beautiful job there by the Rumble. was going to say it was looking good, and then I stopped saying it.
And you saw Nick Wu right after that kill. He's hands off the keyboard. He is so frustrated with himself right now. He has to regroup. Don't go on tilt, Nick Wu, even if you died to the Rumble early on. But after the brilliant start for Complexity, losing that 1v1 heads-up lane is a disaster.
Let's see if he can recover from this one right now, because it is 2-2. The game is close. Complexity, I just worry for your mental health right now. As Mashpee said, you keep yourself positive, you keep yourself thinking about the game at hand and turning it around. Lemonation running very far down there of a ward, making sure he dodges the pink one and puts himself back into the lane.
He was really just making sure that he got really deep ward distance so that the pink ward wouldn't be able to clear it out. That still doesn't give them protection from the brush where the pink ward is, which is actually why Lemonation is staying so close to that brush, because he wants to be able to permanently check it if Laudamortis jumps over, so he wouldn't get knocked up until the next round of ganks came through, like he did in the last time where they ended up getting double killed.
So this could be interesting then if these guys can make it work. Quantic falls up against Complexity's Nick Wu. The kill lead for sure, but Meteos is actually looking to make this one 2-0 so far. Lurking around, Nick Wu putting down some poke the shield there from Balls. So far, Zach has not moved forward. Laudamortis is going to be waiting in the wings as well. This could be another very close fight.
So the junglers seem to be much more in each other's heads this game than they were the last game. Laudamortis and Meteos really in the same places all the time. Gotta really worry about High's Twisted Fate ultimate though, as he's 6 and not getting super heavily pressured in the mid lane.
The junglers see each other right now, so everyone knows the junglers in the bottom lane. The thing to be worried about is that High's Twisted Fate is level 6. That could be a very scary thing for Complexity.
And that is exactly what Complexity needs to worry about. That's one of the reasons that Prolly is trying to push up so hard in that lane as High goes to get the blue buff.
High with blue is going to be doing a bit more wave clearing than he was before. Nice amount of mana and cooldown reduction. Actually, double Doran's Ring is the opening here for Twisted Fate.
And that's not the most common opening for Twisted Fate, but against Diana, he wants to make sure he doesn't get bursted down just after Prolly lands 1 Q and then goes in with a double R on Diana. So just a little bit of added resiliency, and because they've been winning so hard in the other games, they're quite okay with not getting the late game build started early for High.
So we are watching something interesting though, as Meteos is already prepared to steal away the red buff. Laudamortis is going to be aware of this one though. He's going to walk into Meteos' face. The smite actually is used, and Laudamortis takes it away. Takes his own blue buff, or red buff I should say. Meteos, nice attempt on the steal. Gets hit with a shock blast for his troubles and just walks on out.
Real good timing for Laudamortis. He's getting a hang of what Meteos and Quantic are trying to do to them. So they're coming back after being a step behind and countering them when they're trying to go for stuff.
So this definitely looks like a much better Complexity in this game. Meteos just kind of recovering in his own jungle at this point. And I gotta wonder, when is Twisted Fate gonna go make a move? Can you force it, or do you actually have to like get a good setup from your lanes?
I've seen it in so many different ways. Sometimes you'll see the best Twisted Fates be level 12 before they even throw off a gank. It's all about just finding the opportunity. And since Prolly is applying pretty decent pressure to High, he's okay just farming. Also, Quantic has pretty good confidence in their lanes, and I think they have confidence in their late game as well, so they're making sure not to force anything too hard right now.
So they are just going to sit there in the lanes right now. Most of the aggression has actually come from the junglers, and speaking of which, Laudamortis is looking to lurk down to the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's been spending a lot of time this game looking down here as Nick Wu goes in and Balls will have to pop his ult. There's TF.
There we go. The Equalizer comes across. This could be a pretty rough fight on both sides. Oh my gosh, Cataclysm comes across. High forced to flash away. They trade 1 for 1. The jungler, Laudamortis, 3 kills in the team.
And he's going to have to make really good use of that gold. I'm not sure exactly how. A lot of times Jarvans go full tank, in which case Complexity might not have the damage follow-up since Nick Wu's been dying a lot down in that bottom lane and maybe getting a little shut down. But there was a Twisted Fate ultimate coming in at an opportune time during a gank from Complexity.
So good stuff there by High. Of course, probably just shoved the lane up the mid and built himself a bit of a minion kill lead, but now he's heading to the top side without any ward coverage.
And it's because High left the lane that now Prolly gets to make a counterplay. And Sneaky Caster and Lemonation are very low on mana, but full on health. This is a dangerous dive for Quantic to do because Soraka doesn't really add any damage to a gank. It really just allows the gank to go on for longer. So we'll see if they decide to go in aggressively as Prolly's making his move.
They're making the move in. There's a silence on Elimination. They're going to jump in. Oh my gosh, so much burst comes across. There is a crescendo. They flash forward. Elimination will fall over. Prolly is ignited and losing health. health. MIA in a rough spot as well.
Oh, man.
Nikki Castro, could he pick up a little bit more damage? Probably trying to body block with the shield, but here goes Meteos and Balls. This could be bad. Meteos already picks up one. He's going on Chuper. Chuper gonna fall down as well. 3 kills picked up on the counter gang. 3 for 1 for Quantic.
Oh, man. That was not what Complexity needed with that gank. They knew they had the low mana, but the gank, the tower dive took a long time, and it gave Quantic a long time to come up to stop it, as Laudamortis is in a bit of trouble if High can chase him down.
This is going to be a little bit rough. He's taking damage from the dragon. Laudamortis does enough damage, but will he burn to death? Oh, not quite. He just gets out.
7 health. There's actually 8 seconds left on High's ultimate, so Laudamortis is making sure to get out of there as quickly as possible. Safe.
Safe.
No risk in that dragon play whatsoever. Complexity gets away with it.
If he had gotten Blue Ezreal and finished it in time, now he finishes Lizard Elder, that would have been the kill.
It would have been Nick Wu sticking around a little too long, High on chase.
All right, this is going to be Nick Wu trying to run through his own ward, but Lemonation's coming from the other side. However, Sona does not have many CCs available, and Nick Wu just afraid of her, doesn't even want to try that one. Just flashes away over the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, that was the one route that Nick Wu could have taken to get out of that one, because Lemonation would have came through with
Diminuendo E, I guess?
would look like a slow card, but he didn't actually have it ranked up yet. But I still feel like he would have been able to chase him down on Sona. It's by far the closest game we've had so far in this series.
Oh, absolutely.
But Quantic still has an edge. So even though Complexity's been taking a lot of risks, they actually have to just keep taking more.
And they're going to keep doing that. Laudamortis already looking for balls in the bottom lane. The Rumble Spidey sense, though, says, I'm going to go ward Tri-Brush, and I'm going to wait around in the Fog of War. I'm afraid of getting ganked a little bit. No, he's actually going to go right back down.
He was getting a little too aggressive here.
And they're going to go for the knockup. Ball's not in a good place at all. Equalizer comes across, does not touch Nick Wu. This could be bad, though. Laudamortis is not really in range for much, and Balls flashes over the wall, completely safe.
Wow, so if Laudamortis didn't necessarily want to burn his ultimate because it would get flashed out of, and then he flashed over the wall, getting out of range of Cataclysm so it couldn't follow up. So that was actually like a bad play by Balls, followed by a good play to escape.
Well, nice job then by Balls then to get away from this one. Probably taking a bit of poke. Castro is going for that blue Ezreal. We've mentioned it before. The Spirit of the Elder Lizard, as well as the Tear of the Goddess.
And the Sheen as well on High as they're trying to poke down this turret. Really just applying the map pressure. Quantic's up 1 turret again. None of their turrets are actually in danger of falling, so they still have kind of that upper hand. There's not a huge amount of lane shove coming out of at least Soraka. That's one of the things you run when you run a support Soraka. She doesn't provide any pressure. She's just like a defensive entity for your team, and it makes it a little bit more difficult for Complexity to try to make aggressive plays.
They were looking for one right there, Laudamortis, but just could not get in range for Cataclysm. Couldn't force the issue over on this right-hand side, so nothing picked up there as probably just continues to farm out the Wraiths for himself. And by the way, blue buff just a minute ago, I believe, was stolen away by Meteos.
Would have been a very, Smite steal over the wall, I believe, or was it just
he just
straight
took
up
it down,
kill?
and Laudamortis let it go.
So good steal by them, just making sure Prawley doesn't have that. That should slow down Prawley's farm a little bit, since he's been spending a lot of mana clearing the Wraiths as well as going mid lane. And that could also take the pressure a little bit off of High if he wants to make some Twisted Fate roam choices.
That's going to be a fun one there for Quantic if he can make those moves. The blue buff getting started out here. High happy to take this one down. His Golem, Elimination, lending a bit of support. True to his role here, of course. And there we go. Blue buff on Twisted Fate. 90 minions. Sheen going towards that Lich Bane. He's a scary guy.
Very, very scary Twisted Fate. And Balls is still pulling people down into the bottom lane here. He's just farming up a storm. 3 kills to 1 despite repetitive ganks by Laudamortis.
I gotta hand it to Nick Wu, though. He's at least holding equal in minions, but look at the gold difference, right? 3,700 to 4,600. The kills clearly mean quite a heck of a lot.
It's all about the kills in this game, even though it's been about the minion kills in a lot of the other ones. And gotta keep in mind also, Meteos' 102 minion kills to just the 50 as Nick Wu's getting aggressive.
Oh my gosh, the damage output there from Quantic. No chance for Nick Wu to get out of that one. Great pickup again by Quantic. How did he even have to ult for that one?
That was just straight up smart play, because you don't expect to get Twisted Fate ultimated in the ganked in the bottom lane without a Twisted Fate ultimate. So coming out of the brush completely surprised him there.
So now it's Laudamortis trying to hold on to his turret right here. Deals some damage to the minions, but seems to be in a rough spot. We just saw the cold cards wreck his teammate, so Laudamortis is very healthily afraid right now as the minions just keep falling over.
There is a lot of action going down in the mid if Meteos decides to go.
He doesn't quite get the knock up on an MIA, though. He did decide to go, but not quite the stun he was looking for.
Baited me. He's like, I'm going, guys. No.
I'm going almost.
And I think it was just the just the E not landing and the fact that Quantic wasn't really going for the kill, but it did scare Complexity back a little bit as well. As you've seen, everyone's actually just backed off from that mid lane, deciding to shop, clear the jungle, and just kind of reset for maybe the next Dragon fight, which is going to be in a minute 20.
Alrighty, so High right now will happily be taking away that bottom lane farm. As Balls did go back and buy, he's pretty happy. Probably fighting up against Meteos 1v1, and actually Probably's getting the losing end of that one. You talked about how if Meteos can get ahead as the only tank, he'll be fine, and he's actually 2-0 with 100 minion kills.
He's the top farm on his team right now, which is a whole bunch of farming. It's Quantic understanding the game so well, it seems. They're really on point as a team, even though this game is pretty close. It's one win and they're going to be into the LCS, and based on how they're playing right now, would be a legitimate threat to anyone in the LCS. Anyone in the LCS. They're playing absolutely amazing.
So let's actually try to point out some guys from Complexity then, because it's so far been, I would say, a team effort from Quantic. I think that makes the most sense, where they've all been doing well, they've all been winning lanes, but the one guy that stands out to me right now for Complexity is actually Chuper. He's at 133 minions. If you look at his gold, he's actually pretty close against the Ezreal, right? Sneaky Castro, who's been on the winning team right now. Like, Chuper's holding up pretty well for being basically a sub.
And one of the big things that helped him early on in this game was the gank from Ledamortis, which resulted in that early double kill. So it's one of the reasons he's been able to keep the farm advantage up on Sneaky Castro, as well as Graves. Just farms really well. Let's see his skill order, actually. He's going second max his smoke screen instead of quick draw, which means if he uses a buckshot and a smoke screen on the back line of minions, he kills it immediately. And that's didn't even have to do it that time, but if he's in a solo lane, that's how he clears, and that's one of the reasons he's able to pick up so many minions.
So good job on him for the farming. Then, of course, Bloodthirster already done, probably making his way towards some items as well. Right now, just a Negatron Cloak and a needlessly large rod, but he's certainly prioritizing at least a little bit of durability on that guy.
Yeah, he's went for the Negatron Cloak because they're against a double AP composition, and he just doesn't want to get spiked out since a Diana is a very all-in character. But these team fights are probably going to be happening pretty soon. It's a good thing he's picked up that Negatron this early.
Well, and the Dragon is up, of course. Last one did go to Complexity, and now Quantic wants a piece. Meteos has started up. Probably is across the wall, and the whole team is actually nearby. Nice Shock Blast comes across. It's taking more and more damage. Red team does pick up Dragon. Good job by Meteos, and now Ledamortis is caught out. He ults on. Here comes a Crescendo and Equalizer. Probably's going to go in. Balls in the middle, taking a lot of damage. Niku in the side as well. Probably getting chased around, so low on health. Can they trade back and forth? They do, but it's a lot of deaths right now. Niku's fallen over as well. Chuper forced to run away. TF ult comes by. Chuper flashes. Gold card in. He flashes in for that one. Chuper's not in a good spot. MIA falls down as well, and there is everyone but Ledamortis. But Ledamortis says, hey guys, me too. I want to drop, and an ace there. Double kill for Meteos. Quantic, great fight.
5 for 0 ace plus the Dragon, and that was after 5 for 1, and that was after Lemon Nation didn't really land his crescendo on everyone. Just great cleanup by Quantic coming through the back of that fight. Might have had something to do with the Aegis of Legion on that super farmed out Meteos doing whatever he wanted in that fight. And just the team play from Quantic, they seem to do everything well.
Absolutely, and now 18 minutes in, they're going for a Baron on top of that one. So yeah, okay, Dragon and Ace, that's nice, but let's really cement the advantage this time around. Baron will be going down. Good sort of tank kiting there, you know, juggling the aggro, and Quantic does pick that up, and even Balls, who had died last fight, will be getting the Baron buff in that global gold.
Since the death timers are so low and the game is so early, Baron on 5. This is now Quantic's moment. They've already won the first 2. They just won what is a game-changing fight and picked up almost as many advantages as you could dream of off of an early to mid-game Dragon fight. Let's see how they prepare for this one and if they can get by their nerves and just close it out this time.
And it's a true test of will for Complexity on the other side. They're firing back, answering, I should say, to this mid lane right here, finding finally what could be their first turret kill of the game. Ledamortis under a bit of fire from High, but he will take that down. So one global at least has been picked up there. Top lane as well. Complexity did actually fire back pretty well here.
And Complexity needs to make sure they shop as soon as possible and get the gold for those turrets. That's 1,500 global gold that they really need if they want to make any kind of hold against Quantic, because if they get trapped in a siege before shopping, those 2 turrets don't actually matter for them.
Well, speaking of 2 turrets going down, Quantic's going to do the exact same. Ball took out the mid lane. The rest of his team took out, he took out the bottom lane. The rest of the team took out mid. So we're back to 3-2 in terms of turret score. 12-5 in terms of kills. And Quantic, I mean, you said it was their moment. They're looking great this game 3. Let's see what they can do next.
Gotta wonder how High is feeling right now, as well as Lemon Nation after being favored 4 months ago and now really looking like the favorites in this game. They've come so far as individuals building up this new Quantic team, and they're looking so great with this Baron buff. I think they're going to be sieging down these turrets with the Lizard Elder and just trying to get this jungle control as well.
Meteos does smite that one away, grabs the red buff, making sure no one does steal that one out, and they're grouped up, ready to make their moves. So we saw before, Hai was just constantly split pushing with Zed and Kha'Zix, and would you look at him going down to the bottom lane on Twisted Fate, Hai split pushing down.
Yeah, Nick Wu actually saw him coming, and he's actually trying to go for a kill, but Hai had a gold card pretty much immediately to try to stun him out there. That was a good position for for Nick Wu to be in, but it just wasn't enough since Hai was ready for it.
Complexity attempted to defend that second middle turret, but really couldn't get much out of it. Only the moonfall from Prolly, then everyone walked back away. So now 4 turrets to 2, still looking great here. Quantic making the moves forward. Castro, of course, had ulted the top lane, kept that from pushing forward, and they're still looking to put the aggression in.
And you can tell they want to go fast since they use that Ezreal ult up top, so they're making sure the minions aren't taking any other objectives for them so they can control their own.
And there we go, another turret going down. That's number 5 here for Quantic. Absolute control for these guys. They lost a dragon, to be fair, so there's something that Complexity has picked up, but otherwise, you're just seeing them really just in commanding lead of this game, ready to go for an inhibitor turret.
Here we go, poking through, trying to get as much damage down. If they dive in right here, it could be the final dive, but they have so much to lose if they lose this dive. They have about a minute left on this Baron buff. There's actually outer turrets up in the other lane. They'd have to get some type of good catch or see a really good opportunity if they go in for this dive, because it might look a little risky.
Well, they are just trying to poke for now, though. Sneaky Castro on blue. Ezreal has plenty of mana to burn through right now. Is landing poke fairly successfully, honestly. The wild cards as well from a blue buffed Hai. Smokescreen comes across, some damage. Probably looks for something, does not land the Q. Chuper constantly wave clearing. This turret's not taking terribly much damage right now. Still at about 4/5.
No, Quantic is having trouble breaking through this one. They have just one more wave of Baron buff left, so if they're going to dive during the Baron buff, it would be within the next 30 seconds, but they might be content just taking this one because they've accumulated that 9,000 gold lead and they don't necessarily need to throw it away. We'll see if they have a killer instinct or if they're playing it more safe.
All right, now they're still trying to make their moves
there they
on
go.
forward. There's the initiation. The crescendo comes across a few. Chuper's going to get dropped very, very quickly, but does get out of range. They find one, though. One has fallen over. Balls now. Julie up against Chuper. MEA, can he keep Chuper alive? It's fairly close, but no, that one's going to fall down. 2 kills so far picked up. Balls will finally drop Chuper 2 in this fight. It's still close. However, Quantic have picked up the turret. They're going to keep on moving forward. The inhibitor likely to fall over. Complexity are going to retreat.
Very aggressive move by Quantic, and Lemon Nation put himself way in there. In fact, Balls and Lemon Nation, the only two to die in that scenario, did it because they were fighting the whole team on their own, it seemed like. A lot of Quantic was actually focused to make sure they got the turret down, since the inhibitor was paramount in their objectives here, knowing that once they got that down, it would enable them to maybe get more Baron later in the game and create other objectives for themselves. So overall, a very smart move and a successful one.
Well, and they've got 20 seconds until Dragon as well, so if they want to get more neutral objectives, they can feel free. Prolly right now has to clear away this middle lane minion wave. He's had a bit of a better game this time around. He's 2-2-2. I think it's his best score so far in the series, so maybe he can make things happen.
Best score so far in this series isn't saying too much, since this has been a very one-sided first 2 games. This third game has definitely been a lot closer, but Quantic is opening up that really large, gaping lead once again, taking down these free dragons, people starting to build their items. Iceborne Gauntlet is a very huge completion for Sneaky Castro. Runic Bulwark as well is another huge thing they've had for a while on Meteos. It is looking extremely good for Quantic as their bid for the LCS gets closer and closer.
It is indeed. Now the Iceborne Gauntlet has been completed. Sneaky Castro keeping true. Even grabbed a blue elixir. He is really playing the part here. I gotta hand it to him. Louder Mortis sealing away his own blue buff. Looks like they will hand that off to Prolly. So some cooldown reduction on that Diana. What can Complexity grab in the next few minutes in preparation for this push?
It's a tough one. They don't have many options here because they have already warded up kind of the counter gank Baron approach. That might get swept out if Lemon Nation decides to get an Oracles, but because Quantic hasn't done that yet, it's really just a matter of Complexity trying to farm as much as possible and not get caught off guard by something sneaky from Quantic. I don't think there's anything they can necessarily pick up that would just turn the game.
That's fair, that's fair. So just gonna get themselves as close as possible in this game then. Cheaper, wave clearing up in the top. You saw Prolly farming in the mid a little while ago. They're certainly doing okay in minions. They're just not very good in gold, unfortunately, as Quantic have picked up so many things throughout this game. Balls, in fact, has a Riley's Crystal Scepter on top of everything else, so He's still scaling extremely well. High is going to grab himself another golem buff here. So it seems like they're grabbing the jungle, and then they'll start making the moves.
They're just doing the rounds of all the jungle buffs right now. They're making sure they have as much power as possible for the next fight. They are still in command and control of this game. They realize Prawley is down in the bottom lane pushing, and they know the exact timer of Baron. So Mortis is really trying to get as much control of his own jungle as possible right now, but it is still really, really bad for them in the other stuff. The only thing they might have going for them is they do have a Muramana transform that happened on Nick Wu, so Nick Wu might be able to get some kills if something disastrous happens for Quantic, but it's looking pretty bad.
Okay, so Baron is up. High's in the mid lane. The rest of Quantic are up top. You see Complexity with a fairly similar formation.
Oh, man.
They're going to move on forward. They do not quite get the knock up. The silence as well onto Meteos. And Complexity does back away successfully. However, Quantic, they look like they're going to keep poking for now.
And that's one of the benefits Quantic has when they pick Zac in all these games. They can initiate from anywhere, and if he doesn't want it, he just kind of backs away since they have such a lead, and he is such a huge tank for them right now. So when they're sieging outside this turret, he can actually just wait in that brush if he wanted to and actually initiate all the way to about the turret range if they wanted to go. But they're just kind of poking this down a little bit safe. And actually, I think Quantic is hoping Complexity gets impatient and dives in on them right here.
Well, they might just be. You can see the poke coming through very successfully so far. They're trying to drop the health bars down. There's the wild cards hitting on a Mortis. Loud puts a ward over the wall, and just Elimination finds it and gets rid of that. So they're still blinding Complexity. The ult comes off from Ezreal. They're still landing poke damage. The minions at the very bottom of the map as well are pushing down towards the Nexus turrets. This could be Complexity having to give up part of their Nexus to defend this outer turret, and maybe they won't go for that. They're going to go in on a sneaky Castro, but there comes Meteos at a beautiful crescendo. They find Prawley. There's one kill so far. They're going to keep mopping up right now. Balls dives forward. He looks for the four remaining members of Complexity. The ult comes out from High. Gets a stun on a Chuper. Chuper's going to fall over. They're going to keep moving forward. Nick Wu falls down. MIA falls down. This is most certainly going to be the game. This could be Quantic 3-0 going into the LCS Summer Split.
4-for-0 fight. They just played that fight perfectly, and they're screaming for this Nexus.
That is it. The turret goes down. No one is left to kill them as they take the Nexus down. Quantic Gaming in beautiful fashion. None of their games longer than 28 minutes. 5-0 in the tournament. They are in the LCS.
A spot well deserved for Quantic. All these guys have been top players for so long, and now they get to play in the top league of North America at the LCS. That's got to feel good.
Absolutely a well-deserved win. You can see them smiles on their faces, the hugs. Oh man, they are just ecstatic. You can see them just, the initial sort of rush of emotion falls off, then the sighs of relief, the thumbs up, the smiles, then the handshakes for their opponents.
How could they not be? That was such an amazing performance, a 3-0 in a promotion series, really saying that they deserve this spot. The rest of the LCS has got to take notice of Quantic.
Yeah, I actually remember a lot of players saying that they would definitely be a top contender in the league itself if they made it. It seems that they're certainly a top contender compared to Complexity. I mean, 3-0 in very, very convincing fashion, and they're going to be, making definitely a lot of waves in the season itself. So. A great champion pool, even if it was similar picks right now, certainly a very convincing play style from these guys.
And we'll have to see how Complexity handles this defeat, since they will not be in the LCS the next split, but they have a lot of really talented players, and of all the teams in the LCS, Complexity got along remarkably well. So if they decide to be a team, I think they could definitely make waves in Challenger Circuit and maybe make it back in for the next promotion tournament. But even though they did lose this one, Complexity has a lot of potential in the future.
They absolutely do, and it's been interesting watching both in the spring qualifier tournament as well as here what teams stay around and what teams do break up. Meet Your Makers in Europe, I remember, for example, made it all the way to the very last round in the European qualifier, lost to Dragonborns, and then stayed with the same 5 and said, we'll try again. And they were 0-2 against Dragonborns in that qualifier, but stuck it through and finally pulled it back and made it to the LCS. Quantic, you saw High elimination, stayed around and said, no, we can do this next time. We'll just make waves. We'll do it. They won the Challenger Circuit outright and took a 3-0. Again, you mentioned it for Complexity. This is certainly a possibility for these guys. I want to see them stick together. They're really, really great people.
They are a very good team. And another thing to note about LCS team, just because Complexity as an organization isn't necessarily in here, it doesn't mean that these players couldn't necessarily sign on as free agents. We saw a lot of free agents during the season even. That's the whole reason Prawley made it onto Complexity, because he was actually a Velocity player early on. Nian Tonso was actually a Cloud9 or Quantic player before he joined Marn. These guys, individually, if they have the talent, can make it work. regardless of the circumstances.
And I want to see what people do with the free agency as well, because you look at a team like Against All Authority in Europe, who actually had to forfeit their first round of the playoffs because they couldn't find a substitute to come in. And a lot of teams have to take notice of that and realize, guys, seriously, getting good subs is important. Look at TSM, right? They had troubles with KX. They got Wild Turtle. Dude, was Wild Turtle good.
You know what Team Wild Turtle's on? Quantic.
Right? Like, it's an important story for these guys. I think we are going to see these faces around again. They're amazingly good competitors. I mean, and you know, Quantic as well, right? They were prepared for the pro life already. They already had a gaming house. They were, like, already ready for this move.
Yeah, Hai really knew what he was doing here coming into the next split, finding the right sponsor, getting them into the house, boot camping. They prepared so amazingly well for Complexity. Better than a lot of the other LCS teams were doing it throughout the season. The way they got the early Dragons, the way they just knew exactly what to do against the picks, the way they shut down Loud Mortis. They really attacked Nick Wu as well, who's been an amazing player for Complexity all year. Great stuff.
It just shows you the power of research. So coming up, guys, Lemon Nation and Balls from the Summer Split Qualifier, Quantic Gaming will join us to talk about their dominating performance. Plus, Kobe breaks down the series' big plays. Then it's our second match of the day, Marn versus Velocity. So grab a Gragas-sized drink. There's a lot more LCS still to come.
absolute destruction. Quantic just rolling through Complexity, doesn't give up a turret.
They are in the LCS.
Balls are the greatest, man.
Oh my god.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. Freak here with Lemonation and Balls from the victorious Quantic Gaming. So first of all, you guys are in the LCS. How's that feel?
Really good.
I don't know, it's just super great.
Yeah.
Pretty great.
Are you prepared to be pro gamers already, or is it still sinking in?
We've been practicing like in a lot of scrims, and we're like just prepared for this. Like we're just like we already knew like.
You already knew.
Yeah, we just knew.
I think this will be a lot more intense than the LCS will be.
Really?
Like getting into this, like this match itself was just so much pressure. Now that we're in, the actual games during the LCS can't be this as much. Like,
so you're just gonna slack off now?
Yeah.
Just easier from here on out?
We're going winning nothing.
0-28, that's your start?
That's our goal.
All right, so let's take a step back and talk about the road you guys took to get here. So we'll start with the old Quantic squad that you were on Elimination, or I guess Cloud9 back in the day. You guys didn't make it through groups.
We did not.
How do you feel when you're like a favorite and you like, what does that do to you?
It was very depressing. We were joking about suicide.
Okay. But so then how do you recover then?
I mean, we just play the game. You got to move on. You just have to.
All right. You guys actually lost 2 of your players, Nii and Tansu and Wild Turtle, both left to join LCS teams.
We lost Yuzuki as well.
Yeah, and Yuzuki. Yuzuki actually just left. I think he quit, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I mean, even then, like it just feels like more stuff is piled against you. How do you persevere and just grab new players and say, no, we'll get it this time?
Well, I mean, they all left, intermittently. We had Wild Turtle for a while,
Okay.
so we stayed together as Wild Turtle, High, and me. And then Wild Turtle got a really good opportunity with GSM. And we got our new AD carry, Sneaky Castro, who's like a great replacement. Like, he's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, you just pick up new players, find the best you can, and people you like, and it all works out. Or it all worked out for us, I guess.
Of course. So, Balls, you got a similar story. Your team didn't quite make it to the LCS. What kind of kept you going and striving for the next season?
Well, me, Playground was like just Lemon got my support. He just like wanted to make it to LCS, and like if he didn't make it, he would have like just go to college. And yeah, I was just gonna kind of just go to college, but he just asked me, and I was like, okay. So it's like, yeah.
Cool. So how's the transition to being a top lane going for you?
It's going good. I like top lane. Like, I really like to play AD, but since they asked me to join as a top laner, and Turtle was the AD too, and Turtle was really good. So I was like, okay, I'll play top lane for that team.
How hard is it to transition into a new role on a new team as well?
It wasn't that hard for me since I played top lane for like a long time. And playing as an AD carry, like, I know what an AD can do, and like playing every role just helps for me, like to see what they can do and stuff.
So coming into this match, you played against Nikwu. You fought against him directly in Game 1 and Game 3. How did those lanes go for you?
I just kind of wanted to scrap and see what he does. Like, that's just how I play, like really aggro. And yeah, it's worked out.
Okay. So of course you could have researched the team. They had an entire season of LCS games to watch. How much did you learn from research versus learning from fighting with him in the beginning of the lane and seeing how he was performing?
Research, we just knew Nick would play. He loves Zed,
Mm-hmm.
and also Jace.
And Shen a lot too.
And Shen a lot too, but we weren't worried about the top lane that much. Just more of probably their mid laner. And we're just trying to get what we want instead of what they want. We didn't want to tunnel that.
Yeah, we didn't ban any champs we played. We left open every OP champ because we play all the OP champs basically, so we just left open everything and just got what we wanted.
Do you think that's the right strategy for most teams? Just leave all of your options open and just play your own strategy?
Well, I mean, you got to learn the OP champs, and then you can just, like, so many other teams don't actually like learn the OP champs like we do. They just play like what they want to play. Like they stick to their own strategy, and I don't think that's the way to go. I think you have to adapt.
And that's why you ran Sona all 3 games?
Yeah, that is why.
So I have a question for you specifically because you're the only support I see very, very frequently pick Summoner Heal. What makes that one so good?
It's the best late game summoner, like in team fights, it heals everyone for like 300, and it's just really good to have that. The passive, if you take the mastery, is just huge. It gives you, I don't know, it's like a 21 point for a 21st point in the masteries. It's that good.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you get to be actually tanky on Sona and then just heal the entire team and just everything. So that's really awesome. So then kind of walk me through the rest of your your sort of champion select strategy. Like, what were the synergies you're looking for there, or was it just like grab bag of this guy's good, this guy's good, this guy's good?
It was more of a grab bag.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, we have all the OP champs we play. We were just trying to get the order we thought for each player of what we wanted.
Okay.
And we kind of did every game, so it worked out. Yeah.
Okay, so walk me through then how the game's progressed, because it seems like you guys, I mean, every single one of you is a challenger solo queue, first of all. So you're all ludicrously good at the game. And you guys just won your lanes. Was that just individual skill, or were there matches you're looking for, or how'd that work out?
Individual skill is just like the most important thing in the game. Like, if you can't win your lane, then you pretty much can't do much after that towards the team fight. So that's what I think we're best at, individual skill. Just winning every lane just sets the mood for the game.
Okay. Do you think that was specifically maybe complexity that they were a little bit lacking compared to other LCS teams, or do you think you can just win lanes against teams like TSM and GGU?
It's pretty much against every team.
I mean, in scrims, we've been beating all of the LCS teams then pretty consistently.
Do you actually want to talk about that a little bit? I know scrims can be very, very private, but how are you doing in scrims against the other, really, really good teams in the world?
We've been scrimming TSM and DIG the most, and we've been scrimming CLG and Curse a little bit, and we have highly positive records versus all of them.
So then what's your, I'm not going to ask record, but what place are you going to finish in the end of the summer split, 1 through 8?
8th.
8th. Winning scrim records, finishing 8th.
Yes.
Yep. Pretty much.
That's our plan.
That's our plan.
Yeah.
Plan for 8th. All right,
He's the one to get in, pretty much.
We're done now.
Goes through the season. No scrims. All right, guys. Well, thank you very much, and a lot of positive energy in you guys. Apparently, you're going for the 8th place finish. I guess the only team you're going to hear say that's their goal in the season, but you've heard it from Quantic. They are the confident ones. So congratulations again to you guys. 3-0 victory, 5-0 on the weekend. You're in the LCS. It's going to be beautiful stuff. But to break down some of the key points of that game, let's send it over to Kobe to break it down.
All right, thank you, Freak. I've got 2 clips for you from the Quantic games. The first one is going to be the first blood in Game 2 that I'm really just showing to display how Quantic, they make the normal play that a normal team would make, but then they take it one step further. All right, so this one is going to be set up. Quantic, yesterday I talked about how they have great control of the map and they make plays after that. Right here, they've drawn 5 members of Complexity down to the bottom side of the map with only 4 of their members, and they left Rumble up here pushing in the top. So this is going to buy them a lot of free time in that top lane. The normal play here, Rumble is just going to shove this top lane up to the turret because nobody's guarding it. You want all the minions to die to that turret. But then he takes it one step further, and he goes from here all the way around into this side bush, and he uses the minion wave that he built up as a giant minion wave of money, a big pot of bait here that he's going to use at the top turret. You don't always have to use your own life to bait. You can actually use the minions instead. So let's run this at double speed, and we'll get to the action quickly. All the 5 members of Complexity down here in the bottom side, and Balls is just going to do his thing up top here and push that one. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, they have this, the magic trick really. You always want to have some distraction down in the mid lane, so they make a few flashy plays down here while buying Balls time to get into position up here. And now, Prawley is just going to walk, let's pause it here. Probably just has no idea. He walks right into this one, hook, line, and sinker, and that's going to be the easiest first blood that we've seen pretty much all day long. All right, we can run this one out. There's nothing that Prawley can do. He just gets incinerated right here, burns him down very quickly. Now, let's take a look at pretty much the team fight that got Quantic into the LCS. This is the Dragon fight. They were already ahead, and this one just completely turned it. It went from bad to worse for Complexity. All right, so let's run this one. We started off with Lattimore trying to get a steal. He doesn't quite get it. Would just be a regular Larsa here. Pause right here. We just had the miss steal, so it wasn't too bad. But now, the rest of Complexity, they're all trying to come in, and they're split up. We have 2 members on the very top and 2 members on the very bottom here, while Loudamortis is by himself in the Dragon Pit. Very bad position. Lemonation, it doesn't even matter that he only hit one person with that crescendo, and that Walls only got one person with his Rumble ultimate, because the split of complexity, not going to do a lot of work for them. Let's run the rest of this clip. Normal speed. There probably he does get in, and since Balls doesn't have his ultimate anymore, they're going to burn him down. But Meteos, his AoE damage inside that Dragon Pit, going to be able to win the one for them. And Chuper and MIA up top. Let's pause it here. They were zoned out the entire fight, basically by high, just one man zoning two people, and they didn't add the damage that complexity needed because they started so split up. Now they still have the Twisted Fate ultimate, they get the catch, and Meteos is going to follow this one up, continue to roll the clip. They get 2 more executes, and at this point, Loudamortis is the last man standing, but he goes in to try and finish off high, doesn't get the kill, and since the smite is gone now, that means that they'll also get Baron. So it went from Dragon to Ace, to Dragon, Ace, and Baron. Just completely downhill for complexity right there. Well played by Quantic. And that's really been the story of all their games. They completely just steamroll everyone. Let's send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thanks very much, Kobe. So I'd like to welcome back to the desk the third member of this analytical triumvirate, GGU's Don't Mash Me. So 3-0. Did you expect, I know you kept calling that complexity would pull it back, but would you have believed it if I told you at the beginning of the day?
I knew Quantic had a chance, but I thought it'd be a bit closer, but in the end it wasn't that close.
So what was the big determining factor? You know, you mentioned some of the champion picks and whatnot at the very beginning, but looking at game 3, a little bit closer, but still the 3-0. What was so good for Quantic here?
Just momentum. I think they handled the momentum really well, and I don't think complexity stayed positive. I think they just kind of crumbled a bit.
So if you're kind of trying to analyze the strengths or weaknesses of their team, what is the strength of Quantic in their ability to 3-0 those guys?
Just individual skill, and I think overall they were just better than complexity today.
So how do you look at a team like that? Because you know GGU second place, obviously an amazing team. You guys are all-stars as well. Does the individual talent of that team worry you guys?
I don't think so. I just felt like eventually, I think they had more teamwork. Honestly, they had better synergy. They predicted like counter ganks really well, and they just executed really well today.
So then how would you specifically, right, your team has to face them, let's say, in week 1 or something.
Okay.
What's that game going to look like?
Judging from how they play, I think, like I said, we have to play a lot more aggressive than them and just outplay them and just outsmart them. Because they are a really aggressive team, and you got to know what they're doing and just counterplay that.
Okay.
Yeah, we saw them just absolutely dominate, and if obviously, Lemonation, I think, was messing around a little bit with the 8th place finish. If you had to, I know we asked you this a bit during the second interview as well. If you had to place them in the overall strength of the LCS, would they be top 4, or they still have work to do?
Give me 5 seconds to think. I'd give them a really close to 5th spot around in the middle, because they are a very strong team, and no one should really mess with them.
Oh, so right under you, Dignitas, TSM, and Curse, that's where Quantic belongs.
They could go for top 4, but I think they still got a lot of work to do to face the big dogs.
So if you were like their coach,
Yeah.
right, and had to get them up to the point where they're a top 2 team, maybe they go to the World Playoffs, what do you have them work on?
Just mentality and just how you think of your teammates, because what made us really good is trusting your team and playing as a team, and no matter how bad the game is going, you're still a team.
Okay, so let's take a look forward a little bit throughout the day, because we've got another best of 5 here, Marn versus Velocity. What's your call on this best of 5?
This is actually a hard one. I'm kind of rooting for Velocity, but at the same time, I believe Marn can still stick up the spot. They're actually a really good team, but I'm rooting for Velocity.
All right, rooting for Velocity. Of course, in Europe, we saw 3 of the teams from Challenger usurp the LCS teams. In NA, we've got 1-0 so far. Now, early in the show, guys, we asked you which player from the Challenger teams do you think would add the most excitement to the North American LCS, and why? So here's what you guys had to say. First off, from Maple Street, because of all the sibling rivalry that would happen between him and the Odd One.
Yeah, that would be a pretty interesting thing there. Based on the sibling rivalry, that actually can happen in the LCS next split, based off Nick Wu and
Claky D.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that? Do you have a brother who could play?
No.
Do your teammates have a brother who could play? Like,
all of them are old. They suck at the game. We played Dota back in the day, but I guess that doesn't really count. But yeah, no.
All right, fair enough. We'll go on to the next one. And then our next question, our next answer is, I think Big Fat LP will bring the most excitement if he qualifies by defeating his old team. What beats that?
Nothing. I don't know. I feel it is kind of a grudge match, and I think he really wants to defeat Link and Asora's dominance in the mid lane.
So actually I have a question on that as well, because you guys beat, you guys had to face off against Bloodwater after you went and joined Vulcan. Like, how's it feel to beat a team like that?
We didn't beat them. I think they beat us,
Sure.
actually. But
Okay.
I don't know. At the end of the day, it's no hard feelings, but it's kind of like you're in game. I want to kill this guy. I want him to die 10 times. It's like that kind of, but in reality, but no, it's not like that. We're
Okay.
still friends.
That's good to hear, of course. So let's pull up the next question. It says, I think Chris, at the moment, there's 2 top laners considered dominant, Dyrus and Voyboy. Chris may be able to provide that third and spice things up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Mega Zero and crew might have something to say about that, even the Zion Spartan. But you know what? Chris does have a pretty defining personality. He has played a lot of top lane, and people definitely know what he does in the top lane. You seem to think a little otherwise.
I don't know. I don't think he notices Zion or Mega Zero a lot. I think on a good day, they can beat Voyboy and Dyrus and be dominant.
How actually do you feel about, because Chris is going to be heads up against Mega Zero really, really soon. How do you feel about that heads up?
It's kind of even because they both main Riven. But I don't think it's going to happen because I think 1v2s are going to occur.
All right, and of course, Mega is already the best Riven NA, guys. It's official. Well, let's move on to the next answer. And he says that I would say high. He's crazy and can usually make big plays when needed. He also has a pretty large champion pool.
I actually agree to that. But for some reason, I think he plays really like physical melee assassins over AP in the mid lane. But yeah, he does have a big champ pool.
It'll really depend on how he adapts to as the season moves on and forward. Because like right now, we can always say Quantic is really good in this patch, but we've seen some other teams not adjust that well to the patches. And since, especially what Lemonation was talking about, they like to play whatever they think is OP, it's going to change, and we'll have to probably switch it up at some point.
And we'll see how that team evolves. So, guys, remember to please keep those answers coming. We are at LOL Esports, and please make sure to use the hashtag LCS.
And now that we've heard what you had to say on Twitter, we want to hear from you about the LCS. Go to bit.ly/LCSFanFeedback and share your thoughts with us. And now, let's take a look at the summer promotion bracket.
So with their dominating 3-game sweep in today's first matchup, Quantic has earned the weekend's first spot in the summer split. And our next best-of-5 series features Marn versus Velocity Esports. Mega Zero and the crew look to regain their place in the LCS when they take on Maple Street and the Challengers.
The 2013 North American Summer Promotion Tournament will be right back, so keep your site wars planted right here.
Momentum is a really underrated kind of thing in this game. If you're losing or if they made a good play or whatever, that really can kind of get in your heads.
They're all yelling and screaming, you can hear it.
Traven's gone, Zed's gone, Zed's gone!
You got to make sure that you do it back to them.
He's dead. Yes, that's it, let's go!
And it's just like, do I want to win next game? Like, do I really think we could do this?
Win the game, end game now!
Once we make like a good play, the momentum we just try to like take it from there.
Welcome back to the 2013 North American LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. I'm Rivington Bislin III, and this is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. Thanks for joining me today.
You're welcome.
It's been a while. Let's get some games down. It's now time for our second showdown of the day, Team Marn versus Velocity Esports. Yesterday, Velocity was smashed in their first game against the Salad Bar, but came back to take 2 in a row and advanced to today's game.
Yeah, Maple Street's late game twitch turned the tide and started Velocity's comeback in game number 2. Velocity's Vile Rose, he didn't really have spectacular solo plays, but his shot calling, and he also kept them really focused.
Absolutely, but today they're up against the Ultimate Comeback Kids in Team Marn. It was in the spring qualifier that Mega Zero and the guys not only earned a spot in the LCS, but they brought back the old adage of getting Marn.
Yeah, but after that exciting spring qualifier, Marn struggled once they got into the LCS.
Yeah, they did.
Even though they ended up in 7th place in the spring split, they have had 10 weeks playing against the best North American teams for practice, though. So they still are the favorites coming into this match. Plus, they have that best theory crafting Riven North America in Mega Zero there. For those of you who don't know, there was a best Riven 1 vs. 1 tournament over the weekend, which was extremely exciting, and he came out the victor with a very nice teleport strategy.
Absolutely. He put it out on the social media tweets that he said, I'm actually not one to toot my own horn, but I think I'm better than everyone anyways. And he proved it. But the best Riven NA and Marn will need to use everything they've learned in the LCS's spring split to take out a very confident Velocity squad.
Playing against Marn, I'm super like pumped. I'm super confident. Like I know my team will play well.
When they qualified for LCS, they weren't the favorite team, and they took out Quantic. So I think we could kind of pull off the same thing against them here.
Obviously, they're a really good team now that they've had that whole season in the LCS. Our work's cut out for us.
I guess their mindset's kind of like we should just crush these guys and get back to business, but once again, like we can't be too overconfident.
We know that we've had all the LCS experience, and we are a much more seasoned team than they are.
All the things other teams have beaten us with, we're going to try and do on them.
We still practice, even though we're confident. We don't want to underestimate them going into it.
Now that we've heard what the teams have to say, it's time to take a look at the lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Marn. Mega Zero in the top lane, Claky D in the jungle, Echo in mid, Niantanzo and Heartbeat at AD and support.
And on the red side, it's Velocity Esports. Chris is up top. NK Inc. is in the jungle. Vile Rose is their mid laner. Maple Street is down bottom with Evanescus as support.
And before we get into this champ select, let's take a look at who you think will snag today's second summer split berth. According to LOLesports.com, 63% of you think that Team Marn will win today's match and earn a spot in the summer split.
Getting a little closer here.
It is.
They've seen the devastation that Quantic wrought, and they're thinking these ones are going to be much closer. So
I think this is really the biggest of the toss-ups, if there were any to be considered throughout these summer promotion matches. Yeah. Between the teams, you ask anybody. I asked Mashme as we were standing there before he came up for his interview. I was like, who do you think? He's like, I don't know. Do you have a coin? It's like, what's going on here? But we are into champion select, so we'll figure out what these teams do have cooking for each other as we see Draven and Twisted Fate banned out right off the bat, directed at Echo and Maple Street.
Yeah, we saw before, Maple Street's Draven. He's definitely one of those players that's known for a specific champion. Yeah. They're getting that one right off the board early. He was awarded a 3-minute and something first blood to win their last matches yesterday, so they definitely want to get that one off the table early, and taking a long time for the second ban here.
Yeah, they're going back and forth for this. They don't like to see the rumble that came out before him. I'd be surprised if we see the Shen stick as well with NK Inc. and both Chris on Velocity.
Yeah, probably. And whenever you see them take this long in bans, it means that the first ban from Velocity actually caught them off guard. Because bans that's one of the things, you plan out all 3 before you even get there. And if you're taking this long deciding on your second and third bans here, then it means they weren't expecting Twisted Fate ban, which is one of the most common bans.
Velocity's like, what? Yes, boom, there's the Shen. They forced it out. they picked the Renekton and they said they'll probably leave it up for us.
Yeah, and now we have the answer here from Velocity. Chris, he likes to go with his 1v1. He's a very aggressive solo laner, and he'll probably pick something to either punish that Shen, or they'll just go with a complete swap and do the AD and support in the 2v1 lane.
And the thing is, we have to remember that we haven't seen Marn play in a while. Yes, they've been scrimming. Obviously, they're still playing the game. You kind of fall out of practice without a few days of it. And right now, for the Summer Promotion Tournament, you need to be on your game. Quantic was, and that's the kind of style teams are bringing right now. So we'll have to see if Marn has kind of, not gotten themselves in LCS form without having the LCS to play in.
And we talked about close games before. Velocity had a close game to even get to this spot. So they had to concentrate a lot on the last match and didn't have quite as much time to prepare for Marn, though they knew they were going to end up having to beat them at some point.
So we see the Elise locked in from Chris. This will be the first time, and if that does stay a Shen in the top lane, then how do you somewhat build that, right? Because you want to stay away from health, but with Shen, you kind of want all that.
Yeah, if you're Shen, you mean, and how do you build it?
Yeah.
That early Aegis of the Legion that we just saw in the last the Shens that were going up against Rumble. Yeah. It's exactly what you want to do there. Take a page out of Quantic's book because it's a pretty good book.
And it looks like they did leave Riven open, so they're going to go ahead and lock that in. So Shen won't even be in the top lane. That goes to Claky D in the jungle, and they give Heartbeat Thresh. A lot of the supports have not a lot of the supports, but supports have kind of fallen off in these past few games or weeks as the first picks right off the bat.
Yeah, and Thresh, he was considered one of the top 3 supports for a really long time, and he just got some recent balance changes where we moved damage from his Q, the passive damage, over to his Flay instead, which has balanced it out a little bit, and he doesn't have quite the ridiculous early game bullying in the lane phase, but people are still picking him for the pulls and the utility of that Dark Passage. The Lantern saves are always very exciting, and when you add those onto something like Tristana that already has built-in ones, it's so hard to take out that AD carry in the late game.
Also, I've yet to see a nice Lantern Shen gank coming in, so it'll be cool, right? The Jarvan one's always fun to see. The Shen taunt after the Lantern grab will be nice. These guys start giving us a show. But as we look at Velocity Esports, their team, I don't even really just oriented to kind of win the laning phase. It's all over. They have crowd control for the late game fight, but they have kind of everything on their team.
Yeah, they do. They have that crowd control even coming from the AD and support lane there. Lulu's got a good knock-up, and Varus always, he's one of the most CC-heavy ADs out there. They do have some nice objective control, even whenever you have Nasus on your team, popping that ultimate.
Absolutely.
We've seen him solo dragons several times already this weekend, and even with the nerf to that Wither, where the attack speed debuff is halved in the late game, it's still very effective in the late game, and people are still using him. That balance change did not scare anyone away from the Banana Dog.
I'm guessing we won't see, and this is a best of 5, so we could see anything for the first game, but maybe the first few pitches are going to be just let them go by, see what happens from both teams. I don't think we're going to have the invade here.
The Invade they've dropped off a lot really lately, especially with the reduction in Fortitude Elixirs.
Right.
When people were grabbing like 3 or 4 of those on a team a game, they were just like,
gold, boom.
All right, ready to go. Let's do that level 1 Invade and go for it. But the level 1 Invades are also very telling, because that's really what decides the entire rest of the game. We've seen Quantic, a successful level 1 invade, they just steamroll that all the way into, for like 10 minutes after that, they keep the advantage and they don't let you get back on the front page.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, match 2 here of day 2 in our summer promotion week. It's Velocity Esports versus Marn. Velocity making it through yesterday here to face off. Both of these teams looking Marn to get back into the LCS. Velocity to get a berth into for the first time. Marn on the blue side, Velocity on the red.
It's very funny that we have Mega Zero using that Riven. And a lot of people would actually expect it since he's got so much practice last weekend. He was playing it for 2 days straight, and he was only playing Riven. He tweeted out, yeah, it's weird to play another champion after playing Riven so much. Where are all my dashes? Where's my mobility? So he's definitely very comfortable on this champion at this specific point in time.
Never has a team ever felt so comfortable leaving a teammate alone. There is the, oh, get it! The cocoon on the Neotot, so he's able to jump away, though. Doesn't use the Lantern. It looks like nobody's going to flash for that. And they do keep it safe.
So even level 1, like we talked about, if you have a Thresh and Tristana, it's basically the safest combo that you can have for AD and support. Right there, they didn't even need all their escapes. He could have clicked the Lantern. He already had Rocket Jump too. He's going to get out of that one. It was a nice blind cocoon. That's really been the strategy when invading through the tri-bush there. You can get out of the Fog of War, you can see right there, and then fire your blind skill shot CC over to try and catch somebody. And really all they accomplished there was, forcing the level up into Rocket Jump. Luckily for Marn, no summoners burned.
Yeah, everybody's staying away from that early fight. They know they're in the jungle, so they're just going to put the wards down for the invade section that we were talking about. It looks like they will invade a little bit, and in hindsight, when you think about it, it's been like the kind of 2-minute, 30-second invade where the support will come down, put a ward on the blue later, and then they go back in. So we'll see if that happens as well.
So we have, in response to the invade from Velocity, Marn going to start out on their red as well, and Chris has to be a little bit careful here, but he's going to collect some information for his team, as he does see Klakey has answered with a red steal of his own.
So also with this Kobe, it looks like AD carry supports are going to return, or not return, but head to that bottom lane to start off, and we will get the matchup of Chris versus Mega Zero in the top lane.
Yeah, so Mega Zero always wants his 1v1, and to do that, you have to do something to negate the double golem lead that blue team will have, and that was the whole reason that they were going for this red invade. Yes, we did just trade buffs, so nobody really came out ahead there, but we stopped your duo lane bottom from getting their lead as, a side bonus.
Mega Zero putting a bit of pressure on this lane. He's just getting those stacks up, trying to get that damage in if the fight goes down. Level 2 already to the level 1 of Chris, but that should be fast for him. We saw Vile Rose trying to be a little bit of aggressive in the middle as these guys causing each other to chug pots already.
Yeah, so Vile Rose in the last set, he had the one game on Zed that people were just giving him a lot of flack for, and then he played Lux for the rest of it. So no surprise to have him return to Lux. Very safe mid, long range, just looking for picks and, just hoping not to get burst down. That's why she has to be careful and ward up, especially when there is a jungler like Shen. You don't expect Shen to be exceptionally dangerous, but when he has flash taunt up, he's just as effective as, a Jarvan or something coming out of the side bushes, especially on the mid lane on someone squishy like Lux.
And with these mid lanes, you have one Nasus on one side, you have Klakey D on the other on Shen. That could be a focus for both lanes. There's a lot of crowd control that I would work with.
Yeah, since Nasus, he only has that Wither CC, it's a little bit less dangerous in the mid lane since you can, it's a lot shorter, you can get back. But that flash taunt we talked about is a devastating early tool as Klakey looks to use the Lantern Gang.
Oh, there's the Lantern Gang. We just called for it. He delivers, but they didn't connect. They do force the flash, however, in Evaniscus.
So it was pretty well played, but anytime you throw your Lantern backwards, it signals to people, oh, somebody's probably coming in here. And we actually saw last week a few, I forget exactly who it was, who
somebody did
bluffed. They were threshed. They didn't have anyone behind them, and they were going to die. So he threw his lantern behind him like he had a jungler coming in, and the other lane just backed off. It was just such a beautiful play that really made me smile. So there's a lot of mind games you get with Thresh
Absolutely.
too.
There's that statistic, the 50% physical, 50% mental deal. There's mind games. Mind games are involved. Coming up on 5 minutes here, we get some aggression from NK Inc. in the top. Well, at least some presence, I should say, from NK Inc. Doesn't look like he's going to get a bite here.
Yeah, we haven't had Mega Zero use his solo build of teleport and starting Doran's Blade that he used through the Best Riven NA tournament, and that's because this is not a solo tournament. This is a team game here, so he's gone with the Rejuve bead there, which has become so much more popular when we've capped the health potion stacks to only 5 health potions allowed in your inventory.
Klakey D, once again, they know the flash is down, and they want to work with that window here.
Yeah, and we'll probably see the same thing here. Another, they
a little too quick.
Messed it up a little bit. He was trying to jerry-rig a sort of a ghetto flash lantern gank there because he doesn't have his flash up, so he hooks a minion to try and pull himself over to the minion and get more range with the lantern, but we didn't have Klakey quick enough on the lantern click there to come with it.
Base coming out of the sleeves here for Marn as they're trying all the tricks to get this laning phase. And maybe we said before, the laning phase so far is going to be good for him. Echo is, formidable on Ahri. Mega Zero, Best Riven NA, he's not going to lose his lane. So that's safe there. It really relieves pressure on the map, actually.
Oh, yeah. He is doing great up in that top lane. Even with
NK Inc. making visits up top, he's beating Chris just single-handedly.
And that beating Chris is 44-29 in CS right now. He's only used a few potions and just working off the rejuve bead and stacking up those runic blade shot hits. Like 21 or so damage at full stack, he's just going on to Chris with, and he can't stay in the fight. Look, forced to repel out and just back down. He can't even get to his minions.
We have talked about how, you know, Nasus isn't that fearsome of an early game jungler because he doesn't have the hard CC, and he's not, but he is amazing at farming. So he's been clearing out the jungle, and he's ahead of Claykey. We've seen all these the failed lantern ganks that Claykey's been making bottom, and it's actually cost him in CS. Shen is not a very fast clearing jungler, so if you don't get those ganks to work early and you delay that Madred's upgrade, then it's going to be harder for him, really hard for him to catch up to NK Inc. on that Nasus.
Oh, and that's one of those things that can be really frustrating too. You try over and over again, and the one time they hit you back is the time they get the capitalization on it. And they see they're trying to pull it in here. Maple Street kind of put himself in a take me down position, but nobody bit, and it looks like NK Inc. is going to be forced back here. The lane's backing as well. In the top is Seeker's Arm Guard being purchased up here right away by Chris as he gets that.
Yeah, some more mind games there. When does the AD carry come to try and face check you? Here comes NK Inc. with his gang.
Side. It's going to be damage, good damage onto NK Inc. here, but Harkey can finally fall for the first blood. He's going to go down, but it's going to be backwards. No, it goes to Meniscus, unfortunately. Niantanso is going to be able to pick up 2 in the end. He will not chase, but that's going to be huge for Trist.
So that was a double kill, both kills going to Niantanso. The first blood money went to Lulu. That is not how they wanted it to turn out. Actually backfires right there for Velocity.
Oh, Echo in mid lane. He gets hit up by the Lux passive, but they're each going to take each other down in the draw.
All right, so Echo did get the experience, though, for that one. So tiny win for him. Definitely a draw right there, but we saw both of them going full on. I like that. Plus, Echo still has his flash. So there's a small advantage here. That's going to be Ari returning, and Valro is going to have to play a lot more cautious. Hug that top side of the river where he's got his ward, because he's blind on the bottom side.
And you can see Echo, you know, kind of being able to do that. We see AP champions that have that diving, going few Dorans early to keep that health up and really allow them to kind of go for a 1v1 if they want.
Yeah, that's really the whole idea behind these Dorans as items, what the design team had in mind. It's the early game items that, you know, you take up a spot in your inventory and it doesn't build into anything, but early game, it's the most effective buy.
You can use it. All right, so we'll see that mana regen. Echo actually coming back to lane after picking up some items, so he's not relying on that just yet. Wards being cleared here as Velocity looks to start gaining control towards this bottom lane. They know Niantanso just got a double kill, and they want to pressure that.
Yeah, let's look at what what happened from that gank bottom. Lulu got the first blood. All she got over Heartbeat over here, you know, is another ward and a Fairy Charm. That's not going to do anything for the lane. Meanwhile, Niantanso's got boots 2 to 0 boots over here for Maple Street.
Oh, Mega Zero with the sidestep dodge, lacing up the Nikes, breaking the ankles of Chris, but Chris makes it out as he limps away. Great play there into the bottom lane. Once again, they go on to Maple Street. The barrier was down. He actually didn't even get the flash in that fight.
So what happened there was Claykey D actually stand united. As soon as he hit 6, you always have to remember that jungle Shen. You know, he hit 6 a little bit later than top lane, so people kind of forget about him. It's that 9 minutes in, and they're going on the dragon now.
I mean, I almost forgot about it. It's been a while since he attempted something bottom lane. They come in with it this time, get a kill again. They think they can pressure the dragon, and they're in a pretty dangerous spot, stuck in the den. But the pressure isn't there from Velocity. There goes the Spirit Rush out. The Charm just misses. They get the double binding. This could be the double kill coming up here for Vile Rose. He does take down 1. Heartbeat makes it out. Niantanso just on his backside. The Wither's not going to be enough, but Nasus is going to be able to chase. They pick up another kill on Evaniscus. Niantanso should be able to kite this. He has red buff. What are you doing, NK Inc.? NK Inc. could be picked up here. It's going to be Echo coming now from Dragon side. If the Charm hits, it's going to be NK Inc. going down. The finalize is there. Echo picks up the kill.
Beautiful skill shot from Echo right there, and we just talked about Niantanso's advantage of the double.
Maple Street.
Flash coming in. He doesn't need boots because he's just going to flash on your face. Niantanso, though, the reason he was able to get that kite off was that the double kill that enabled him to get Berserker Grease. So everything coming full circle here at the Dragon fights.
Maple Street dies first, calls the cab, take me to mid, comes back with some kills for his team. He gets 1 back from earlier when that double kill hit onto Niantanso, but Niantanso picked up another 2 in that fight, so it's only getting harder for Maple Street to really try and balance that out right now. They are 86 to 81 in CS, but 4-0-2 on Trist, who's scary late game, is getting scary mid game.
Oh yeah, and Maple Street, you know, he was able to get the boots 1 before he came out here, but we talk about all the time how Tristana, you know, doesn't have the greatest laning phase. Double Lift even said that she has a terrible laning phase, and he never lets Tristana's get out of his lane without, you know, a 50 CS deficit here. This is an amazing start for Tristana. She's just destroying this game, and her late game's going to be a beast as we see Mega Zero on the chase once again.
And we realized Mega Zero was going to do this to his top lane. Chris sits there. He knows he has to fight, almost gets it full, and you can see how disheartened he is about it. Mega calmly walking away.
Best Riven NA indeed, both solo and in team games here.
And Chris is doing the right thing. What do? You build a Seeker's Arm Guard. You're stacking it up. You've mitigated with armor. You're still getting crushed down.
Yeah, he's trying his darndest to stay alive here. As we see, Niantanso going to push his advantage. Now that he is so far ahead with the double buffs and the item lead here, they can completely bully out this lane. And that is exactly what you want in a Thresh lane. He will be able to pick up every single soul that drops because they have complete control over the entire bottom area.
I'm going to say he's going to enjoy that. Moving up towards the turret here, they are 12 minutes into this one with a 3K lead in their favor. 8-4 is the kills. They may find their first turret here, and we'll have to see what happens to the lanes. Chris is actually forced now to kind of roam around the jungle and pick up some extra experience as Mega pushes his lane and it gets pushed back. Mega is having a great time top, 106 to 66. And CS, Chain of Corruption coming out, but they do grab the Lantern there, perfectly playing that one. Claky D still comes for safety and probably the rest of this turret.
Yeah, they actually use the Stand United on top of the Lantern. They don't go in for the last few hits on this turret. That's great news for Velocity because even though it's really low and it'll probably drop soon, they don't have, oh, here we go, Mega Zero taking so much.
He is getting caught out, but he's right next to that wall. He may be able to play this to his advantage. The repel goes down. They've used most of the crowd control. He's going down on this one. The shutdown going to Chris, a very much needed chunk of change.
Yeah, and you can see how Chris was getting extremely desperate there. He bought up the Doran shield and a blue elixir. Now a charm landing onto Vile Rose means half his health is gone.
No, Mega Zero has like 3 kills in this game because there's been so much action, but not a shutdown. It is good gold that Chris needed, though. So they're looking to get the turret. Is when you don't drop it, right? You leave your lane, and then they drop your turret. So vice versa, the bottom lane, Velocity Esports looks to drop the bottom turret, have a little bit more pressure on this Dragon now. We'll have to see if they use that to their advantage.
Yeah, great answer for them. They really need to get that one down, but it looks like they won't be able to hold off as Claky D now just walking down bottom. 3 people means that they're going to have to call Nasus if they want to keep this turret any longer.
And this is, you almost have to preempt a fight here because that turret's low. One shot's going to take it down. You can see they're walking away now. They know it's going to happen.
1 shot, 1 kill. Is he going to do it? No! Yes! The Lantern! It's 2 shots. Oh, so sad. He didn't have the power for 1. They are going to take that out, though. Evens up the bottom map control here, and they do shove the lane as they leave, too. So now that you have that one down, you can rotate your AD and support up to the mid tower, and that'll probably be the next area of focus as they want to leave Mega Zero in his 1v1 heads up as long as possible without people interfering, because if you leave him to his own devices, he'll win.
Yep. Now, everybody's going to win. Like we said, the laning phase, anybody left to their own devices is going to do good. And as we look in the inventory, we see the Infinity Edge at 14 minutes, picked up right now by Niantanso. He also has, 3 points in his rapid fire, which gives him another 60% attack speed, which equals a roughly 1,200 gold that's just on a queue. So he's not even needing that yet.
Yeah, exactly. So Infinity Edge completed for him. That's just going to be pain for Maple Street here. But we just saw, like I said, the AD and support, those guys roamed middle for a second, and there was an attempt at a gank from Heartbeat, which I think could have been played a tiny bit better. He flashed and then tried to throw out the death sentence. You can actually charge up the death sentence animation and then flash. So it's much quicker, and it doesn't give your opponent time to move.
They're trying to pull Mega Zero into a fight up top. There's the shield off. He does blow the Wind Slash, so they know they can be a bit more aggressive here. They do pull Claky D towards that top lane, but looks like Marn is actually holding it slow. They don't have the Claky D ultimates in Stand United right now. They're kind of waiting to really make something off of that once more.
Yes, they don't want to get too overconfident here. Their LCS spot is on the line, and they are not going to let it go without a fight.
Looks like Blue is going to be going over to Vile Rose here. We'll see what he can start to do with his team. He just really had great, we'll say, dances in 1v1s, 2v1s, 3v1s when he was helping the team with luck. So that blue buff on him is really going to put them in a better fighting position. Ward's going down. They're being extra safe on this one. Doesn't catch anybody. Loosen Singularity is going to keep vision on that. And it looks like they're going to go in. They may not get it. Echo tries to push them out so they don't go for the Dragon. He gets his team Dragon really with that move right there. Goes back into the fight. The box goes down from Heartbeat. They may be able to take out Velocity here, but whoa! Blue health bars turn in red, and Marn gets taken down in the fight. Dragon does not matter that much anymore.
That was a good zoning tactic by Echo there. He drew everyone away, and he knew since he had the mobility and calling for the Stand United shield from Shen, but now Niantanso really in trouble as they miss a couple skill shots. He's running as quick as he can.
Jump Niantanso, there's the rocket. It's going to be the last few auto attacks, and they will be able to get out of this one. The Bear's piercing arrow too far off. They get out with the Dragon, losing 3.
Oh, who says Yordles can't run fast? Look at those short legs pumping right there. Niantanso dodges every single skill shot right there. If he had missed one of those, he would have dropped for it. No wonder he had over 1,000 challenger points.
Absolutely. So he picks up the attack speed now. He was looking forward to get himself some more points in the KDA ratio, 4-0-2. That would have been his 1 death and a big shutdown for somebody. So he prevents that as well. And they are now 8-8, actually, even in kills. This has been a bloodbath of a game, almost a kill a minute coming in. And the gold is almost even. It's 800 as the deficit for Velocity now. 1 turret apiece. These guys are going at each other's necks, not objectives.
Yeah, we were talking about this game being closer than the last games, and that's a bit of an understatement here. It's about as close as it gets.
Ooh, there's the ultimate getting away, and there's going to be a lot of that, I feel. A lot of quick disengages in this, and the team resetting. Vile is absolutely loud right now. You can see him once he's back on the screen just completely saying, get this, back up. 2 wards again for Velocity. 2 wards, 1 in the fight last time. They got to be safe.
Yeah, they need to keep... That's been so popular, dropping down the lane wards as soon as you take out that turret, because it gives you so much vision. The only thing here is Heartbeat's got a 17, 18-minute oracles already, and so he just immediately clears those out.
That oracle sitting on top of his Philo as well, so he can just pretty much get the gold back over time from that generation. 18 minutes into this one, Marn looks to pretty much cancel out the laning phase here. They're going to start grouping in mid, and they're going to start trying to take down this mid objective turret. That first tier 1 is going to be big since they just lost one of theirs.
They're having to tank it here, though. Only so many shields, and now the laser comes out to try and clear. They do answer back, but the pressure from Velocity, since they weren't mid, they've been able to push both side lanes.
So they keep that gold there. The side lanes are going to start putting pressure onto Marn, as you said, and now they're trying to react to this. They're sending Niantanso bottom. This takes Marn pretty much out of fight phase right now because they need all of that AoE they're bringing to the table.
I don't usually get surprised by item builds any longer in the LCS, but look at this Lichbane rush from Echo here. He wants to get into the fights. We saw him at the Dragon getting deep into the enemy team. He wants to use all of the procs of his ultimate to get extra Lichbane hits and make use of that Ahri auto attack.
Well, they're going up top. They have wards down. You can see them pinging this one out, and they're saying be very careful in whatever position you're in. Mid is now open, and we're objective free on the map. So they're looking for mistakes, and they're looking for kills.
That Lichbane also, you know, the more I think about it, the more I like that, man. Yes, it does give you the extra move speed, too, and he's going to have to be sneaky here because Velocity are looking for picks. They've designed their team around grabbing people with skill shots. Chris has his cocoon he'll be constantly throwing out. Vile Rose does the exact same thing. And then Maple Street can follow up any of those with his Chains of Corruption.
Right. And you know you say follow up, and I was just thinking it as I look at Marn's team, is the fact that they all can gap close. If somebody flash initiates, sometimes you're like, whoa, dude, you're over wall. That's not going to work. But everybody can get into that fight. And that's scary. Velocity has to react instantly.
Yeah, and if their initiator is Heartbeat on that thresh with, going on off a death sentence, he can bring buddies with him, throw that Dark Passage right over his shoulder.
So Marn coming in with a very formidable fight team here in the mid game. We already said Niantanso is kind of off the wall at this point. 4-0-2, looking to finish up the Phantom Dancer right after, as I believe Rapid Fire 4 points in, so he's looking to get that 90% attack speed. Mega Zero going hard onto Chris. Chris, you are out of mana, good sir, but they're going to fight and try to bait this in as it comes from the mid. Vile Rose is coming in as well. Mega Zero looking for the Shen. Oh, Shen comes in, but Shen may stop. No, he comes in. He is going to go for the fight here. Claky D is going to be forced to run back. Echo did not make a move in mid.
Oh, a little bit of a bait there, and Mega Zero drops too fast. The shield, it lasts the whole time, so that Claky gets enough time to arrive there, but he's already dead, and so it's a 1 versus 2. They can't turn it around. That's a huge cooldown down for Marn. Plus, they got the kill anyway.
So with the Bloodthirster now on Mega Zero, they're focusing him. He's not getting a chance to stack it. Does it ever come around that that's going to kind of bite you?
Yeah, and it looks like it is biting him now because, you know, after that 1 kill solo with Chris, he hasn't got any more heads up 1 versus 1. They aren't giving that to him. Turns out, you know, this is a team game, and people will punish you if you're winning your lane. So you have to be a bit more careful after that. And Mega Zero, you know, he's still going full offensive and taking these fights, but he hasn't been able to make anything happen since the first kill.
One thing we should point out about Velocity as well, the burst that their team, you know, somewhat brings to get the percentage damage from Varus. Vile Rose built that Athenes and then has a Fiendish, but then has the pieces for a Rabadon. So he's like, you know what? I took out a loan and I'm just going to recipe everything together.
Yeah, it's such a good feeling on Lux if you do rush your death cap and being able to 100% somebody. And you have to think about the team that you're playing. Okay. Tristana is ridiculously fed. All of Marn's money, or most of Marn's money, is on that Trist. So if we can somehow snag her out with any of these picks that we were talking about before and completely burst her down to 0, we'll win the team fight. Because that Tristana is basically carrying Marn.
Right, so with Velocity getting Dragon, we can also see that Marn is kind of thinking exactly how you are as well. They're going for the Tristana. Claky D rushes that Bulwark, also gets some more tank on him with the Giant's Belt as the Dragon and turret are trapped. Velocity grabs a good amount of gold and pulls 1,000 into the lead, or 500 into the lead rather.
Yeah, Bulwark is just a necessary buy at this point because not only are they running double AP for Velocity, but they also have Varus as their AD who actually does a lot of magic damage as well.
So we see that Rabadon's finished up. Nasus picking up the Ancient Golem, or the Spirit of the Ancient Golem, I should say. And Chris, he did build that Seeker's Arm Guard, but then he said, I need more armor. I'll build the Sunfire Cape.
Yeah, he's definitely itemizing for that lane since he got pushed around so early.
Absolutely.
He itemized for it, and he had to call backup, but it paid off. Even if you lose out your lane like that, we talked about the team aspect here, and it definitely paid off for them as they finally secure the gold lead for themselves.
All right, Kobe. So a bit like 19, 20 minutes. Actually, it's 17 minutes, right? It said it's almost a kill apiece. It was 8-8. Why is it slowed down so much?
Because of the turrets that have fallen. Anytime, you know, the outer ring goes down, it makes people a lot more cautious. And since we've seen these early oracles from both teams, they've been clearing out all the vision, and it makes you second guess yourself a lot more. You know, we saw Mega Zero get caught out, and they don't want to make those same mistakes where he gets overextended.
Oh, what do you mean, like this? Mega Zero just on the outside, but Marn, again, Echo moves in. He completely stopped NK Inc. from moving in to initiate. Mega Zero throws himself in the fire, tries to get out as Chris executes. He finally gets the kill. The box is down, and Echo has just done so much damage to the back line. Claky D goes in as Neontanzo finishes 1 kill for himself. Shen going down to the backside as he gets himself out. Claky D, you're crazy, but you finally went down. NT. It's Heartbeat going in for the grab. NK Inc. is trying to get these kills down. A double kill coming in for Chris. He looks for the third. It's Neontanzo. He's pretty big, but he does not have the red buff that Chris does. They're going to be able to kite this one down. A shutdown coming in for Vile Rose. Echo takes a big hit there from Elusive Singularity, but gets out alive.
Marn wanted to save all their shields for that Tristana because they knew that all the power was on her, but since Claky saved his Stand United all the way to the late game, he was standing in the rest of Team Velocity while he's channeling his Stand United, and you can't do that as the tank. He was just getting beat down while he's putting this shield on Tristana. It didn't actually help them all, and Neontanzo was not able to carry that one.
It was a good idea.
It was a good idea.
But nobody was hitting him for the shield.
Yeah.
A great fight there. It was all out, and you can see that was close. Everybody was able to use their full kit maybe 2 to 3 times in that fight. Echo was in and out. We saw how much damage he did. Doesn't have the Zonias yet. Imagine. He's built the Seeker's Arm Guard now. It's coming to fruition there. The Rabadon's is finished, like we said, on Lux. He looks to go for a little bit, maybe even a Void after this. I don't know if he's going to finish the Morellonomicon or not, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Or the Athenes, rather.
one of the
Either
most
or.
important part about that is that cooldown reaction. He's got that with the Phoenix Codex. So
Yeah.
once he's at that breakpoint, he's like, yes, I need more power. I've been bursting people down. This laser feels really good when I get multiple people with it. But we talked about, you talked about Chris also with all that armor and build. He's more effective than Mega Zero has been in these team fights. So even though, you know, Chris was getting pushed around in the lane solo, since he's called help for his team and he did the right thing, you know, he's having a much greater effect when it does come to these 5 versus 5s. And Mega was on the front lines there, but as full damage, he got burst down pretty quickly.
And we can see with that build, too, Chris was able to kind of go back to where he wanted to in the first place. The Haunting Guise is now something he has. Going out to harass there. Heartbeat tries to put himself up front, maybe get another box out, but the ultimate is down, so that was just good pressure.
This is going to be very interesting because I don't think Velocity want to tower dive. They do have the upper hand, but it's going to have to, they're going to have to wait still for one of the picks that we were talking about, either the Chris Cocoon or the Val Rose Light Binding.
We'll see what they can get in first. Good damage coming out from Vile Rose. Kind of squeaking up here. We'll see if he is rocking that blue buff. And he does not have it for his team, but he does have that blue elixir on. So you can see that they're already spending that last bit of gold now on elixirs to start getting more damage in the fight. We'll have to see what next items they can complete, as it looks like they are about to go head-to-head. It's just Velocity baiting something out here.
Yeah, that Baron Ward just saving saving Martin from making any missteps right now. They know what Velocity are planning. They're not going to walk into this one, and so they're going to take a breather here, try and get a little bit more farm close to their base, and then they'll have to group up as 5 to regain that vision. They have to go, you know, on this scouting trip with all 5 members to clear out some of these wards from Velocity and place them, replace them with their own.
So, considering what things, you know, can actually happen, with seeing Chris down to the bottom, should there be, you know, quick activation or quick movement here from Marn to try and single somebody out, or they're just not at that point yet?
See, they would love to have their Shen split pushing and go heads up with Chris. They're like, yeah, we'll trade you someone who can join the team fight
they're trying to
for
now.
someone who
Right.
can't. But the only thing is, it's a jungle Shen, and he's not that strong right now.
Right.
You know, 0-3, it's going to be dangerous for him to go up against Chris. If Chris has mana, he could easily kill Clicky. So they don't actually have that threat of the split pushing Shen.
See if Shen can get back to that. Clicky D is looking to soak up the experience from that bottom lane. The rest of the team sticking together because they know these battles are going down to the last person standing. We're going to see more vision onto the dragon here. Looks like Velocity will actually take this without any contest.
This should be an easy pickup here for Velocity, even though they have 2 members not with them. Marn don't know that. They don't have vision inside the pit, and so if they go and check, they'll be very scared when checking. Mega Zero's not scared, just kidding. He's
best driven NA, man.
He's
not
a face
scared.
checker.
Again, Marn puts himself. Wow, they are headstrong on this one.
Oh
no, they get it. They get the smite down. Clicky D grabs that, and they are to safety. That was pretty good.
Yeah, so Marn, they did have knowledge that there was one person not with the rest of the team, and they were like, yep, well, that's enough. We're not going to give up any more objectives. We can't let this game slip away from us. So Mega Zero, very decisive play right there. Love the call. It rewards them with the dragon. They stop Velocity and get it for themselves.
And there's the turret in the top lane. Chris putting on the frenzy with the little spiders to get him some damage on that turret. And they will take it down. 10-13 here, so the kills starting to increase once again. We see those full items built. Everybody feels a little bit more confident to get into these fights here at 29 minutes. 42,000 to 44,000. Velocity is holding a definitive lead now after being down about $1.5 grand for quite some time.
Yeah, you know, they gave up that dragon very quickly, but that was the right choice. They didn't want to fight the 4 versus 5, and they traded a secondary turret for that. So that's actually, you know, a bit better of a trade for Velocity. They do have the blue buff on Vile Rose, who barely is just inches away from death, just staring death in the face right there as Heartbeat comes up short with the Q.
Looks like they will continue the pressure. One is backing, but they haven't been able to press too many forward wards down. With that top turret being in there, they really can't mess around too much. It actually closes off quite a bit of their escapes if they try to get behind the Baron.
Yeah, and the escapes are going to be very, very dangerous here. Even if Marn are able to get back into their jungle, being in one of those corridors is very dangerous because Vile Rose, he has completed that Athenes that you were talking about. That comboed with a death cap means his line damage could hit the entire team right there, and he'll be firing those off. He has 40% cooldown reduction, so he's maxed that out with the blue buff. MegaZero wants to make a play on Maple Street.
There are the chains of corruption, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to run this one out. It's going to be enough for a while. There's a lot of things being used on him and a lot of attention being brought here. It looks like the rest of Velocity backs off. Niantanso picks that one up, making himself 6-1-3.
It's late enough in the game that they could go for a Baron here. They have an Oracles. The problem is that they just saw Chris down bottom and that he recalled early enough he could get here in time. And MegaZero's already at half, Heartbeat's at half. Very dangerous.
They still have the Oracles. No need to push. They don't know where the rest of the wards are. They want to clear that out really and keep pushing. They don't want to be too aggressive, I should say, right now on the Baron, because we've seen it be the bane of many teams in the end.
So we stopped talking about Niantanso for a little bit there.
Yeah.
But look at this. He has that 3 items that the really core 3 items that you want on your Tristana. The Phantom Dancer Infinity Edge combo, plus the armor penetration of Last Whisper. And he's got lifesteal, so he's at the point where they're ready for on the front lines. While they're doing so, him showing bottom, though, means Velocity are going to try this Baron.
They do have the Nass Assault going down, but they don't have a lot of damage to kind of go with it and complement. Yeah, it's going to bring Baron down to half, but look at this. Evaniscus is down as well. They're going to see that they're fighting Baron, and Baron has quite a bit of HP left. 2,600 there. The laser goes off. 700 down. It's going to go down to NK Inc. NK Inc. on Nasus. They go in for the fight. Heartbeat onto Maple Street, and they take him down. Niantanso gets a double kill right off of that. Oh, he gets hit up by Lucent Singularity, cleanses it out. The Baron is chugging right now on Velocity Esports. They want to get out with as many members as possible. MegaZero kind of hugging up against the wall, kills a little bit of his distance, and they may find Chris in this bush. They will not. Sneaky Spider gets up the spout.
Oh, Chris escapes. Let the sun come out. They get away with the Baron, but they lose 2 members. 2 fallen soldiers, and it means that Marn have control of the map. They're going to try and keep pushing this top lane.
Niantanso just behind his team, and that's the spot he needs to be in. Going towards the front would be very dangerous. You see it's Vile Rose and Chris there on Lux, and at least 2 of those members that are looking to grab you out, because NK Inc. is right behind as well.
Yeah.
So that Baron is sitting on 3, Kobe. Is this defensive Baron for them, or can they use it?
They can definitely use it as soon as the rest of their team joins up. You know, they've got the wave clear with just those 2 AP characters that there's no chance that Marn can push onto that extra turret. They don't even want this fight at this point, and they're going to have to play more defensively. It's a very easy to play defensive at this point in the game because there's nothing up right now that they have to fight for.
Right.
There's no reason that they have to put themselves into a bad situation. So until that dragon comes up, Marn don't have to go anywhere.
We'll have to see how Velocity takes this, as they know with it slowing down where they're going to start placing the wards. We can see Evaniscus pushing in, throws one down, and it's throwing down Vision wards as well. So they have a Vision in mid, and they put a Vision just below Wraiths with a regular ward on Wraith as well. So they're just putting that security system in the bottom jungle.
It's exactly what you do when you have the upper hand like this. They want to make use of the time that they're controlling the whole map. I said it's easy for Marn to play defensively. To do that, they have to give up control of the entire area here. So they're just going to send that Shen to split push top because they know all members of Velocity down here and nobody's going to go kill Clicky D. So he's fine trying to get as many free minion kills as he can while the rest of the team tries to hold off this onslaught.
That's not going to be very much, though. That's kind of like the same cooldown. Actually, Vile Rose is going to get his back. A very nice light binding. It almost kills MegaZero because it locks down the team. They can't gap close like I said they could before, and they make it look so painful on Velocity's side, but so easy as well.
Looks like they need a little bit more tank here for Team Marn. MegaZero does not have the tankiness to withstand the frontline damage here, so Velocity come out, trading their AD carry for 2, but that means they're also going to get this bottom turret.
Pushing on that so strong. Just that Zhonya's being down, knowing they could engage. Lux now with Laser or Final Spark back up again, and they're going to go ahead and push this second turret. So much power coming from these 3 champions, plus Lulu supporting in the back.
Yeah, we have Clicky. He was trying to get work done up top, but you can't give up your inhibitor turrets. This is the last line of defense. They want to scare him off here, so they immediately recall their Shen, bring him back.
Right now, they're in pretty much a blackout situation where they don't even have vision.
Yeah, that was very decisive win there for Velocity. You can see just MegaZero got exploded, plus the Stand United was burned.
Yeah.
But that was probably the last team fight that we'll see Velocity wearing the Baron buff. It's about to run out in another 30 seconds here. So Marn, they've semi-successfully stalled it out until that Baron buff is gone. They did lose a few key objectives, but they still have plenty of potential to win a team fight. If Mega Zero's not the one at the focal point here, if he's not the one diving in, if they can actually have Echo, you know, going in and baiting out some spells here from Velocity, making offensive use of that Zhonya's Hourglass, then they'll be just fine because Nian Tanso can dish out the damage.
So what's up with the Chris's buy on the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith here coming in?
Like everyone said, it's such a popular item. All of the jungle items, you know, the spectral, the lizards, all the ADs are buying those ones, and a lot of APs are actually buying the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith. It gives that spell vamp, which is, you know, not very many items in the game come with that, and it's just a cost-effective package. Elise's kit works so well with cooldown reduction that pretty much every stat on that works really well for her. Ooh, and now he completes Azania's Hourglass for himself, so he can actually repel into a team fight and then still have a defensive mechanism if he does start taking a lot of damage.
You know, and this is really a kudos to Chris as well, because we looked at that lane before. Look at it now. He's up in CS by 13. He's also just built the Zhonya's on top of the Sunfire, on top of that Spirit of the Spectral Wraith we said. He is completely in this game from losing his lane.
Yeah, Mega Zero, he didn't get the ganks for his lane. He did get, you know, a Shen Stand United,
yeah, right.
But it really wasn't the same here. Chris definitely shining in the team fighting phase, and it looks like he may just block out Mega Zero completely.
And that's what you said, right? Chris is going to be more kind of a formidable tank in the fight. Does Mega would have had the option to build that way as well, though?
I mean, Riven usually builds full damage because she does get more points on her shield. Here goes the initiate.
They get Vile Rose. This is perfect, but Mega Zero gets locked up. They can't get the back line enough. Maybe they're trying too hard as well. Vile Rose could go down. It's Clanky D and Echo coming out strong on this one. That's going to be enough damage. Nian Tanso and Chris head to head here. If he gets that execute, he may be able to lock him up. The Flay does not hit. Chris goes for Zhonya's. They make it out easy there. Clanky D and Echo coming up big on the backside, and Chris could go down here. The Foxfire hitting up the minions. The repel will go out for the camp, and it looks like he makes it out safe, but a great fight overall for Marn.
Yes, Marn's strategy worked out perfectly there. They had everyone dive to the back line to take out Vile Rose, and the only reason that they could do that and just abandon Nian Tanso is because they were fighting at a turret. So Nian Tanso could use that turret and Heartbeat staying back with him as his defenses. He didn't need people to peel for him. So the rest of the members of Marn were free to dive that back.
348 CS, 10, 1, and 3 to a 278, 2, 6, and 9. 80 carry on the opposing team. That's Maple Street. And it's really been a great game for both teams. It's just Nian Tanso has had the opportunities that his team is giving him and has had the chances to create impact situations by himself.
Yeah, everyone just raves about late game Tristana, and now we're gonna see why. Not only does he have the items, but he's got level 18, so he's got the range.
Yep.
Because his passive, every level you scale up with your range. It's up to 703 now, and he's got a red buff plus red elixir. So he's pretty much just completely pimped his ride right there, and he's gonna be as powerful as he's gonna get. Chris now taking a lot of fire.
Uh-oh, Chris is actually getting driven downtown on this one. It looks like he's going to find the full team. Evanescence on the backside, taking a lot of damage. 3 shots coming in. Actually, it was only 2 in the red buff to come off onto Evaniscus there. And they back off saying that is a scary Yordle. They're going to be looking for Baron here. They do have the Oracle inside the pit, Kobe. It's going to be hard to contest.
Oh, looks like Chris's final mistake there, getting caught, is going to cost them. They're going to try and steal this Baron with the combo.
And they got it. One of the biggest amounts of damage you can have. It's 10 times 10 the ability power and your level, and it's just, that's huge passive damage coming from Lux. A good steal, and this is big for Velocity.
He stole it with the combo. That combo is beastly. Just her final spark. This is not taking into account the passive or the Lucent Singularity or the light binding. Just that laser is 900 magic damage.
Not even counting the extra damage that's going to come out on the backside. Another 190 plus. Nian Tanso taking out the turret with his team. They're looking for the first inhibitor. It is a best of 5. So Velocity retaining everything that's happening here and using it for these next matches. But this one isn't over. That Baron is still chugging. They got a good 3.5 minutes left on it.
Yeah, so they did still put up their wall of defense and defend at their turrets, which they did so effectively in the team fight before.
So as we look around, we see Maple Street picking up the Guardian Angel, and actually 3 items in. So it's going to be his 4th item, kind of different for Tristani. Do you think that is a good buy for him?
It's a decent buy, but the inhibitor turret taking so much damage, it looks like Martin making their move.
They are going to want this one. Kobe going in. Echo's going to be the first one. He has Clickety right by his side, and they're kind of just waiting this one out. Beta Breath on both sides. They finally find the Zonia's off, and they're going hard. Maple Street could be going down to the left side. It's going to be dropped on. Neontanzo Omega Zero. Drop the Guardian Angel right away. It doesn't even really help him. Nobody's even there to get him. They have pulled him into the choke point, and now they're pushing Velocity back out. Good damage from Vile Rose. Why are they've pushed off to the side? They're separating themselves. If Vile Rose can stand on the back, they're going to be able to keep pressuring this. Triple kill coming from Neontanzo. He finally breaks out of that backside. The choke point is no longer there. Another jump coming in. Kenny had the speed to get it. Lulu, no mana to speed herself up. The ward goes out, but you can't jump to a ward. Who's going to do that? You're Shen. He's Tristana, and they may not be able to make it. It's such a run, but he has some damn good Nikes on, and Evaniscus makes it out.
Oh, both Yordles. Very, very good escapes this game, but it's so sad the Penta timed out there anyway, so if they caught him up, they wouldn't be able to get it. They're going to go ahead for the win instead. Consolation prize, Nexus turret.
I don't know, man. Can you win with a cupcake? Evaniscus has a lot of abilities to use here, but it looks like, yes, Martin is going to be able to take down his last few turrets. You see Evaniscus taking 3 shots to the backside, almost absolutely killing him. 7 seconds on Maple Street. The rest of the tanks up 20 or above, and it looks like Martin is going to be able to take game 1 here of their promotion game in the best of 5 series.
Exactly what Warren wanted to do. I talked about retreating back to their base and playing the exact same team fight over again. It was actually a different team fight because they only had Echo diving onto the backline Vile Rose there, and he distracted 4 members of the team. Building the unique way that Echo did was very effective there because he dove in and then he had the free time with the Zanyas to be able to survive a little bit longer. It bought Marn the time to take out Maple Street. Once that huge damage source was off the field, Neontanzo was able to clean up with that Quadra.
And really great use of a full dive friend composition. Everybody on this team could get in if they needed to, and we saw how effective it was in the last fight. Echo was the first one to fly through everyone. He just kind of squeaked in through the right side, and as you said, Neontanzo stayed back by the turret because that was his friend for the fight. And instantly, it was Clicky D there too, and they were able to just play with the back line. Nobody had a chance there, and we saw Chris trying to fight Neontanzo, and they got so split every time. Just having people that could actually gap close, which is we usually see a Jarvan go in and nobody can be there.
You have to say they did an amazing job peeling for Neontanzo on the last team fight too.
Absolutely.
Heartbeat got bursted down to 50 HP at the beginning of the team fight, but stayed around. He didn't go back to the fountain. He just waited around for his opportunity and then landed the late death sentence to lock up Chris right there and barely just give Neontanzo the edge, and it was beautiful. Very, very, very bold play there from Heartbeat, and he did what his job. He supported his AD carry perfectly.
All right, so game 1 under. Coming up, Velocity returns to the Rift to try to even up the series, while another win for Team Martin puts them just 1 victory away from the LCS Summer Split. Plus, Good Game University's Don't Mask Me joins us to drop some knowledge. 2013 Summer Promotion Tournament. We'll be right back. Stick around. Welcome back to day 2 of the Summer Promotion Tournament. It's time for the second round between Team Marn and Velocity Esports. Team Marn pulled out a Game 1 win, and now the pressure's on for Velocity to keep up the pace. First, I'd like to welcome Good Game University's Dean of Damage, Mash Me, Don't. Thanks for joining us up here. You know, as an AD carry, can you believe the game that Niantanso just put up?
He's really good at Tristana, and he's a great hyper carry late game, so definitely.
Really brings new meaning to the term AD carry. But we also had Echo making some spectacular plays. I really thought that he made a really nice showing in that game. Do you have any insight onto his item build and that?
It's really unique, the Lich Bane. I think he relies on himself and knows he's good enough to land autos while in ulting with Ahri. So I think that's actually a good build if you're mechanically strong enough to land autos while you're flying in.
All right, so what's your thought about the Riven pick? Obviously, Mega Zero, the best Riven NA, but it didn't really seem to sync with the team that much. Do you think it was kind of just they wanted to pick it because it is that now?
I think it's a comfort champion, and I think some nice stuns in between, some nice knockups, and nice finish up if someone was like really low HP. So I think it's an okay champion, but he didn't play it to the full potential.
Is there a single biggest turning point or factor that contributed to their loss this game?
I think they just played team fights not the best. Maple Street kind of mispositioned here and there. There's one team fight where he could have activated Forepaw and land, I think, at least one more kill. So that was a little unfortunate. But yeah, I think just positioning a lot better will help Velocity a lot.
All right, and as you know, we talked about before the first game, you kind of said it really is a toss-up between these two teams, and even after that, it still looks that. But are you wavering anyway yet?
Just for Velocity's sake, I'm going to say Marn is going to win next one.
All right, fair enough. Keeping it interesting. All right, Mashme, thank you very much. We'll see you after the next game as well. And we are about to jump into that one, Velocity versus Marn, or Velocity Esports, I should say, versus Marn. They are going into Game 2, our second best-of-5 series here. And like we said before, these best-of-5s mean you are in the LCS.
Yes, and Marn already know what that feels like, and they don't want to give this one up. So they are definitely going to ride this momentum into Game 2, and we'll see if that Tristana is going to be a point of contention during the picks and ban phase, because you have to make those small adjustments right in the next game there.
Absolutely.
Can't waste any time.
You can't waste any time, because we've already seen what happens in the LCS. We have already had 1 of 4 teams. You know, it was 3 out of 4 in Europe. It can still happen, and we're looking for Velocity Esports or Team Marn to grab that spot back. So Marn sees that it happened. So like you said, they want that spot back as much as they had it before.
All right, so we're still going to use that Twisted Fate ban. Very popular global presence. We don't really there's a lot of focus on Echo.
So they do choose up the Shen again. We're going to see that going. Obviously onto Claky D is Mega hasn't played Rumble in a while, but he has a pretty sick Rumble.
Yeah, he's played Riven a lot, but that didn't work out. So they're going to switch that one up, definitely. This is one of the small adjustments. The Riven's still available, but we had enough of that one. He's too single-minded because, he's really in that solo 1 versus 1 minded groove with her, and it definitely showed in that game. So they just want to get a new clean slate, go with an AoE champion. Rumble does great, even if he doesn't get that early farm, as everyone's so fond of saying. So he's just a very strong pick in any situation.
You know, and 2 interesting things here. Jarvan really hasn't even been looked at, and that was one of Claky's favorite during the LCS, the spring split, as well as that Tristana wreaked havoc and is just allowed to once again.
Yeah, we talked about it. Was that going to be a point that you feel like you have to ban it out? No,
guess not.
Maple Street gonna go back with that Varus, and Niantanso happy with the matchup as well. It's going to be the exact same 2 AD carries here, very different ones. We see that both of these are like the 2 most popular at this point, but they're very different styles here. So much CC on Varus,
right,
whereas so much late game and escapes from Trist.
So knowing that that lane could be super aggressive, now, yeah, obviously Varus and Sona can poke back, but with that last one, they're just saying we can play safe, or we're actually going to try to re-aggress back onto that and shut them down ourselves.
Well, since they have another support here coming in, we might switch everything up.
Oh
this could be a solo AP Janna for the lane pushing power. It probably will still be that Sona and Ezreal, because we haven't seen a solo Sona in the LCS. It's a fun thing to do if you can rush that Sheen and get just ridiculous burst on your power chords.
2 AD carries, 2 supports.
But yeah, it's definitely an interesting look here. So we can't be sure. Maybe they're just going, some strategy that you could use that nobody's ventured forth to yet would be 2 AD and support side lanes.
That's what, yeah.
No jungler. Have Elise mid, and then have Varus and Sona, Ezreal, and Janna.
He's in the jungle by himself anyways.
Talk about innovating here. And North American LCS. This is ground zero where it all happens.
Oh, man. We'll have to see where they choose to go with this. And they bring in almost more global presence. They switch it to Orianna at the end and before they lock it in. And it looks like they are going to go with the play it safe pick. So they can choose to dive in and then still be like, whoops, safety for this person.
They're like, we've only got 2 giant shields. Let's add 1 more shield for this Tristana here. And now he's going to be fully protected. They also have great zoning potential. They can control the area of the team fights so well with both Rumble's ultimate and Shockwave. They have great positional advantages that they're affording themselves. What I'm just extremely excited about, though, is the other side here, Velocity's team with the double AD and double support pickup.
It is interesting. If so, then they're going to switch around here, hopefully, unless he pulls out the jungle Ezreal, and that would be amazing. Where would you see, who would be the AD carry with the support if you were to play this role? Who would you want the support to be with the AD carry?
With Varus, I would definitely like the Sona, because a solo Janna is a lot stronger than a solo Sona, in my opinion, because she can shove those lanes. She's very safe, and she will. If she builds up that AP, you can get to the point where you just one-shot an entire wave, and it creates more map pressure. Now, Jungle Ezreal, they do stick with that one, and it's something we have seen before, actually even in the North American LCS. St. Vicious, a big fan of that one. His ganks are very mobile, but he has no CC until he gets his red buff. So without red buff, and people won't be very scared. He'll just add damage if he does.
Now, is that like a straight for Iceborne Gauntlet?
Yeah, I mean, this is probably going to be a blue Ezreal. Blue Ezreal
I've
works.
never seen one of those.
No. I mean, it's going to start off with a few other colors here, but that buy of the Spirit of the Spectral Lizard, which everyone's getting anyway, benefits Jungle Ezreal. That's 20% extra damage to the monsters.
Absolutely. So we are into Game 2 here of our best of 5. Rivington the third and Kobe bringing you the games live here. This is our second match of the day here for the summer promotion. Tomorrow, big games for CLG and Dignitas. But right now, we have Velocity Esports and Marn looking at Game 2. Marn with Game 1, and the second game is on. Good luck. Have fun.
It will be very interesting if we are even and we get through that mid game into the late, how this plays out, because Velocity with 2 AD carries and 2 supports can siege up very well, and they've got a lot of disengage with the Janna and the Sona that they can wait for a stray cocoon here to land from Chris. And since we saw Chris build very tanky Elise last game, I would expect nothing different this game.
This is really big for Marn. They are about to walk into a ward instead of not staying out of it. So they ward a position. Both teams know that there is movement now, and we're going to see them getting themselves back up for the position. Velocity almost made it towards that blue buff without being seen, but they did go ahead and ward themselves out.
And we did have, both teams were seen exiting, so everyone has just information on the positions of the others, so it looks like we are going to go with another blue trade this time, and it's going to be an AD and support switch up top for Marn here, so we won't be seeing Nian Tanso go up against Maple Street.
Lau Rose is on that Janna as we expected, and Kobe was talking about that. Jungle Ezreal, how it is kind of lacking on the crowd control in the early part of the game. So we're going to have to see how they utilize it. If there was a lane that he would want to focus on more, where would that be?
Well, you probably would want to go actually to your AD support lane because though he doesn't have CC, he's range, and there's not many range junglers. You could get a turret down very quickly.
Okay.
If you have 2 AD carries and a support beating on a solo defended turret, then this could be, a new strategy where they go for a very early turret rush instead of focusing on kills.
Oh my, Vile Rose crushing down the mid turret, already getting some damage down onto it as well. And he actually gets a wave to go in favor of the turret, but Echo level 2 as he comes in just in time.
I'm interested to see where NKink's going to go now that he has his red buff. And it looks like he is going to go with that strategy I was just talking about, where he comes down to the other AD's lane and then turns around in the tri-bush and runs circles.
Yeah, it's a good one. It really it works up the adrenaline, and you really get the cardio going for that next gank.
Yeah, he plays a nice arcane shift over the wall to go for double golems now. And it looks like all the other lanes is playing out as you would expect 2 versus 1 lanes to play out.
So we saw Chris last game below in his lane, about 30 CS below at one point in time, and he was able to come back 20 CS above Mega Zero by the end of the game. More items and more formidable. We'll have to see how he fares in the 2v1 here, as well as Mega, because he does not like it.
And Mega doesn't have that ward to defend against a 3-man turret dive because, it's Ezreal. And if he does come, it's going to be that turret push I was talking about. I saw this the first time, and I'm so glad they actually are using the strategy where they just go for the early turret rush and then try and switch up here to protect Chris's turret. Chris's turret, by the way, still at full HP.
And this is going to go down quite soon. Mega Zero called down with, or not called down, Claky D called down to give help to Mega Zero, but it's not going to be enough. They have 3 caster minions to still tank. They take down the turret before 4 minutes, and the answer is not going to be as fast in the top side.
That innovation, North America, making me proud. Glad you guys went with it. Chris, though, he's having a hard time because Lulu plus Tristana, they've got the Glitter Lance to get all the minions low, and then Explosive Shot will chain onto the rest of the minions. So they can shove lanes extremely effectively, too. And although Velocity got the first turret, they don't really have time to switch lanes, so they're going on the second turret.
And this is big, right? We've had NK Inc. He hasn't even really been in his jungle to farm. He's soaking up everything from the bottom lane here, and he's level 4. He's still leveling with them.
Yeah, and Claky D down here basically was forced to come try and answer since we do have the range jungler. They're just playing this so well. I love the one up here from St. Vicious. They're like, yes, Jungle Ezreal. What would he actually do better than a regular jungler? Not worse. You know what? Push towers.
So with that, right, it's very potent right now. It looks like that Marn can't stop anything in this, but does it slow down mid-game? Is he still as potent? The Jungle Ezreal.
The Jungle Ezreal. No, it doesn't slow him down at all because, he's even there with the opponent's jungler there. Claky was forced to come to lane as well. They're not... It's sort of balanced out.
Right. So he's not going to fall off mid game.
No way. He's just roaming around taking turrets. Now he's down mid. He gets roams over to his other support. Secondary support Janna, giving him some AD with the shields. And this
so true though.
This Jungle Ezreal is only a part-time worker here. He's on his vacation. Now he's roaming around to the mid. One buff is up for him though. So we'll probably see him go get.
It's going to be Claky D pressuring that bottom lane again. He has to stick with Mega.
Yeah, and really where a lot of the gold is coming back for Marn is, again, who would have guessed it, Nian Tanso with that 55 minion score here. And he almost gets the turret, but has to run away because Vile Rose joins Chris.
So now we're about 3 minutes past that first turret being dropped. Marn still has not been able to answer with the top turret lane swap. Vile Rose now to the top lane, getting that movement speed off the Janna passive and really able to lend a hand everywhere he can.
Yeah, that Orianna. CSing with that AP Janna early takes practice. So if they just sort of stepped in.
Almost, when do you know when you can go aggressive on Janna when you get that wave clear? When is that level about?
It's all about invisible tornadoes. That definitely helps. We love the how push those back pretty easily. You can see him zoning out 2 people here. Heartbeat. See, it comes through, and it's only going to leave 1 auto attack for each of the ranged minions. That's really one of the break points that you need. Also, is a ring, but it's really the levels in the Howling Gale.
All right, they're moving up here. Vile Rose, maybe if they can get behind Heartbeat and push him back with Monsoon, but he's not going to stay. Heartbeat realizes he could go down quite soon, so they back off. It looks like Marn actually putting a lot of focus towards this top lane here as Claky D makes his way.
It looks like this could be bad if Velocity overstay their welcome here because Klakey has arrived. He's level 5, and there's the slow.
Oh, he gets out. He repels as soon as the taunt goes off. That's going to be quite a cooldown for Klakey, and the team decides to back off.
Yeah, nice job from Chris right there. Gets them out of all trouble. They do not pay for this one, and now Velocity, they actually are swinging down mid once again. They're keeping up this constant turret pressure.
We had definite kills by this time last game. It's 0-0 still, the 400 gold lead really because of the turret. It looks like they may try to get another one here. That gold lead has pretty much just been squashed a little bit. They go on to Echo. They get the Chain of Corruption right after the Cocoon. It's one after the other. Beautiful crowd control. First blood going over to Maple Street.
Chris dodges the shockwave with his repel and gets out over the wall to the race with that very beautiful play, followed up by a failed flash over the wall. But nonetheless, it was an amazing repel.
He had a broken spider leg. It's mending. Gets in there. The crescendo on the Mega Zero. They get the hail of arrows down. It's not enough for the piercing. He is going to get out alive. Klakey D on the backside taking some damage. Mark to lose the turret. Abby goes in. He's alive.
Those heals, good thing they have 2 supports. He needed every single just ounce of healing out of that one.
Oh, I thought he was going to die from the way he did that, but wow, made it out alive. The team carries him to the fountain on a gurney, and we see this one coming up to 10 minutes here. We do have our first blood, finally. These teams are literally scratching at each other. We finally got the first drop here. 13,000 gold. That is definitely helping with that 400 first blood.
Looks like we're making a move onto Dragon area here by Marn 2. Since the top turret is down for them, that means that they don't have to send anyone up there to Chris because that one's moving, and they can have 5 members take this objective. There's plenty of steal potential on this Velocity team, though, because this jungle Ezreal, he's in position, and he could fire off that Mystic shot for a sneaky steal.
Shift in, smite, flash out. Oh, he did it. It's so good. Shift in, smite, flash out. Oh, put it in the books.
So that wasn't just firing off a Mystic shot and hoping you get it. He's going to jump in there, use the smite to steal it away, and flash back out. Ezreal, just untouchable play right here.
Oh, I think we just wrote a new Old Spice commercial. 11 minutes into this one. Big plays coming from NK Inc. Didn't even need to use a true shot barrage, so they still have the factor to push here if they want to. Top lane is pushing mid lane, yeah. Bottom lane is at the river, and they don't even have to focus it right now, but they're still getting it pushed.
You're right, they're getting tower damage with only 3 people left middle. We already had Chris and Maple Street leak up top, so that means they're gonna get those extra few seconds, push this top wave, and they're constantly keeping Marn running to defend their objectives. They're gonna be a little bit late to this one, and Nian Tanso, 1 versus 2, is gonna have to back off this turret. Another one goes down for Velocity.
You're absolutely right, Kobe. It's been a game of catch-up for Marn, and although it's very slow catch-up and it's not kills in the favor of Velocity, there's only 1 there, it's been enough. Those few minutes or extra seconds they get to the turrets, and it's now 3-1 in turrets and 3,000 gold in the lead after really nothing but just pushing has happened.
We did have that first blue item there for the Ezreal too, as he completed his jungle stone. It's going to be that Spirit of the Elder Lizard that's ever so popular. We'll have to see if he continues with the color-coded theme or if he branches out.
We'll see. Echo pretty low in mid here, but there's no focus from Velocity. So taking a little bit of a breather and a break as we look at the inventories. Shen just picking up the Giant's Belt. A little bursty on the other side maybe, so he's looking for the health right away to keep in the fights for his team. Like you said, Ezreal finishing off with his item as well, and it looks like they are just going ahead. Look for the fighting phase really here.
Yeah, when you are a jungle Shen, you can't be as team-oriented and rush the Aegis of the Legion. You have to be a little bit more selfish because you're not getting as much farm, and try and get that Giant Spell early, or else you're not going to be tanky enough to go in and be that tank for your team. This point is where is crucial for Poke Comps.
Oh, again, the repel on the taunt. It's going to happen every time. Stop it, Klakey. Evanis gets forced to use that. The Chain of Corruption as well. Stacking on. The True Shot Barrage comes across. Chris looks to go down. He had to repel back into the fight. All the neutral camps were gone. And it looks like Mega Zero to continue. He doubles the Harpoon, but the Speed Aura coming out from Evaniscus is going to help a bit here. Shen coming in. Oh, he taunts onto them. No, he flashes rather for the taunt, but they flash as well. Beautiful play by Nian Tanso. They are synergizing their attacks here. Vile Rose now trying to come in, making himself killed, but actually saves Evaniscus, and they get out of that long fight.
So Chris was not able to get out of this one, but he was the only member to actually drop. Velocity did a great job of kiting there, even though they had that play. You just talked about Nian Tanso using his flash to gain distance, not only for him, but for Shen coming in with the Sand United. Great play, but they weren't able to finish that one off. Claky D still has his own flash available for the next flash taunt.
So the ultimate's definitely going to be up before Stand United is, and Velocity, Kobe, is just on the pressure. They could go to do that fight again.
They definitely want to keep up the pressure around the map. Their whole strategy is about pushing turrets here and disengaging. They just showed it right there. They had to burn their Janna teleport, but they are keeping the minion waves shoved, and they're doing a great job now, even grouping up as 5. They have their disengage available here. The Janna, she's got blue buff, so she's ready to fire off constant Howling Gales as well as the shields, and they get the engage from Claky.
Right across the command. Shockwave catches 3. It's going to be Maple Street trying to get some HP back, but it's not enough. The True Shot Barrage is not deterring anything. The team follows. They try to lace up. A Cocoon stops it and actually puts Echo around and slows him down a bit. There's the speed boost onto Chris. The auto attack coming in. One more is going to be enough, but he's got the speed right now. The ball's not there. The auto attack comes in, but the heal was there for Evaniscus. Chris gets out alive somehow. He is such a tricky spider. They own the lose Maple.
The heals on this team just so clutch, and that was well played by Marn. We always talk about the bane of poke comps is hard engage. Claky just got right in there, but that was the huge flash cooldown plus Shockwave not going to be available, and they only got one person out of it. Velocity not letting up here. They continue to push the mid lane. Now they're going to have to branch out. Both of the side lanes sort of push up sideways here, and they're going to have to get a little tip in the right direction.
Kobe, it's like the game is happening in turbo fast mode for fighting, but super slow mode for stats. It's 16 minutes in at 1-2. The gold is quite close still at about 1,000 gold in the difference, or 1,500, and it's 3-1 in turrets. No real ground is super being gained here, but Marn is slowly losing grip, that is for sure.
Yep, Velocity playing a very cerebral game here. You can tell they've had this strategy in their back pockets, waiting till they absolutely had to pull it out. They played the first game through, just sort of normal there, and now they're like, wow, we lost the first one. We can't let another one go, because then we'll be on the brink of being denied our entry into the LCS. So we have to pull it out now. We're going to use our special poke strategy here, and it's very effective. They are still in the gold lead, and they still have control of the map here. As Dragon comes up in 25 seconds, we'll have to see if they actually switch their focus after shoving the lanes to try and grab that free gold, or if they just ignore it completely.
All right, Kobe, so Velocity Esports walking along the Golden Brick Road right now, but as we look in towards this late game, you have that Shen, you have that Mega Zero. Where does the initiation come from Velocity Esports with kind of these squishy champions?
We saw it exactly, played out exactly in that last team fight. The flash taunts from Claky will be the most effective tool, but since that flash has a really long cooldown, they're going to have to find other methods of getting it started. Somebody's going to have to go in there, and maybe they'll be backed up with the Lulu Wild Growth so that they don't go down, but it's going to have to be somebody with a less immediate engage, as Val Rose just shows how Janna can usually get away from at least single ganks.
So right, as they move in, Mega Zero just missing the harpoon onto Vile Rose. Velocity forced to get out of this fight.
So
to see that Evaniscus just use Ignite? Yes, he did. He threw down the Ignite onto Claky as they're trying to deter him off the turret. It's worth 150 gold to him.
And really the rest of Velocity that's not top lane right now are just trying to make Marn run around and waste their time. They're delaying the rest of Marn because they've got 2 members pushing up here who just got a turret, and now they're at the inhibitor turret.
You know, something we actually didn't realize is that Evaniscus did take Ignite, so they were looking to win any lane with fights right from the bat.
It was all about that early Ezreal visit to the AD and support lane. Remember, I calling that one from the second buff of the jungle.
Yep.
That was their plan all along, and so going with that Ignite gives them that extra little potential where they could actually kill that single person if they stuck around by the turret, and ended up giving them, some more distance and free damage on the... Val Rose just running. She's got that Jenna passive.
Hit him up. There's Mega Zero coming in. Monsoon to back him away. Says, guys, I just wasted the Monsoon. Let's try to get in here. we are not going to be getting pushed out just yet. So Command Shockwave going to have a little bit more impact as they squeeze in the team of Velocity Esports. And going back a little bit, we heard about Marn's initiation. Where does Velocity come from here? They're all kind of poked. They don't really want to dive in.
They don't have initiation. Their plan is not to initiate those fights. The only way that they're going to want to initiate is if they've already poked them down, and the steals do not work out this time. Couple of skill shots flying across, but there's not going to be the old arcane shift smite flash combo because Smite was down.
That was too good. Mega Zero making his way out there. Scrap Titan making his move. And we'll have to see Chris. Look at these guys. They're able to pretty much pressure each lane. One up top, one in the middle, and they were kind of harassing around Dragon.
And our teleport is going to be down now for that Janna, but she's going to be able to disengage merely by her kit. The cooldown on that Monsoon that we just saw her use, very short. It's only another 50 seconds for that one to come back up. She has to be careful this close to Claky, though, because he could taunt her under a turret, and that would be a little bit dangerous for him.
That would be quite painful. We'll take a look at the AD carries here. Niantanso having a really big impact last game, as he is on your screen. 1-0-1. He hasn't really finished the Infinity Edge yet. I just combined that into one word. I'll teach you later. 5 minutes ago was when that was created last game, actually. So he is quite far behind where he was last game, but still doing okay.
And it's all about that map pressure. Yeah, you were talking about Niantanso. Look at Varus is actually caught up. He had much bigger lead in the CS, and now Maple Street, doing his part. Here goes the initiate.
On to Maple Street, but he jumps over the wall. The flash going on from Niantanso. There's a lot of damage, but that's the burst from Varus. He's only looking for auto attacks now. He is able to take one down. The lifesteal so good from Blade of the Rune King for him on that. And it looks like they are going to be able to walk this one out after the 1-for-1 on the ADs.
And they still trade 1-for-1 after using the Shen Stand United and all summoners from Niantanso. They did find another way to initiate. That wasn't a flash top, but now top taking off.
Oh, Echo, you got that pump buddy going down. No equalizer's going to pop him down, and here comes Mega Zero from the backside, heating things up. Vile Rose going to be cooked to death. He's going to get hit with a pineapple on the backside. That's quite painful if you've ever been hit with a pineapple. Chris picks one up. The spider going down well. He saves a meal for later, and the shutdown for Claky D.
Velocity doing the perfect thing here. They're not giving up at any point in this game. I've seen so many poke comps fail because after they take the outer ring of turrets, they give up and they stop with their pressure, but Velocity have kept it up on every single lane. They do not get, even though they're sacrificing their lives, they've cracked open the base of Marn, and the inhibitor is exposed, and they just have to keep up this level of play and continue. You said it so many times, but the pressure on the base is
everywhere.
It's mounting.
So literally from the champion select, we saw that Janna come in after we had a second support, or a first support already, and you stated pushing power, and that's what they did. That was Vile Rose in the top lane pushing by himself, and it was actually Chris pushing middle lane by himself. So two of the not strongest champions on the team just split pushing. Why not?
As soon as I saw those picks come out, I was really rooting for this strategy to work because it's something that people, I've thought about before, but never had to try and execute, and I've never seen successfully executed. Right here, it's all going according to plan, but it's still ever so close because you have that ticking time bomb. Niantanso, we can see him clean up games. We saw it last time. He's completed his Infinity Edge, and it could get very dangerous from this point on for Velocity.
That's where it becomes scary, right? When Shen is huge, when Rumble is huge, who do you initiate on?
Well, they don't initiate. They just have two members poking down the team while split pushing both side lanes. An inhibitor is exposed, so it'll be dangerous to see how long they go for this. Will it turn into a base race? Marn have a very good track record with base races.
5 in the middle for Marn. They're rolling with the 1-2-2 strategy right now. They get Mega Zero to go back, so they can't get the blue pill on right now. Shen's going to be able to go back in the bush, but which lane does he choose? Top is to the inhibitor. Bottom is about to be to the inhibitor, and Velocity Esports is not stopping. They're not letting Marn back. Continuing on, Maple Street and Evaniscus on this bottom turret, but it's also going to be Vile Rose on that top turret. Marn is so split right now.
Oh, they've been circled around, but now it looks like Mega Zero's the one that's caught.
Oh, Chain of Corruption to that, the crescendo as well. 1, 2, 3. The fourth is the Command Shockwave from the side of Marn, and it looks like they lose one. This could be also the inhibitor turret.
So well played by Velocity. They thought they were like, okay, all we have to do is circle around this AD and support will kill kill them. But oh wait, Janus split pushing top, so they lost their focus. They're so disorganized right now. They don't know what to do against this Velocity strategy, and they are falling to it.
They don't even have mana in this bottom lane, and they're still staying to fight. They know they can just kite this one out. They have so much positional advantage on the map right now that they've literally blacked out Marn from seeing their side of the map.
Vile Rose in trouble now, though. He's used his escapes, and he's got red buff on him.
Oh, there's a blue buff. No, he knocked him away before he got the kill. Oh, Diatanzo's so unlucky.
Oh, Diatanzo, all you had to do was keep auto-attacking. You have the red buff, but he went for the kill with Buster Shot. Janna, the shields from AP Janna. OP.
Kobe, we're only 24 minutes into this game right now at 5-5, and it's a 4,000 gold lead. And I don't even want to say lead. This game is so even between that, but the turrets, the map pressure, Velocity isn't needing gold to take this. They're using position.
That timestamp is actually crucial because every second is so important in this strategy that Velocity are running. They can't waste a single movement. They have to keep up the pressure on the base of Marn. They can't let up for a second, because if they do, then they're going to open the doors for this late game Tristana, for the team fight ability. One bad team fight from Velocity, and their entire strategy could collapse.
It is absolutely crazy to think it could happen like that after so much aggression, being so pushing in the lanes, and being able to pretty much take down the first turret 3 minutes and 55 seconds. And then continue it on here. 7-2 in turrets. Like I said, that positioning is really winning them everything, and they're going to go ahead. Vile Rose back down to the bottom lane, put the split push in the top and the mid. The 2-2-1 or the 1-2-2, however you want to say it, is going to be pushed again.
When you're playing these poke comps, the hardest objective to take are those inhibitor turrets, and they've already cracked one. So now they just have to take advantage of that, rush down that inhibitor. Once you get super minions spawning, the whole tone of the game just changes because you have constant pressure without having to send your mid.
Whoa, Vile Rose teleports back.
I was like, okay, a game-changing moment coming up here. Now all they have to do is stop Marn from recalling, because they've got to buy time for this AD support to actually take out that inhibitor. Clayke's running for it, though. Diatanzo's running for it, though. Are they going to get there in time? They actually scare off Velocity, and the teleport from Janna is down. That is a huge tool that they needed to use more effectively than taking my breath away.
They're still going to put the pressure on, though. They're heading for Dragon. They're keeping the gold lead up. They're pressing advantages and making sure they don't lose any. They're putting them on a shelf, right? None of them are falling off. They're keeping buff advantages. They're keeping objective advantages, the turret advantage as well. And they're making sure, I don't know when the last time Marn's minions have been past the river.
And it's just, that's just a testament to how well Velocity have worked on this strategy and tailored it for the entire situation. Here we have their Maple Street rushing that Blade of the Ruin King. We saw that used so effectively in the skirmish when he actually was caught by Diatanzo. Blade of the Ruin King, more effective than that Infinity Edge Rush, because in the 1v1 matchup, the active so potent that he was able to pull out a kill and trade in that. They tailored everything, even the item builds of the AD carry in this one, all going for the same objectives.
And, you know, it's usually we see the Varus building the Bloodthirster for a little bit more burst on his damage, that heal back, but Blade of the Ruin King is really what saved him in that fight, like you said. So the adaptation, the builds coming in from everybody playing a synergistic role for Velocity.
The only problem here now is that Vile Rose did get poked down in that middle, so it's going to be dangerous for him to keep up the third prong of this three-pronged Velocity attack on the base, and they actually are going to have to all recall, because if one link in this Velocity chain falls, then everybody has to come back, because they can't keep it up without everyone working in unison.
This is just getting crazier and crazier. There is no true tank here. Yeah, we have a Giant's Belt just built out on Chris, but it's all damage for NK Inc. He's pretty much a glass cannon jungler right now.
He's got a little bit of red in his purple build here. So he's got some extra flavor here, and it is gonna work out well, because since they are doing so many skirmishes, he needs that massive amount of lifesteal. Getting that Bloodthirster is going to be key. He'll eventually go with that Iceborne Gauntlet, but he wanted to be at full health as long as he can, because the kiting from Iceborne Gauntlet is really just going to be the last really key to this strategy. It adds so much to a kiting comp here. When everybody gets the passive speed from Janna and the entire team of Marn is all slowed by the Iceborne Gauntlet, you're going to see just the final plan just really come to fruition.
Yeah, I said it before, Kobe. The word synergize is really coming big for Velocity Esports here. The way they're building their team, so complementary. And at 30 minutes, we are still 5-5 in kills. About a 6,000 gold lead coming in, just short of that. And Marn has stopped the turret engagement. This, like I said, I haven't seen their minions cross the river. It's not there yet, but they are able to leave the base as a team. But here we go. Maple Street, again, going to start spreading them thin, and they're going to start spreading themselves thin. But that's strength for them, and they're going to be able to push.
And Marn need to keep looking for the same thing they've been looking for all game long, that hard engage. Flash and taunt from Plaky D is the most reliable way to get it, but we've seen them also do it with a Stand United on top of Niantanso to rocket jump in, Flash is in. There's a few other tools that they could use to get that engage that they want.
And here we have the Infinity Edge now onto Maple Street, that Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer onto Niantanso, so Tristana reaching that late game point, but only at level 15 for now. Baron coming in for Velocity.
So this is the third thing that you have to be scared of when you've got this Elise and Jungle Ezreal combo. They can two-man the Baron so quickly. Marn have an inkling of what's going on now because they have no vision, but they might be too late. And we still have Biorose pushing on the middle here.
They're going in. Baron is very, very low. They're not taking too much damage. They get it with the True Shot Barrage and get some excess damage on the backside. Marn is just going to leave with the red on this one.
Plus, Biorose is getting free hits on turrets here. Uses the AP Janna shield on himself to take down the bottom inhibitor turret. They get a win-win.
He could actually keep this pressure on. He's going to go head back, get the minions down here. He's still trying to push up. Marn is completely, or Velocity rather, completely backing to get these buys in. Even picking up the Oracle to make sure they can make this a clear and final push, possibly.
My God, I love Team Marn. I love Mega Zero. I love all these guys, but this right here makes me want to see Velocity in the LCS. This is just impressive play right here. So well executed, all to the 30-minute mark. One of the best executed poke-ups that I have ever seen, and they are not done yet. Now they've got the purple buff. They just need to finish off one of these inhibitors. They have two of them exposed.
And it's been something that players have said before, Kobe. You come into the game with a comp and then you forget to do small things. It's so easy to do until someone reminds you. I don't think that's happening anywhere. Everybody on Velocity is 110% in this game and making the right moves everywhere.
Yeah, a lot of people gave Biorose so much flack for his individual Zed play, but this more than makes up for it. Me and you, we can hear him shouting. He's been shouting at the top of his lungs for 30 minutes now. The shot calling has been on point for Biorose. He is keeping everyone in line, and they're executing it.
Going in onto Niantanso. Here comes the Shenno. That's used defensively. They can't aggress. You can see Biorose on your screen, very vocal to his team right now. They're continuing to push in. Biorose making the calls. It's on to Clanky D, but he's so tanky. A shift in here from Maple Street, or rather, coming in from Maple Street onto the shift of Niantanso, but they back off from the fight. Just so much chaos as they go in.
They got that top inhibitor, and the bottom inhibitor is still taking damage. And Genk is there, and Chris taking damage.
Chris has... How? He doesn't even really have any items. He's got HP. This is such a big advantage for Velocity Esports to be able to do this to Marn in their base.
They are closing the fist around Marn's base, and the last inhibitor is going to go down. That'll be all three.
Oh my gosh, around the horn for Velocity Esports. The first game in favor of Marn after being so close. This one's still equal in kills and 10,000 gold up now. How has nobody died in this engagement?
They still have the Baron buff. A little bit less than half left on that one. A couple minutes, and they have time to go rebuy and return with their lanes of double super minions. Now is the time to finish this one off. They can't stall it any longer. They have to go for that death blow and the Nexus turrets.
This is momentum for Velocity Esports. We heard it earlier. Team said if you take momentum for granted, then you're doing it wrong because it can give you the win. Velocity could be carrying this into Game 3 with a 1-to-1 on Marn. Right now, Maple Street and the rest of the team gather mid, and it looks like they are going for one final push, Kobe.
Definitely going to a Game 3. Either way, this is a best of 5. They will have to finish this one off. Can they tie it up? Velocity are going to wear me out today. I was already sick, and now, after this one, my voice is going to be that of a horse.
We'll see what happens. We can get you home right after, nice and safe, Kobe. But for now, it's going to be Velocity Esports Marn. Velocity is in the base. They look to take down the last 2 turrets. Only 11 stand on your team's side for a Summoner's Rift matchup, and Velocity has those last 2 in their eyes.
Maple Street has enlisted the power of the super minions. They've joined the army of Velocity, and they're coming in to finish them off.
Equalizer goes down. The Rylai's slowing it for now. Vilere's pushing himself ready. Monsoon to come out. The Crescendo pushed them back, though, so they didn't get the right synergy, but they still have all the damage. They cannot get to the poke comp. There's no dive available for Marn. They're pushed to their fountain for solace on this one, and it looks like it's going to be Velocity pulling out game 2. Let's head to game 3.
So well deserved by Velocity. What a magnificent strategy. Double AD, double support used to their fullest potential here, and Blue Ezreal shining through as he was meant to be in the jungle, just roaming around, taking out the turrets. So well deserved, and you can see the looks on their faces. Their baby has really just grown up here. They worked on that strategy so well, and it paid off tremendously.
An intense game, having to yell over Vile Rose on this side of the factory. So just an absolutely amazing showing by Velocity there. Through and through to each turret, really coming out with first blood there to bring it into their favor. The game slowed down, and it really, up until that last fight for the Nexus, was 5-5. In last game where it was almost a kill a minute up to 18 minutes.
Just beautiful play. I'm so happy that all worked out. And as soon as I saw the picks, I was hoping, but I didn't know if they could actually execute, because we've seen people try. You know, there have been the CLG poke comp with the Trundle focus, and everyone's like, yes, that sounds so great. And Trundle's amazing in these poke comps with the pillar spam. But really what they were missing was the jungle Ezreal, the Goldilocks coming around and joining for that early turret take, playing to the strengths of a jungle Ezreal instead of the weaknesses. I'm just so glad that I saw this. I'm, you know, people always make fun of me for being happy, but I'm extremely happy right now. That was
we speak about tricky junglers,
it.
and like I said, synergy for their comp, the Janna movement speed, Ezreal being able to do what Jarvan can times 10 with jumping over walls every so often. It really advanced that composition for him, and we can't forget the Ignite on Sona to help with the first blood in the bottom lane. Like, they planned from the first minute of this game.
Yeah, oof. I saw their dream when they picked it, and I'm so happy that they were able to execute it.
All right, guys. So coming up after an incredible Game 2 strat, Velocity has tied up the series at 1 game apiece and looks for the lead with a Game 3 win. Plus, GGU's Don't Mash Me returns to educate the masses. The 2013 Summer Promotion Tournament continues right after this. Welcome back to the 2013 North American LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. Game 3 between Team Marn and Velocity Esports right on the corner. And after two very different outcomes, the series is all tied up at 1 win apiece. But before we dive back into the riff for Game 3, I'd like to welcome Good Game University's big man on campus. Don't mash me.
All right. Don't mash me. I'm glad we have you here, an AD expert, because we had 3 ADs in this game. Take us through all 3 AD carries.
So Varus is kind of like a semi-carry / semi-support with his very high CC. And Ezreal is a slippery one, which pokes quite well. And actually, Varus pokes pretty well too, but he's mainly for the ult.
Mm-hmm.
So the comp worked really well because you can like stand on different sides, left and right, and just like poke constantly. Varus Q, Ezreal Q. Then you can have like a Jen in the middle. It like works so perfectly. And that kind of destroyed Tristana a bit because she really needs a lot of farm, and they didn't allow Neontanto to get farm that game. It was just like constant push.
So we don't see these strategies a lot, or when we do, we kind of see they fizzle out because people don't remember the little things to keep going. What makes these strategies so hard to run, and why people shy away from them?
It requires a lot of communication. As our team, like GGU, we're known for running poke comps, but it's more just like we have a better communication than other teams, and we have a lot of teamwork. So a lot of teamwork is required for these type of comps, and I'm not saying teams don't have teamwork, they just don't have that great teamwork.
Right.
You also mentioned that Ezreal is a slippery AD carry.
Yes.
But Varus doesn't have an escape built into his kit, and on a poke comp, you always have to be able to disengage and get away here. What would go through your mind when you're playing this poke comp and you're overextended as a Varus?
They had a Janna, so you have to rely on your teammates to like disengage, and sometimes Janna does have to flash in front of Varus to protect him.
So seeing what happened, we saw Vile Rose in the top lane pushing with Janna, and then you would have Chris on Elise in mid, or they'd switch it up, and Sona would be pushing top until Maple would get there. How do you stop that when it just seems unstoppable? What did they have to do?
What Marn had to do is ward up, because vision is key against this, and if you're able to outposition them or like catch them, it's like you stop the push for like a good 2 minutes, and you're able to counter push, get Baron, or like catch even more if you have even more vision.
Yeah.
So we just saw a very interesting new strategy, but in a best of 5, you don't really get to use those over again. What do you think is going to come out in the next game?
They could still use it, honestly. They just have to play it well, and Marn is maybe expecting it, but it's something you can still run. But obviously in a best of 1, it's just like, oh, game over. But in this, you could just still run it, but you have to be a lot more coordinated because the team will expect it.
All right, Don't Mash Me, thank you very much. Good luck on the studies over the next few games, and we'll see you for a little more analysis as you come back.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, everyone. Marn and Velocity Esports are going head-to-head for Game 3. This best of 5 shows that both teams are evenly matched, and both games have shown that as well.
Yeah, you can definitely say that one again. They definitely have strategy on their side for Velocity here. I'm excited to see, since it's a best of 5, have they prepared some more presents like this for us? Because a lot of people bring out the word cheese when they see something they haven't seen before. But the cheese really is just the abuse of something that people aren't used to. And, you have to give credit to these guys for the execution. We talk about it so much, how poke comps are one of the most difficult to actually pull off.
Yeah.
And they played that one just spectacularly. You're always working against the clock, and they never let up.
And it goes to show you can almost not make anything work, but really they had no initiator or real true tank. So like you said, if that one fight goes wrong, they get melted, but they never let it happen ever, which is astounding.
Yeah, that's how you just have to change your play if you're going to use those unconventional champions. People talk about trolling if you pick something like, a year ago, if you picked Jungler Ezreal, people would call you trolling, even in solo queue.
Yeah.
But now, it's a competitive strategy that is used. All you have to do to make use of these unconventional champions is change the whole team's playstyle. Your whole team has to be on board with it.
Solo queue, here comes Jungle Ezreal.
Oh yeah, it's back, baby. And people were already getting annoyed with the blue Ezreal builds that PewDiePie has unleashed upon the world. And now there's just going to be another variation of it. I'm sure everybody, even now probably, we're going to have a few queuing up at this very moment.
Yep. So we can actually see NK Inc. here next to Chris. Vile Rose there in the middle just started chatting. NK Inc. has the sheets in front of him. So the initial picks and bans really going through his head, the theory crafting in that. Vile Rose for the in-game calls.
And the picks and bans for this next game are going to be even more important because, like Don't Match Me said, you can still run that same comp if you're extremely careful. The other team is looking for it. And if they get any whiff of any sort of cheese, they're going to start banning out the key opponents of that comp.
Get out the nose plugs, and they'll throw them right in. The picks and bans about to be underway. Game 3 in this best of 5, our second matchup here in the Summer Promotion Tournament. And this is for all the marbles, whether you are in or out of the LCS, a professional contract to play League of Legends, completely on the line. And we are to champion select.
And both of these teams actually, I think, really deserve it now. Whichever one comes out in the end, of course, there will be some crying, especially from probably Clake's brother. But there will also be a lot of happy faces on the opposing team.
Yeah, there's like brother induction and brother outduction right now, so we could have a few back and forth. Draven, Twisted Fate, not surprised once again.
Yeah, Twisted Fate and Draven both banned. Like, talk about the brothers, though. It could be the changing of the guard here. The odd clan could come in. The Wiley clan will have 2 brothers now. In position in the LCS. TSM sitting very comfortably up in that top spot right now, so I'm sure he'd love to have his brother coming down with him too.
Get the sponsor from Acme. You're good to go. So Janna being banned out, really, they said that was the core component of the composition, at least for us for now, and they're actually going to leave up Lux.
Lux, definitely one of Vile Rose's comfort champions that we talked about. He went back to that every time they haven't run this sneaky poke comp.
They could still do it with him, but just don't have the speed. Really, that Janna helped them out, though, with the lane movement. Tristana finds a ban, though. So Neon Tanso, we know him for his Vayne as well. We know him for his anything.
Oh, yeah.
So,
he's an amazing AD player and even mid player. He's got champion pool for days.
Yes, sir.
But that ban on Tristana actually tells me that the last game, when they left it up, it was baiting them into taking that Tristana. Because, like the matchmaker said, Tristana is a farm-heavy AD champion, and they're like, yes, go ahead and take this late-game Tristana, and we will crush you with... So every single thing just really fell into place in that last game. Beautiful for Velocity. This time around, they actually also snag away the second brother. So we've seen when both Nasus and Renekton have been taken by teams in the past, it's a very effective strategy with the 2-man dive comp there with both of those ultimates.
We'll have to see what comes out. Velocity Esports going again, like you said, with one of the brothers. They have Nasus, a little bit more objective control. So it doesn't say slowing down the game because we've seen a 4-minute dragon coming in here with the Nasus play in Quantic versus Complexity. But it's definitely saying that, the lanes are just going to be regular ganks now. We're not going for a crazy comp.
Yeah, it's just a different style. I mean, it's a little bit slower if you only look at ganks. But he's concentrated on farm and he's concentrated on map objectives. So he definitely does put that pressure on the map that we talked about so often in different ways. You have to just different champions require different play styles.
I was gonna say Claky D going for his favorited Jarvan, the Taster's Choice pick up there for him, and we have Thresh coming in for Heartbeat. Heartbeat definitely creating plays in Martin's first game with Thresh.
I'd like to see some of those preemptive charge ups on the death sentence and then flash I was talking about. Seen that so many times from MIA, just used really effectively. And it's always exciting, especially I know Jat watching, looking for the replays, would love to have one of those. So hope maybe someone was listening and actually heard me, because that one in the middle where he flashed and then death sentence, he could have actually landed at if he did that in the opposite order.
So Velocity is still piecing together some of that worked in the poke comp. Very comfort champions for them. Maple Street's actually going to go ahead and take the Ezreal this time, but you could say that may not be the AD carry.
You always got that in the back of your mind now. They have banned out, one of the key components there, that Janna.
Yep.
She's really essential to that team comp, not only for the passive movement speed that everybody just raves about, but also the disengage that she offers, wave clear with her Howling Gale. It's just the whole package, really. And Marn feels like with that single ban, they've completely taken off that strategy from the table, and they don't feel about any of the other picks are worth going after.
I believe Echo threw himself on some Kale in the beginning of the season, but I don't believe we've seen it since. His Lux, however, is quite good. The reason for leaving it up, possibly, it was last pick, so maybe it was just kind of floating around in the back of the mind and just so happened to be
And
the
that
pick.
would be also taking that away from Vile Rose. Vile Rose, his name, you know, actually comes from when he made Zyra, though. So
yes.
he is an adamant Zyra player. It's probably going to be a support Elise and solo Zyra, I'm guessing, because even though Chris did play that in the last matchup, he'll probably be taking the Rumble this time. These three champions could easily switch around, the Elise, Zyra, and Rumble. So there's still a lot of guessing work here on the Velocity team, but Marn definitely feel comfortable, especially with Mega Zero back on that Renekton.
That's really one of the things that maybe, you know, Vile Rose got slack for, because it's one of Velocity's things that they do have a bunch of people that can switch the champions around. You see that. They took the Malphite, or they took the Zed, and they're like, oh, that's for Chris. But no, the Malphite was for Chris, so they kind of try and mix up that champion select. Also, you said Nian Tanso used to play mid as well. Well, he used to play that Corki in mid that he takes now to the AD carry, so that's a very comfortable AD carry champion.
He did. Okay, so they don't pull any sneaky last-minute switches.
No.
Vile Roses can continue with the mid lane Rumble or side lane Rumble. Rumble is a great in any lane. He is good in all situations here. But seriously, he actually could mid Rumble is a very popular in North American solo queue. There's a guy with his account's name is mid Rumble GG. That's all he picks all day long, and he's extremely high ELO. So it is a successful strategy here. It is going to be Chris back on that Elise, and Evaniscus taking the Zyra.
All right, everyone. Game 3 underway here in our second best-of-5 series. A possibility of a chance into the LCS if you can get that third win. Both teams now with 1 win apiece as we go into Game 3. Marn on the blue team for our third game. Velocity Esports takes the red side as they head out of the gate.
And we're going to slow them down here. Everybody take a breather. That last best of 5, I mean the last game there, this is a long best of 5. Everybody wants to go the distance, so they're giving me a little time to calm down as well.
Yep.
We're going to start off a fresh game here with fresh items. The one that's jumping out to me is that blue elixir here, Elixir of Brilliance for Vile Rose.
We've seen that. Obviously, it's not going to give you the HP, but it is going to be that quick burst. Can it be used as an all-in, though? Is it that effective?
So I've been over this before with before the red elixir was nerfed.
Yep.
The only difference with blue elixir is that you only use it as an offensive surprise. Here, the popularity of Fortitude Elixir was that you can use it for both offensive and defensive purposes because of that HP you were talking about. And for that reason, you know, the Elixir of Brilliance is really, you know, it's just power for killing. So it's going to be him looking to capitalize on any gank that comes to his lane. Then he'll look for an extra kill. And Rumble. Every time I see one of those in game, I talk about how scary it is to gank a Rumble lane. Because as a jungler,
turned it into a double.
Yeah, as a jungler, he has so much AoE damage, he'll burn you and your lane compatriot down at the same time. And if there's a counter gank, you're both dead.
So back into the game. Thanks for bearing with us. It was just Mega Zero changing up those controls, getting some smart casting in. His binds were not correct for the Renekton play. And we all know if you're a big crocodile, you want to have the right buttons.
Yes, you do. He's finally, we didn't talk about this really, he's returned to his champion that was banned against him constantly throughout the entire LCS. Everyone was like, oh yeah, auto ban Renekton versus Team Marn because that's Mega Zero's thing. But you know, after the Best Ribbon AA tournament, they've let that one slip through the cracks, and we'll have to see if he can perform as well solo in that lane.
All right, we'll have to see what they're doing as they move around here. It's going to be a minute, 30 seconds in with not too much movement, Kobe. This is really one of the most lax early games that we've seen. There's not even the blue ward coming in, which I think we've seen every single game.
So yeah, we got 4 wards coming down here for Velocity. They will see this late invade. 4-member invade though, there's not much you can do about it, even though you do see it. So they're gonna have to seed their blue side jungle over to Team Marn here and just look to counter steal the opponent.
A little bit later each time they go in for this ward. I'm like, they're not doing it. They're definitely not doing it. Oh, there they are. Yeah, so going on, they're going to trade this off. Claky D grabbing up the blue for Velocity Esports. And like you said, actually, they may not here. It looks like Mega Zero able to put some pressure on NK Inc. He gets a good hit there. NK Inc. not really focusing back on. He tries to get to Evaniscus first, and Mega knows, oops, this is kind of a bad idea. Full vision onto Mega Zero. NK Inc. Actually, I'm looking at Evaniscus here. He has taken Grasping Roots, but he's waiting for the use. Gets it on Mega. Kind of holds him back from the lane, but just the back and forth, not going to cause too much trouble.
Yeah, NK Inc. really needed that backup because Mega Zero says, this is my territory.
Oh no, he uses flash to get in. And Mega Zero going too ham for that when the Ignite goes down, but it may not be enough. He's going to have to walk out of this one. It is extended, but he's out of combat, so I don't think anybody's going to follow, and that's incredible. He's all right.
Close play right there. Mega Zero going for that burst with the Renekton charge, and the Ignite. Valru's dodging out Death Sentence here, so he's going to survive as well. I was going to say, if NK Inc. had to walk away from that blue buff, he would have had a very hard time in his jungle, because it took him so long. He's already behind Claky.
So Martin really taking this one into their own hands, seeing that it's going to be a Rumble mid, Kobe. They choose to put the AD and support in mid, and it really doesn't take that jungle pressure, or the dragon pressure off.
Rumble is pretty strong in that 2 versus 1 lane, too, so it's not too bad here for Val Rose. We talked about how he's okay in pretty much any lane, and he's okay with low farm. He's one of those champions that the damage and utility from his ultimate is going to be a factor in the early team fights no matter what.
Looking for movement from the junglers. We do see that NK Inc. is in mid, but he's just soaking up experience. And we'll see that. We've seen it between the 2v1 lanes that you will find that jungler. Usually it's the bottom lane, but just copying that in mid now.
Yeah, talk about AoE wave clear here. Nasus plus Rumble is one of the most potent early wave clears, but he does have to get a little close to the minion wave, take some poke from Niantan. So you also brought up that Niantanzo used to play that Corki mid lane as a solo. He's playing that Corki mid lane just as a duo.
So safe to be in a lane like that, having that jump away escape as well as heartbeat to just save your butt if you need to with a lantern. So he's got like a double, like 500, 600, 800 range, just jump out. 4 minutes in, the push in the top lane is causing pressure, and Claky D to go to the top. Still, Velocity keeping NK Inc. in the middle. He's forced away to get some raids.
Yeah, finally, he's been shoved out even of the mid lane here, taking too much damage. The good thing about Corki in this pick is that his poke is AoE. He's using that Phosphorus Bomb very effectively on both the jungler and the mid laners. So he's able to force out that Nasus, run him off back to the jungle, and continue his pressure on the mid turret here.
And how is this going to work? Do you feel like Lux could really be misutilized in that bottom lane? Usually you see her really helping in that mid, or not mid, but, you know, those early level ganks when she gets that laser.
Well, Lux herself, you know, she'll lose out a little bit by not being able to roam top or bottom like you're talking about with the long range on the laser. But I think the real detriment here for the Lux is that it's Echo in a side lane. He's not as used to playing those side lanes, and he's especially not used to playing up against Chris, who's you know, one of those top laners on a dangerous champion like Elise. So Echo already falling behind, and you can see the difference here. He's not quite used to this 1 versus 2 down bottom, having a bit of a tough time.
Yeah, already getting harassed at the turret, missing quite a few minions there. But he's staying in that lane, 26 to 33 in minions, so not too much discrepancy. NK Inc. again, his buffs really this time were just to be used in mid. He hasn't been able to utilize that in a lane gank.
Yeah, he's got that red buff, but he's not going to be able to hit any champions with it. Won't even grab that last hit, and his siphoning strike only at 18 here, so that's pretty low. Only 3 last hits for him all game long.
So already at 5 minutes, we have a much slower game. I'm sure Martin is breathing a sigh of relief that they don't have to adapt every new second that goes through the game. So we'll see what they can do. They are moving back down to the bottom lane. They don't like the lockup here. I think Echo may have called it. It's just not working for him.
I meant to say 6, by the way. I'm sure people will rail on me for that one. But yes, Nasus gains 3 permanent damage every time he last hits somebody with a siphoning strike. We'll keep track of that one for you all game long, as everyone does like to know the bonus damage on it. Meanwhile, though, focus up on top lane. It's down to half life for that turret.
Mega Zero also down below half health. And it looks like he will get Grasping Rooted, but slices away. Keeps himself in safety. Bottom lane is going to be returned to by Chris after picking up the Seeker's Arm Guard. And he actually goes for the right buy as he saw the lane change was coming in. So he hooked himself up with that first.
Lane swap. They pull this one out probably because of that Echo situation I was talking about.
Right.
Not quite at home down there with Chris. He's not having a good time, and he wants to go back up against Vile Rose, who's also been having a rough go at it in a 2-versus-1.
That's working out. 36-20 in that CS, so it is going to be kind of a lead here for Echo. If he can hit 6 first, he can definitely get some damage down. I don't know if it's going to be enough to finalize a kill. Oh, going for the Lantern Toss hook, but NK Inc. finally out of the mid lane gets to show some presence here in the bottom. Niantanzo, he didn't think it was going to hit him. It will lock down with the Wither, but he jumps out with the Rocket.
So they do get good harass, but they're not going to end up with the kill down bottom. Echo actually did land his combo on Vile Rose in the mid too while we weren't looking, and he's not able to burst him down even from 75%. So Echo or Vile Rose feeling okay in that situation right now.
NK Inc. going around, really loving the buddy system here in the lanes, and they can't really do much to push back. They go on to Chris. Will they really engage this? They think they can get the first blood right away. He goes up into the air, dies, and it looks like Niantanzo will follow as well. A double kill for Chris. NK Inc. hits 6 and goes hard under the turret.
That lane Nasus really paying off now. He's 6 at the same level as both of the solo laners here. As soon as he pops that Spirit Fire right next to you and lands a Siphoning Strike on your head, you know he's taking a lot. Mega Zero has the same idea, though, going on Evaniscus.
Flaky D's right there. He goes for Evaniscus. You are right. Because he is going to be less tanky, they're trying to focus a bit of damage onto Maple Street, but it's just too much escape. The pink ward going down to make sure they can see and give the coverage on the lane.
They end up answering back, but it's a little bit late. They lose out on the first blood, and they only get 1. That also means the jungler's shown top, so that NK Inc.'s not done yet. They're going to go for this dragon, even though he doesn't have that ulti.
And that's got to sting a little bit, right? You're like, yeah, they scored, but we're going to score back. And then they just pretty much kick it right back into your goal with the dragon. So 9 minutes here, 2-1, and that's going to be a 2,000 gold lead exactly in favor of Velocity Esports. And it has not been good for Marn whenever Velocity has the lead. You got to remember, Marn won that first game being up about 2,000, but they never really let Velocity grab it.
Yeah, and people always talk about how Marn is a very momentum-based team.
Yes.
It's falling against them right now. That's all on Velocity's. Oh man, if Freak was here, he would have a field day with me mentioning momentum and velocity in the same sentence. Glad to have you back, Riv.
So as we move quickly through this one, almost at 10 minutes, we're going to see Claky D clearing out the jungle. He may back after this. He's going to be depleted on the mana bar, and we see Echo returning to mid lane. Stacking a tier on Lux, which we've seen, you know, kind of plateaus the damage that she's going to get other than scaling the levels in mid lane. But the Sork Boot's kind of trying to put a little pain on the back end while she does plateau there.
Always like the early flat penetration for both Elise and Rumble.
Yeah.
Both those guys, you know, they don't have to scale up the AP items that early, but the penetration just does wonders here, right? A nice light binding and full combo.
Bam.
We'll see it does take them to, 75%. It's pretty good.
He's a tanky Rumble still. He comes from the Junkyard. Junkyard's pretty tanky, if you didn't know. That's a weird comment. As we move in here, Overheat, Vile Rose chooses to back off, but he's not going to get any pressure. Jarvan returning back to the jungle, and it's really, really slow play if it wasn't slow last time. It was definitely more kills at this point and more turrets.
Definitely with a different strategy coming around this time, but very successful so far with the part-time laning.
Yeah.
NK Inc. You know, he was in the lanes a lot last game, and he's in lanes a lot this game.
Coming down, Niantanzo forced out once again. The repel's up and back down to the opposing minions, because that looked pretty bad in the 3v2 situation.
Yeah, after he went up for that repel, everyone's, oh, is it gonna? No, he's going straight back to the minions. They just get a little harass off, and they'll take that one. Calling down Claky D means it's going to be rough if they try and push in on this turret.
There's definitely been a lot of focus on this bottom lane, but Mega Zero has been pushed back here. He hasn't been getting too much help from Jarvan. They did get that one kill in, but you can see now he's forced to help bottom. It's been so much pressure from Velocity. Heartbeat taking some damage. He gets jumped on. They could try to finalize the kill. Blade back, and he saves himself, and it's going to be the hit coming in from Chris to finalize that kill. He goes down himself. Niantanzo picking up kills. He's withered back. The laser comes in, and it does hit just on the edge. Claky D picking up the kill, so they give kills all around.
Yeah, dangerous if you go on that turret indeed, and they lose 2 members for that one. They did finish off Heartbeat, though, by some quick play from Chris.
I really like that choice to kind of give Claky the kill on that one. The tier is stacking for Echo. He feels like he's doing all right in lane, and they need that burst of power so Claky can initiate later.
Yeah, some of the times where we've seen Jarvans fail in the LCS is when they don't get that the early farm that they need, and they become this late game squishy melee champion that will jump in with a cataclysm only to get blown up.
Yeah, we should jump in to drop it pretty much.
Exactly.
See Vile Rose overheating a bit. Still not worried about getting aggressed down in mid. These guys have some pretty good wards for themselves, especially Echo on both sides. He can go aggressive if he wants, and you can see him kind of trying to push that. Catch Vile Rose in a light binding, do half his health again. True Shot Barrage, flying across, not going to do much.
All right, we've hit the lull now because the bottom turret now gone for Velocity. They're going to have to keep in mind the dragon control for the next one. So they're going to have to look into the future and prep that bottom area with wards. Because if they don't have the vision down there, they already have lost the turret, and it's going to be very dangerous for them to have a team fight down there.
You can see on your screen Vile Rose still talking, no communication, and not that Echo is the one to call these right now, but Vile Rose always communicating there. Chatter, making sure the team knows we have wards down, and they're slowly positioning each other, right? Nasus is behind Elise because she pressed in a little bit. They're giving each other safety in every movement.
They come in with the pink wards, just that there's the safety you're talking about, extending that line of vision. Only a minute and a half left for that dragon. Ezreal is up top. This time it's Maple Street. It's not the jungler, so he's going to be able to shove that one to stack up his Bloodthirster and then join up with the rest of the team prepping for that dragon fight.
Echo maybe looking to go for a big item next. He's got about 1,600 gold on him for this mid lane. Maybe that's why he also gave the kill over to Clicky D. Echo has a lot more gold than him at this point. Maple Street picking up the red. As we look at some of the core items here, that Elder Golem, or Ancient Golem, I should say, Spirit of the Ancient Golem picked up onto Nasus. They're going to really try to engage these fights now. He was tanky. He was able to get that first kill down in the bottom lane, but they don't like that poke engage, and they back off.
And neither of these teams have a teleport or a global movement. So if you do have a split pusher like we have Chris down bottom, then that does open up the mid lane here to a 4vs5 situation.
Maple Street picking up a Bloodthirster very early here, so it does not look like a blue build right off the bat for him.
They saw enough of that blue build in the last game, and he's going with the old regular Bloodthirster. That's a very mid-game oriented build, much more than the blue build, because blue build, you're lacking that early damage since you go with the tier and everything, and he's looking for a little bit more here. Some nice burst from Chris. Doesn't get answered by Mega Iru. A great job there to win that trade 100% for Chris.
Those repels all day, just dodging.
He's so quick.
Taunts last game, attacks this game. We'll have to see what they can continue to do. Now we saw Echo, actually we'll see if this dragon happens and then make this point as they put the pink ward down, look to make some pressure.
Rumble in the dragon pit. Yeah.
All the pressure.
Rumble in the dragon pit here. This is definitely going to be one of those highly anticipated 5vs5s where we focus on the picks from Echo and Heartbeat. If they can land the light bindings or the death sentences onto one of those low HP targets that is not NK Inc., then they'll gladly go in on it.
Ooh, that was a good chunk of damage coming out. It looks like pretty squishy health bars for Marn. Prismatic Barrier goes in, which means Velocity is not going to engage just yet. They do see Chris. They're going to get the double laser down. Did he dodge that again? Dodge Pants McDodge. He got hit. Okay, good.
Yeah, they both got some red bars dropping there. They bleeding. They bleeding.
He got hit again with it. So he is actually down to about below half health here. They're still trying to move into this fight, but they're standing on those two wards. They don't have one in that forward brush, and it's really allowing Velocity to poke back a little bit.
Yeah, both teams poking down. We've got a couple members on each side with half HP. Echo does have a blue buff, though, so he'll continue to spam out his full combos. Only another 20 seconds until the final spark is back up, and the dragon is going down quick.
So Velocity doing this one. They try to pull the dragon out, and they get that damage down. Spirit Fire and NK Inc. are going to be dropping down right back. I don't know. Clicky D goes in first. They stop the dragon damage and try to put someone close. NK Inc. falls. Clicky D goes down as well. The Intanto picks himself up a kill, and it's a chase for the next fight. Nobody's really on someone yet, but they turn around and find Evaniscus popping himself out of the dragon den. Echo goes down after a very nice passive from Evaniscus.
2 for 2. That was a very even team fight, and that's because of those changes to jungle monsters where they attack whoever's closest to them. They don't stay on the first person who tagged them nowadays. So when someone else dives in, you want to position yourself to the opposite side of the dragon so that the extra damage is actually going to be applied to the back. And that is actually why Evanescence ended up going down in the end there. Support taking the dragon fire from the back is not a good situation.
And, you know, I was going to point out that Echo's build is obviously a little bit different. He is playing a different champion, we have to point out right away. But from the Ahri build, Lichbane right away for damage, and he's going super mana heavy this game. But still, the way he's positioning is just allowing him to put out the same amount of damage.
Yeah, and he also wanted to rush the early cooldown reduction here.
Yep.
Morel and Omicron so he can continue to fire out those combos. Another thing worth noting from that last fight, Dragon never went down. He was just sitting there around 1,000 HP.
It's just a
He's
party.
back. He's calling everybody home here. Another Dragon Brawl about to break out. This time there will be no ultimate from NK Inc. or Rumble.
And you got to consider, right? Look how many wards are around here. Yeah, there's the rubies, so they have those wards being placed, but there's pink wards as well. There's about 500 to 600 gold in pink wards. So this dragon is really only a return on investment of this fight for these teams.
This is really, the economy is just going down the hole here. Everybody's spending their money. Everybody's
just to get money.
Spending their money on these pink wards, and nobody's buying the products of the small stores here. Okay, everybody's just, they're giving up the dragon. They're going to turn
They don't
over.
want it.
They want the buildings.
Oh, they want the people. They go on for NK Inc. The Equalizer comes out. Final Spark finalizes NK Inc. And they are going to continue to go into the fight. Echo, no, rather Claky D flashing over the wall. They get one, and it looks like they could pressure a dragon.
Yeah, Claky not hesitating to get out of that one because he dove in, headshot. Yeah, we got a kill. We're going to fit. Nope, nobody's behind me. We're aborting mission. Abort, abort. He got out over the side, so it was a definitely nice win for them. But because it's so close, they don't even get the dragon off the back of that one.
And these fights really good for Mar and Kobe because it did not look too good in the laning.
It's a very close game. It's come full circle here, back to even now. And as they lost a person, even though they lost out with NK Inc. dying, he's back up already.
Oh, God,
he still has his smite, and we shall return to the battlegrounds.
Longest
that is
dragon ever. As they still go in, it is the ultimate up for Lux, so they have that big damage burst to get through. Good pressure by Evaniscus. It looks like Velocity Esports going to get Dragon, a big turning point for them. Finally, it goes down. 5-minute dragon ends.
Mega Zero had enough of the dragon fights, so he just wandered up top.
Angry cry.
I'm out of here, guys. We got the kill, right? That means we're done, and we're going to go trade for this top turret here. So we're going to give up that global gold for the dragon, exchange for the global gold of the turret and the map control up top.
That turret is going to go down, so the gold back and forth. We see it just about 200, not too bad, 2-to-1 in turrets, but this is Velocity, again, creeping forward just a little bit. They may not lose this momentum, and that will be bad for Marn.
Next thing that's going to come up will be that Rumble Ultimate, so we might see another team fight down the middle here. Another key cooldown to watch out for on this Velocity team is that Stranglethorns from Zyra, though, because he just used that zoning out the team Marn so they can get the dragon. Means he won't have that counter engage if they decide to go off the back of this turret.
Just talking about the Equalizer, they throw it right down onto Heartbeat. They try to take out the support first so he can't stop the fight, but it's Mega Zero and Claky D who are able to do that alone. It's going to be Vile Rose going down here. Final Spark goes out. It takes down Evaniscus on the backside. He still has passive damage, waiting to fire that one off, and he looks for it, doesn't get it down. Chris is able to take one out. They cannot finalize Mega Zero, but it is going to be the 2-for-2 overall.
Chris with a great job cutting off Niantanso there. Niantanso was farming the bottom lane as that AD carry. As soon as he saw the fight broke out, wanted to do the good thing any good teammate would want to do, come join everybody, but ran through a ward and gets cut off there by Chris. Pays for that one with his life, and they end up grabbing that turret.
And 100% more chances being taken by these teams in this game.
100%. Yeah, well, that's a good calculation. We'll go with that math. I won't check you on that one. I do love the dives, though, the plays. They keep on. They don't hesitate. Like you said, you know, Chris had started that one off, and then he changed the tower aggro off of him with the repel very quickly. But, you know, everybody walking around in the back line here, Evaniscus does get caught out by that final spark, and they trade evenly once again, just a few hundred gold separating, and they're not done fighting. Both these teams are just ready to brawl all day long.
And I feel like this could be Marn's turret now. They get a few kills, they get a few HP bars down, they take a quick one. It's going to be the Equalizer to stop that, though. That's how much Velocity wants their mid turret.
They're just using that as a wave clear here. which is a big cooldown that if the team fight did break out after that, they would be missing. But the rest of Marn just back off after that wave clear. So successful use right there. Cooldown on Rumble's equalizer is not quite as short as that final spark, but it's one of the shorter ones. So he's only got to wait another minute for it to come back.
If you think about it, right, you fight every minute, that's pretty action-packed. But right now, it seems like forever for these guys. They're like, wait, all right, 10 seconds. That's an hour. Let's hang on here. So at 22 minutes, the gold still very, very close. Marn pressuring the middle turret once again, but they're doing it just with shields this time. The cocoon goes out. Mega still has that ulti, so he feels good to take the turret up for his team, and it's so much pressure. Velocity can't stop this.
Well, they're going to trade this one because they sent their AD and support down bottom, so they also get that bottom turret. Outer turret for outer turret, pretty even here, but we'll have to see if they continue with the push because the Marn team here is roaming back into their own jungle. Might get a little bit more dangerous for that Zyra down bottom.
Maple Street going a little blue, however. Him and NK ain't going shopping together. They get that Golem Spirit and the Iceborne Gauntlet built up. So that's 2 finalized items, but it's going to be the Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer burst coming from me in Town Cell.
That is definitely more potent on the late game there. The crits from Corki will be huge here because he also has flat armor shred from his Gatling gun. So it's a nice little combo right there. He won't pay for the late last whisper. He's got armor shred just built into his kit, which is nice, especially when comboed with that of Renekton and Jarvan.
Right. And you know something we've seen a lot more of, Kobe, as well. Teams taking into consideration the factor of the AP damage. These Aegises and Bulwarks are coming out much faster than Lockets now.
Yeah, I mean, both of them rushing the Aegis, and Claky already upgrading his. Yeah. So hats off to him. He's got the first shiny blue shield.
There is a lot of that AP to be dealing with right now. You got that kind of the Pen Rumble coming in, but not so much Pen Elise. He does have the Sork boots, but with that, how are they going to synergize this fight? You said they have the Zyra as well. Not going to build too much AP, but Evaniscus is heading that way. What's their engagement?
The engagement for Velocity here, it's definitely going to be starting off with the Rumble ultimate for them. They're more looking for counter engages. You know, they've got the Strangled Thorns and the Equalizer, which are better used when Marn make the first move. If Marn are the ones diving, expending their dashes and their movement spells for engagement, then is the time to pop off these slow ultimates like Zyra and Rumble have, as we have Heartbeat going in!
He goes crazy. Claky D's right on the backside. Oh, wow! She pulls that smoke and mirrors and gets herself out towards the red side. They're kind of looking, which way did she go, George? And it looks like Neotanzo gets one missile to the backside. Photosynthesis will get Zyra back in no time. 28 seconds on that clock, but it's 25 minutes on the clock, and Marn poised for Dragon.
Neotanzo's got those heat-seeking missiles. Full range on that one. Finds him for the kill. Oracle's down, and they're looking to push it.
Oh, they don't even want to get... They took that actually quite fast. Moving up here from that area. They move back. Marn trying to get themselves into the position now to get Dragon, and they finally will. I was going to say they took it, but they didn't.
Yeah, so they're going to get rewarded with that pickoff of Evanescus. They take the Dragon in. We return to the Dragon pit here. Now they're in, and they're cut off by the Equalizer, but no follow-up engage.
They're spreading out pretty weird right now. It's like, yes, we can go, but the Equalizer's here. I don't want to walk around it, but we might be in a fight now. It's going to be NK Inc. rather, coming in from the left side. Who's he going to wither? He throws it down. I believe it goes on to Jarvan. They jump in. No, Mega Zero got it. NK Inc. now on the backside of the fight, forced to flash out. Can't use the ultimate damage. Mega Zero trying to get the damage down with a Sunfire Cape and get himself in. It's like nobody is falling. Only a 1-for-1 now with all the damage done.
And that was started out 5 versus 4 because we still had Evanescus in the death chamber. Had to walk all the way down here. Just barely got in for the end of this team fight. They do trade 1-for-1 after taking that Dragon, and now the pressure is on Velocity's side, trying to hit up this mid turret.
So we do see Velocity using the momentum they had, but Marn able to find that gold lead, Kobe. Holding down these turrets, Velocity just looks to be pressuring the lanes once again. I thought they were going to split push, but Virose has to back.
Ooh, dangerous repel from Chris here. He has to stay in that spot and ends up burning his flash, too. There were no raids to jump to. Now he pays for it with his life.
360 headshot, no scope, everything included with the shutdown.
He shoots him back right in the head. This is a war of snipers here. The Ezreal ult cutting across Echo just to say, I've got the aim too. You better watch out next time because I'm going to snipe you back.
These guys are definitely taking numbers and names. 16 seconds on Chris, so we see Velocity Esports kind of slowing it down here. Heartbeat picking up so much gold. He's got 3 just next to him. He's going to take these down. 1 for 1 on each, and then behind him for some more. So getting a good return there. 27 minutes in, that 1,500 gold lead. Marn has brought it back in their favor, but like I said, the momentum in the favor of Velocity.
Yeah, and Heartbeat's got a lot of work ahead of him. Digging up those pesky wards with his scythe. He's worked overtime, cleared out the last of them there, and he's finally got a clean river to work with. All the vision now working toward in Marn's favor here. They also have the gold lead to back it up, so Velocity have to play a bit more cautiously for the next couple minutes.
Not too late on the stack, but it's 710 out of 750 for that Saracen Brace coming in for Echo, and that's going to make their engagement so much scarier because Echo can kind of play dangerous then.
Yeah, Echo's been he's been willing to stand closer to the front line when he lands that combo just so he can get the full burst of damage off on the back line. So having that extra shield from Saracen Brace will just mean that every time he does land that light binding, he'll stay in there and get the full combo off. He's not one that prefers being on the front lines, but he'll take it.
Not an Ahri this game, but he will still try to get the damage in. We do have some flashes down. Heartbeat's flash is down. Neon Tonsil will be safe for the next fight. I'm sure they're considering that, but Clakeys is down. So their engagement, a little less of an impact, but they can still get that in. Their ults are up.
And it will be dangerous for Marn to engage because I was talking about Velocity's team is all centered around the counter engages, and they've also built really well with their dual APs. One of them has got the Rylai Scepter, that's Chris, and the other one has got the Leandri. So they didn't have to wait to get that combo that's so effective. As long as any member of Marn is slowed a little bit, that Leandri's will be even more effective. So they're looking to get that power, the power bracket right there closed as quickly as possible. Evanescus still on the front lines here with this Zara.
Now, as we look at some of the AD builds, obviously we see the blue somewhat build coming in, those cooldown boots as well for Maple Street. But we look over, and I said that was going to be a Phantom Dancer, but it comes out as a Static Shiv. Could have Clakey going in here for an engage as the Equalizer goes down. We'll see how that Static Shiv proves for him in the fight. Neon Tonsil just on the left side. Clakey taking quite a bit of damage. It looks like it's just too much armor on both sides to finalize any kills. They're kind of just throwing rocks at each other. There's the damage from the AP. The magic is a bit too much as the Bulwark is not finished on the side of Velocity Esports. This could be a go-through for Marn here. That light binding just misses Chris.
Great poke there from Marn. Good job by Echo 2. Cooldown on that final spark, ticking down only 20 seconds for another one. So Evanescus and Val Rose are in the danger zone where they could be 100%ed if they got caught out.
Are they going to push this down? No, they clean it up. They start taking the camps, Kobe. Go back to kind of what I was talking about, and it's not a Phantom Dancer coming in for Corki. It was the Static Shiv. Now, yeah, it's kind of a choice back and forth, but usually you see that coming in for wave clear and whatnot. They have a Lux. You know, is it preference here?
It's definitely just the choice of the AD. Okay. Corki already has so much AoE that his wave clear is going to be nearly instant now, and since we saw before Neon Tonsil was struggling for just to find CS and get back to these team fights, we've had so many rapid team fights that being able to instantly clear a wave and get back to your team for that next team fight is so important. Okay. He stacked a Static Shiv on top of the AoE he already has.
We'll see what he does with the rest of it. Bloodthirster, Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, to Bloodthirster, Iceborne Gauntlet, and it looks like we're going to get some more damage in. If he actually goes for the Elder or the Lizard, that'd be different this far back. Usually that's one of the first ones you see. We'll see what they can do as they go in on this one. It's going to be on to NK Inc. No damage there, or not enough damage there, but the Force Flash.
Yeah, so that he flashed out right when Vile Rose dropped down his cover fire, the Equalizer coming down, Rumble Ultimate going to be out of commission for the next team fight as we have Marn pushing on middle.
Heartbeat has been doing so much with this Oracle here, but they know everything that's going on. Velocity keeping tabs on Marn. So it's not that big that Marn is pushing this, the Velocity can still come back in these fights. They're dead even.
And we've got 5 seconds left on Dragon. So after using that Oracles to clear out wards leading to Dragon, they're going to try and get Velocity to play into their hands. But they've still got a pink ward and a sneaky little green ward in that small bush here, burning down Dragon.
Two-shot barrage just missing every time. Really not looking for damage on him, but they go in for the fight. There's the laser across the team, but only it's a few. Silver Rose going to fight again. They've been peeling, but Neon Tanzo's covered now by the spider. It's going to be Chris coming in. Very, very low HP bars for Marn, but it's the same side on the side of Velocity. Chris gets out with a sliver. Vile Rose as well. They finally take down Heartbeat, and somehow Velocity is finding the kills. Everybody's backing out. Spread so thin in this fight. It's finally Mega Zero going down. Clanky D and Echo on the backside. They could get pinched one more time. Maple Street, Mystic shots from the backside. The other side is actually cleared, and Chris starts heading for safety.
Both of these teams really centered around the brawls, and we saw it there with everything coming so close. He's not done. Maple Street looks for the snipes.
Oh, he goes over Arcade Shift. Oh, wasn't close enough. The ultimate misses as well. There's the one shot to slow to Echo. The Mystic shot misses. The mana's running so low. That's his last bit of mana. He gets the burst shot down, and he may be able to find Echo.
He used his surfs already, too.
He's out of combat, and he gets the kill. Oh, my gosh, the timer's stuck.
Maple Street, you know, firing a little wild there, misses some of the skill shots, but it doesn't matter. He zoned them and cornered them. The drill sergeant is able to pick up the extra kills, and that does swing it back to even, because remember at the very beginning of that fight, it was Clanky D coming out with the Dragon. So a pretty decent trade right there, and we're still back to a very small goal differential.
Sometimes you're happy that that timer for kills was extended, and sometimes you're not.
Good tenacity from Maple Street, though, not giving up on those kills, even after he misses.
He kept going.
He misses the shots. He never gives up on the mission, though, and he completes it.
He's like, what? I have mana, a skill up, use it. 33 minutes in here, 14-12, another neck-and-neck matchup. Marn, for the first time here against Velocity, that is thwarting their momentum. Velocity was up. Marn has taken that grasp back. 47,000 to 45,000 now, and they have evened up the turrets. That was not the case last game. Marn could not find turrets to save their name, save their life.
Yeah, the turret's really secondary to Dragons in this game, though. That's been the story for the whole game. Everybody loves the Dragon Pit nowadays. They've been fighting over it for years, it seems like. And it's probably going to be another period of lull until another Dragon comes up. Never mind, they're going straight on to Vile Rose.
Absolutely jumps in. Not a lull in the action. Mega Zero diving in as well. There's the dive buddies going in. They back off. Get a good amount of ults wasted on that one. Mega Zero taking some good chunks. They may still have a reinitiation here. And you can just see those shots from Maple Street are chunking every member of Marn.
Stranglethorn does go down there just as a zoning tool. Didn't get anyone popped up. So that plus the Equalizer plus True Shot Barrage going to be some big tools out of commission here. So both sides really using up the cooldowns to no avail. And we return to the Dragon Wait.
Oh man, the double Leandri's coming out. They're going to the Masquerade Ball on this one. A Blade of the Rune King as well, as Maple Street kind of makes his own recipe of the blue build by throwing a little bit of blood on that.
Yep, yeah, we talked about, you know, purple. When you combine that red Bloodthirster with the blue build, you end up with the purple Blade of the Rune King.
Absolutely. We're looking out for the other items. Zonya's not yet coming out for Rumble. Viorose has actually been quite a participant in these fights as well. He's gone down quite low. He's gone down 2 times in the match, where that's really been all left up to NK Inc. He's gone down 5 times. It's really his role, though, diving into the middle. As we look on the other side, that role being held out by as well by Clanky D in the jungle, so they are doing their jobs. It's just the fights really haven't been that easy to find. Like you said, it's always a dragon or it's always a pressured objective.
Yeah, neither team really feels like... Oh, Maple Street gets hooked in!
Oh, every time we say there isn't a fight, there's a fight. We should say there's not fights more. Come, Clanky almost getting hit, a little bit more poke damage, and there is no fight.
Nice try there. Little reverse psychology from Dr. Riv.
Looks like they're still pressuring. So poking back and forth, you can just see the poke composition still in Velocity here. A few or 3 spiders are quite tricky. She just picked up one of the 8. So she just moves her legs. 36 minutes in. Now it's back the other way. The teeter-totter swings, or seesaw, I should say. And we are going to have it kind of stall out now. Even weight on both sides.
During these long, poke exchanges, you're going to have to start watching mana bars.
Right,
Niantanso on that Corki is the one thing that people always complain about on that Corki that's similar is that, the mana costs are a little bit old and sometimes you run out. But since he hasn't started that tier, we might see the effect here. Echo got that blue buff, won't be an issue for him.
Ezreal shooting that True Shot Barrage down to the bottom lane. That's actually a 900 damage nuke right now that he is putting out. So even with that, Marn still holding off on the aggression. They know it's still too formidable of a team to fight. The way they can disengage, like you said, and the way they can just kite and poke isn't enough to say 900 damage for us to fight.
Yeah, the reason we're in this situation is that Marn are the ones with all the tools for making the first move, whereas Velocity are all about the kite and the counter engage. That being, doubly important because there's a Frostborn Gauntlet or Iceborn Gauntlet on Ezreal, but Marn just don't feel like making the move now. And if they're not the ones to make the move, it's not going to happen here.
And look what Velocity can do with this, right? That top turret's probably going down, the mid turret as well. And this is what they did well last game. Claky D goes in, the repel goes out. They're going to have to find him. And he flashes back over the wall to his team. Houdini gets out, a.k.a. Chris. But the final spark is not going to be enough. Houdini didn't like lasers either. Niantanso coming in. A one-shot to Zyra. Pops her down. Maple Street takes one. May not be able to take any more as two. Puts him down to 10%. The death sentence just misses. And Marn coming out big on that fight.
Fitting, Houdini does die during his escape here. Mega Zero ends up the one he runs into, punches him in the gut, and Chris falls over.
Marn now definitely with a bit of momentum in this mid lane. The wave clear really isn't there with the pressure they can put onto Rumble, but they are trying to from both sides. They're doing a damn good job of it here, and it looks like they may be able to reinitiate this one. NK Inc. just too far away from that, but Vile Rose and Maple Street wanted it.
Oh yeah, they both take a nice combo here from Echo, and that's going to show them that it can only bring you down 50% because that Runic Bulwark has been finally completed by NK Inc. Velocity now reaping the benefits of that aura.
Still looking at these items, wow, magic resist being picked up here by Corki. Niantanso picks up that Negatron cloak, that is. He looks to keep himself safe in these fights. The Oracle coming out from Mega Zero. He says, I have some extra gold in my pocket, so I'll take that role now. We already see the supports kind of building their items. Some more support T, that is, for Heartbeat, and more damage-oriented for Evaniscus.
Yeah, Niantanso not the only one on Marn picking up magic resistance because of this magic-heavy damage team that Velocity is running here. They're very fond of running double AP, and so we've also had Mega Zero focusing his defenses in that area too. Hex Drinker is a great answer to that. Not only does he have his ultimate to surprise you with a burst of HP, but that shield on Hex Drinker will usually catch people off guard at the moment when they're ready to overextend and try and finish someone off.
We can even see the way that they're adapting to mitigate these builds. We don't see the Randuins. There's a lot of AP on the map, right? And you're going up against, yeah, NASA's going to hit you with Qs and his Spirit Fire, but it's AP damage. Chris on Elise. You have Rumble coming in as well, and you're really only looking at Maple Street to be hurt by the Randuins.
Plus, it's all, AoE magic damage.
Right,
so
exactly.
Everybody's going to need a little taste of that one.
It's cool to see everybody adapting in the
Zero
builds.
making use of his champion kit right here. The auto attack reset
boom, boom,
plus
boom.
secondary attack on Ruthless Predator. That W from Renekton.
A little reset on the auto attack.
Very effective on destroying wards as it gets another one. Claims its life. Oh, he's going to get another. Get in that bush, baby.
He's waiting to get in.
Get in there.
Vision by that.
He sees it. Ah, there it goes.
So excited.
Yeah, so
excited.
The thing I was talking about with Renekton's W, not only does it count as an auto attack reset, but it is 2 swings due to the way that it was designed, and so you only need to reset that once to actually finish off a ward. Wards take, let's count them, people. 1, 2, 3 normal auto attacks to finish off. That's for everybody who does not know.
Indeed, a little counting lesson
That's what those 3 bars mean under the ward.
So we're looking at 41 minutes into this one. Our longest matchup here as these guys continuing on. 16-13, and
Mega
still
coming
the
in from
gold
the back.
is even. Can Mega slice and dice in? There is the kite coming in from the blue build on Ezreal. They dodge out the thorns. Evaniscus is very low. Equalizer doesn't hit anybody, really. It just keeps him separated from the fight. Clinky D bounces over it. He actually gets the shield to live. The Leandries does not pierce enough members. They're not getting a damage of AoE that they have. It's 2 single target right now for Velocity, and it's all in Marn's favor as they push him back. The Flame Flash from Heartbeat as he starts cooking him up, and Clinky D may finally go down. It looks like he lives from the last burst of Ignite.
He's taking missiles!
Oh, he snipes him out for the triple kill. And again, the Iceborne Gauntlet coming up huge to disengage.
Niantazo with the big one right there. He has not missed one of the full range missiles yet. They clean up that fight. Looked like it was going to be in Marn's favor because of that takedown, but they weren't able to get away. Chris with the repel there, not near any minions to jump to. If you're not near another enemy unit, then you have to drop back in that same spot. And the rest of Velocity tried to collapse and protect him, paid for it with their lives too. So Marn rewarded with their first inhibitor.
Marn using advantages very well. They do not waste any time, like you said, breaking it down to the inhib. It looks like they'll be able to disengage on this one. Only the home guard boots gets NK Inc. close, but it will not get him the Wither engage. Maple Street right on his backside. Looks like he's actually chasing down. I thought he was in captain boots from the jungler there, but NK Inc. has home guards.
I like the Banshee's Veil option from Niantazo as well too, because a lot of people
I was thinking he was going to build that.
In response to Wither,
wasn't sure though.
A lot of people will build that Quicksilver Sash to get it off you once it's already on. Boom. But if it's not on you in the first place, then you don't have to cleanse it off. NK Inc. not hesitating to pop his ultimate, but Heartbeat's around, and the zoning ultimate here from Vile Rose. They want this one.
So big, Clinky D gets himself in there. The team can't really gap close, and there's some low HP bars. He goes down, or Baron Nashor rather goes down. Clinky D super low, gets out with a sliver. No, finally goes down. They're forced out of this one. Velocity Esports just picks up Baron on all their members, and nobody's gone down yet. They have absolutely crushed Marn on what they thought was going to be a fight at Baron, but it was Baron already in the hands of Velocity.
That seesaw rocking back and forth so hard, it's coming off the hinges, Rib. We just had a huge win for Marn, and now Velocity answer back with a Baron, and they want the mid inhibitor to answer.
Velocity absolutely making me incorrect. I was saying Marn holds these advantages, but a quick vision mistake blocks it over. Like you said, it's going to be the inhibitor. 20-16 as they only got a few kills necessary to push down into the base and instantly answer with an inhibitor of their own.
Great work by Velocity. In and out. They get the objectives that they want. They return to base. The drill sergeant calling the retreat, and they are going to take this bottom turret on the way out. Every possible objective right here grabbed up. A huge swing for Velocity.
You know, this is absolutely ridiculous because in the beginning of the LCS season, we saw the teams, you know, were considered top 4 or bottom 4 having trouble closing out games. These guys are showing us right off the bat that they know what to do every minute of the game. Oh, 4 of us died, then we should come out and do this, not sit back. We'll take their inhibitor. The moves are being made, and consciously these guys are leaving, like I said, their hearts on the rift for these games. They're looking for a new life.
That's why not only are the team fights really important, but the disengages, how you play after you win a team fight, is crucial. Marn just had a huge advantage. You can't relax after you take that mid inhibitor because Velocity still have the tools to answer. This game is so close. They've got plenty of damage. They just made you pay dearly for it.
Looks like they're going to try to get the lanes pressed out or pushed out here, Kobe. The Frozen Heart finally being picked up on NK Inc. The Randuins finally, as the game does go late enough, Clinky D puts that in his hands. We'll see what they can do getting into this. Looks like we have Furor Boots coming out on the blue build for Ezreal, giving him that attack speed, getting him movement speed on his attacks, I should say. But yeah, finishes the Blade of the Rune King as well, and it looks like we have our pretty much full item AD carries.
And we talked about the difference between, you know, Banshee's Veil and Quicksilver Sash before, but now NK Inc. is gonna get across on great counter initiate.
That equalizer is just sitting under the team of Marn. Echo is on it, but it goes out. Mega Zero dives to the back line of the fight. Evaniscus is getting hit up, and he leaves himself to be focused. This allows his team to deal damage as he was the one receiving it, but can they capitalize? Yes, Maple Street is left open. Echo's very low on the bottom side, and Velocity takes out the top side of that. Clinky D and Mega Zero both down from the upper fight in Tribush. Velocity again controlling these fights in the next turret.
So much great line damage from both teams. Both Rumble and Lux got off their full combos, but since Velocity had the Baron buff in that one, they come out ahead, dropping one member to Marn's 2, and that's going to mean another inhibitor turret.
So much damage is being done here. Maple Street keeping himself in the right spot all the time. And we said, yeah, everybody's participating. Everybody's doing things and helping. Maple Street bought an Oracle in his last back. So does Niantanso. Everybody has it.
We see that a lot because the AD carries are constantly farming. You need to clear. You need to save. You have to clear waves in the end game, and since they're already full items, that extra money you have to just pick up oracles with them instead, so you can share that benefit with the rest of your team.
And let's just look back down at that. We do have 459 CS on Niantanso, 6-item big guy. And these guys really not farming. They're just helping to clear. They're definitely giving the CS away that's coming down these lanes to the rest of their teammates. Yeah, they can get an elixir every now and then, but it's only going to be 350 gold and then another 250 if you're popping both. So right now they're working on getting everybody fed. And it's crazy, right? Because everything that's happened up until now is decided by the next fight. It's kind of like, doesn't matter you took Dragon earlier. We're at this point now. We're at 6 items. Is this when you can fight?
Yeah, nobody can leave their seats early this game. Anyone can still win this. Team Velocity, they're actually taking Blue Ezreal to a new level. They're going almost full blue team here. Look at the entire side. Both of those APs, you know, they've got all the double up on the Leandries and Rylai's Crystal Scepter. So much blue, just watch it cascading down from the top of this Velocity team to end up in a little red down here in the bottom as they push on the bottom turret.
Looks like they have the wave, but it's not going to be enough. That siege coming in, like we said, the static shiv on Niantanso. They also have Echo, complete siege protection on this turret. So they're barricading themselves in. 50 minutes, nearing that, 2 minutes away from that mark, 21-18, only 4,000 gold in the lead, and it's 8-5 in turrets as Velocity pushes down on the base of Marn.
They're pretty equal in power right now still. Yeah. The only difference is that 2 inhibitors down means that there will be reinforcements coming for Velocity. They've got the super minions marching down both top and mid lane as we speak.
They've already spread the damage thin by Marn. MegaZero has to cover that top lane, and it's all about where Heartbeat is. I feel like he and Claky D are going to be the first ones to really initiate anything here if they can find it. Heartbeat staying in that death sentence over the wall type position, and that's where really that Maple Street has been standing. He actually backs off as they can see where Heartbeat is trying to position himself, though.
Middle inhibitor respawning will be a small benefit for Marn here. They're still going to have to clear out a few more of those extra super minions, but Velocity are not rushing anything, taking their time. They can move over to that exposed inhibitor whenever they please. If they're ready for the team fight, they can get it in, and they won't have to fight near that turret.
And really, we've already seen them back, but when is kind of pushing a push lane too much? When do you need to just go back?
You have to always be worried about home guard boot buys, especially. So definitely keep an eye on the item there. Press tab early and often, people say. Right now, you know, they've only got that one up there on MegaZero, so it's not too scary for them. But they don't want to throw anything. This is playing for an LCS spot, so that nobody wants to take too many early chances here to throw away.
All right, and we'll look around here. As you did say, you know, building up the double Rylai's coming in. I was going to say not a whole lot of pen, but not the Void Staff, not the extra damage with the Rylai's already being built. Not really confusing, but do you think they could have gone with different builds?
They certainly could have gone with different builds, but they're showing team unity here.
Right.
You know, next thing you know, Blue Elise and Blue Rumble are going to be the hot thing in solo queue.
Well, then they need the Void Staff.
The thing is, we've entered Phase 2 of this game. Phase 1 was all about Dragon. This was the Dragon game.
It really
Everybody
was.
fight over Dragon, over and over. Dragon return there. Now, we're on to Phase 2. It's the Baron game. Everybody going to fight around Baron. Next point of contention. They got the first one down. And since the base of Marn has taken a hit, it's going to be a bit easier for Velocity to call for the second fight.
And it actually looks like Niantanso has gone back and returned his Banshee's Veil. He said, I want the Triforce. Please give me that.
Yeah, a little bit more burst damage here. A great end game item, but this gives you everything that you could possibly want. Shout out to Freak. He knows he loves that tons of damage.
Indeed. Looks like Niantanso is trying to pull from his inner Freak here. and we'll have to see what he can do.
They're shouting Baron so loud that you guys could probably hear them through our microphones right now. They're going to go for it because they see that the rest of Martin have to clear out their base. You got people bottom, you got people just fighting super minions, so it's going to be a very, fairly easy Baron here picked up for them. You don't even have to take a look at it, actually.
Not even, because they're going to rush down, right? We're trying to figure out where Martin is going to spread themselves. They pushed the mid and the bottom. They got to push the top, so we'll probably see Velocity Esports head down in that bottom and mid inhibitor and start wreaking havoc here, Kobe.
Going to have to make a final stand here for Marn. The only question is, do they feel like they can actually win a 5vs5 versus a Baron up Velocity without a turret present? This middle inhibitor, it would be amazing to defend. They would love nothing more than to defend it. But they have the option of waiting for a turret.
There is the Wild Growth going, or Stranglethorns rather, going up. It's going to be Mega Zero onto NK Inc., but he is on the backside. He's not helping to really peel from anything. They are diving straight into this fight. Echo has already gone down. Neon Tonso getting hit up by Chris. They are diving him so hard. He gets a Flay Flash again from Heartbeat. They are able to save that fight, and Baron got them an inhibitor again, but Martin was able to thwart that fight on 1-on-1.
So Chris dove really far right there, but that zoned out the rest of the team. They took down the inhibitor, working on the second one.
This is only getting harder for Martin. Now they are going to be able to take out a few more. If Velocity Esports can keep 2 people up, they can siege. They will be all right and able to come back, but it's a double kill coming in. Neon Tonso runs this. One more shot on Vile Rose. No, he gets the shot backwards, and the grasping root, the missile just misses the backside of Vile. They get out of this, but Martin's going to be pushing.
It was dead on, but not enough fuel in that rocket to reach its destination. Neon Tonso wants to push up the middle and get that exposed inhibitor before the recall of Rumble and Zyra finish.
Kobe, that was a Baron fight. They did not
Home guard
have
boots are on Rumble. Neon Tonso has to be really careful here. That's home guard coming out.
That Ryla is going to hit him. There's one harpoon. The second one's going to be there, but Mega Zero is as well. They have 38 seconds on both Nasus and Ezreal. Maple Street's a lot of the damage that this team brings to the table right now, and it looks like they get the inhibitor and back off. This is where Marn thrives from this position. We'll have to see it if they can do it again like they did in the last qualifier.
One inhibitor down for each team right now, and they're both middle. They were both around the same time, so it's about as even as we could hope for. This series is going to be the death of me.
Going around looking at some of the items sold and bought, purchased, repurchased, and kind of trying to barter away here as they scalp them in. The Mercurial Scimitar on Maple Street. So he throws a little green in there in the rainbow build. And pretty much the same thing for Neon Tonso. These guys literally only match each other on the Bloodthirster and the Last Whisper.
Third mask coming in. It looks like Evaniscus was invited to that masquerade ball you were talking about.
Absolutely. He was a little late, but that happens. Girls always take longer to get ready.
You actually don't want to stack too many of those up. It's like, you know, a lot of other items. You don't want to have the same ones because a lot of these have been close team fights where everybody's in the same vicinity, and it looks like we're looking for another team fight as they all come down to top lane.
And look how big Thresh is, almost building a Randuin's Omen as well. Everybody is so huge in this game. 21 on these assists for Heartbeat, 1, 8, and 8 coming in for Evaniscus. He's building the damage too, like you said, the Leandries, as well as the Morel and Namakan. It's all about this inhibitor, Kobe. They are knocking on the front door.
And there are only 2 members with Baron this time, so it looks like Martin will definitely want to take this fight. They don't have a turret, but they've already taken out some very important Baron buffs from the enemy team, and Neon Tonso is not going to give an inch.
There's 30 coming in on this one. Will they be able to get it? Everybody's level 18 in the game now, except Evaniscus, and the Heartbeat is 17. Not really mattering for the supports. That's going to mean they have everything they need. Like we said, it's a 6-item game here, 55 minutes in. Velocity Esports pressuring one of the last inhibitors standing for Marn. The bottom one is the only one left alive if they take this down. True Shot Barrage comes out to possibly begin the fight. But like you said, back and forth with the long-range snipes. And it's going to be Velocity taking some damage. But Mega Zero is very low. Clinkety very low. And those are the tanks. They're trying to peel for Neon Tonso. The Wither is on him and he's trying to get all the attacks out. He's going to be able to kill Maple Street. They may be able to stop this attack, but it is going to do quite a bit of damage to both teams. It's going to be Chris focused now. They can't finish the kill. And Marn is still able to stop a final attack from Velocity.
Vile Rose getting exploded on the front lines at the very beginning of that team fight means that this is going to be the Nian Tanso show as he cleans up again. They want to finish this one off right now. Only Evanescus is left on the run, and they aren't even going to chase him. They're going to go for the game.
They have 45 seconds. It's going to be 33 on Rumble, but they'll be able to take him down. Yeah, he's a bit tanky, but not enough to surpass the damage that would come out from these 4 members running down the lane. Mega Zero's full health, ready to tank up Nexus turrets. It's not going to matter if Evanescus is here. Can he do some locked-up crowd control, though?
Maybe that mask will come into play here, but it's going to be a very difficult defense.
Oh, going on the first Nexus turret, Kobe. It looks to be brought to a game 3 in the eyes of Marn and in the favor of Marn. Evanescus actually putting out some good damage here. That Leandres is crushing down the HP. They take down Clanky. He actually saves the Nexus turrets. He finds a few kills for himself.
The poor choice actually ends up biting them in the butt right there. They let Evanescus live to fight another day, and he repels the Marn onslaught.
Cannot believe that just happened. A support versus 4 with 2 turrets on his side. He commands them like a general, and Evanescus keeps his team alive in game 3.
Never should have second-guessed that Leandres buy. Beautiful pickup there by Evanescus.
It's a party, baby.
He was going to need that power, and now we return to the old stalemate.
Yeah, the seesaw back to pretty much
level.
Whoa. Doesn't look as good on Martin's side.
Okay.
Oh,
Nian Tanso had a few things in mind. It looks like he's not going to do it.
Do it.
25 seconds left on Clanky
Oh,
D.
he stopped. He stopped. He's going to the base.
He's going for it.
He's going to try to get it. It's going to be Nian Tanso inside the base. They don't know what's happening. He just got a full minion wave response.
Yes.
So he's taking double damage. He's got the turret in his favor. Velocity's going to have to go after this. The turret is going to go down. There's the last shot. There's so many minions. He's going to have to hit minions to keep alive, too. This could be the game. Oh, my God. Nian Tanso pushing by himself, completely pulling out the back door. Velocity has no time to get back, and they take game 3. This is match point for Marn.
Nian Tanso. Oh, I was so right. It is the Nian Tanso show. Congratulations. He finishes off the Nexus by himself, stealing the spotlight. Team Marn with another base race. You just got Marn, Velocity.
Absolutely amazing. They love being so far behind. Give 4 of our players red cards. We'll come back even stronger in the game when we're down. They were up in kills the entire time, but they only found the gold lead at the end of the game, and they were down 5 turrets basically the entire game up until 2 final pushes.
My God, this series is epic. You cannot describe it any other way. I'm so glad it's actually a best of 5 instead of a best of 3. We've got some more games coming at you guys. They're going to have to take another one if they want to keep their spot in the LCS. Nian Tanso with the back door there, waiting to the last second, canceling his recall and just going for it. 75 HP left on him from taking that Nexus turret and the minions.
I literally thought he was going to die to minions, and that was going to be like such a bittersweet attempt because, right, you either turn to shoot a minion and lose a ton of damage on the Nexus for the time that your base is getting rushed by 5, or you single-handedly win the game for your team at 57 minutes. Yeah.
Stone Cold Killer. He's a Stone Cold Killer, Nian Tanso. He carried the team fights. He cleaned them up. He was, he was the Infinity Edge Rush. He sold his Banshee's Veil. He threw caution to the wind. No more defense needed.
Nope.
I need the extra power from that Triforce, and that could very well be the difference between taking down that turret and not. That's a huge benefit for destroying turrets. Just everything in that game was so worth sitting through and so worth yelling at the top of your lungs for.
Well, don't worry, Kobe. We got more games to come. We'll get you some oxygen to the desk for the next one as well. And coming up after an epic win, Nian Tanso and Marn look to keep the momentum going in Game 3. One more win, and they're in the summer split once again. Plus, Good Game University's Don't Mask Me returns to grade the teams. The 2013 Summer Promotion Tournament. We'll be right back.
back with the combo.
And they got it. Looks like Martin is going to be able to take game 1 here.
All right, they're coming mid. I have ult, though. I have ult, though. It's fine.
This could be the game. Oh my God, Neotanzo pushing by himself, completely pulling out the back door. Velocity has no time to get back, and they take game 3. This is match point for Marn.
Neotanzo! Oh, I was so right. It's the Neotanzo show. Congratulations, he finishes off the Nexus fight.
Welcome back to the North American Summer Promotion Tournament and Game 4 between Velocity and Team Marn. After his incredible one-person Nexus stomp, Neotanzo and Team Marn are just 1 win away from earning a spot and getting back into the LCS Summer Split. Now I'd like to welcome back Good Game University's Professor of Pain, Mashmi Kamadone. Mashmi, these games are just getting more and more amazing. And like I said, you know, that game was a seesaw. What was your idea coming into it from just the picks?
Honestly, I thought Velocity had it, but Maple Street didn't build a Manamune into the Mirror Mana, so that kind of hurt him a bit. And I usually run Cleanse when I do that, because you have no fear running that build. You can go E in, and if someone stuns you, just Cleanse out and bait them. But he had to play really cautious. Usually I play really aggressive with it, so it's like...
The Mashmi style.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What are the keys to playing that blue Ezreal effectively? Of course, everybody knows, you know, kiting.
Yeah.
But are there any, you know, nuances that you can add?
Catch.
Got them back. At Urgot, so
No. The control that has just been given to NK Inc. pretty much, you know, by default with that Nasus, not going to be on the table this time. Also, they still banned out the Malphite. So we've seen him banned out every single game here. I'm really curious to see what would happen if they had actually let that one through one of these games, but it's not going to happen this one. Maybe we'll go to a Game 5 and see it there.
the Lux getting banned out. No team getting that this time again. It has been used once per side, and we do, see the Elise coming out for a final ban. Renekateki Tekiton for Chris.
They're tired of those Chris acrobatics with the repel escapes, and so he does not hesitate to go a second choice, though, taking that Renekton lane bully everyone talks about. You have to be this tall to enter top lane, and that is Renekton. If you are any shorter, he's going to crush you. And they want to take that one for Chris, as well as denying it from Mega Zero.
And Mega is saying, you want Riven. Actually, no, he's not. They're just actually maybe pulling out the Ezreal. They obviously, Velocity didn't take that game last time, but they were a hair away from taking it, and the Ezreal created a lot of problems for Marn.
And we saw, you know, Don't Mash Me his opinion on it. He didn't even play that Ezreal to the fullest of his potential. So there's a lot of power to unlock when you do play Ezreal, and we'll have to see if Neotanzo can show him how it's done.
Possibly. They gotta show him.
He's got a Sona that's going to be backing him up too.
That's true.
And we've seen the Sona heals are so impressive. They're, you know, on par with those Soraka heals, who is considered, you know, the best, you know, healer in the entire game. Plus, she has that game making or breaking crescendo.
And this is the first time, actually, we're going to obviously have him in a safe lane, like you said, with Sona, but it's not a super carry position for Neotanzo. This is more a utility position, so that's different.
Very good point, because he has really been the one to have to put the entire team on his back and just carry them through, pulling out the wins, literally single-handedly winning them the game last game, where he was the one to blow up that Nexus by himself. Having Ezreal is going to give him two things. You know, you don't have that hyper game end game carry stats, but you do have the escapes built in, so he won't have to rely on his team, you know, quite as much for all the peels, and he can really take care of himself and make solo plays.
We'll have to see what they decide to do. Claky D actually bringing out the Zac if we do see it in that lane, but then again, that could be Megas.
It could be Megas. You know, Zac is very versatile. Mega's brother, actually, Tree Eskimo, is a huge fan of Zac top lane, so maybe he's had a little, you know, brother time where he's trained with him with that one up there. We have seen Zac be very effective coming from the jungle, though, just because when you're always in the fog of war and you can set up those elastic slingshots from far away, it has to keep every lane guessing, because those ganks can really come out at you at any time.
Wow, and they're still putting focus onto it. They say, you take my Ez, I'll take your Trist. Let's play that game. Please select Kennen. Thank you very much. And we'll be moving on. So looking for the last pick here from Marn to get locked in, like I said, possibly game point in our second summer promotion match of the day.
So Vile Rose again gets his Rumble. He's pretty happy with that one. And they have the late game Tristana that we talked about so much. Velocity had actually, you know, baited Marn into picking that one time so they could deny the farm to Trist early and just completely shut that out. Maybe Marn are going to go with a similar situation here and try to punish Maple Street's laning phase, because that's really where you want to go at this Velocity team. They're going to just scale up really quickly. So if you can get them down early, then it will be a lot easier for this Marn double AP AoE strategy to work out.
And they have set themselves up to somewhat win that early lane in the bottom with the poke. They have the Sona, they have the Ezreal. Kennen versus Renekton. Renekton's probably, I love Kennen, and that's my hated matchup because he'll just build health and it feels like you do no damage, but it's Mega Zero, and I am super excited to see how he plays this, because I know he wants the 1v1, and I probably want it even more.
He's very confident in his 1v1, but we saw him pay for the fact that this is not a 1v1 tournament.
Yeah.
There's plenty of people who are going to come interfere. If he starts getting the upper hand on Chris, they won't hesitate to go help out Chris. And it worked out really well for them. Velocity showed great synergy in that game, and they are playing as a team right now just so well.
There you see them behind us, ready and poised. Marn very calm in this situation right now. You see Vile Rose, hands not even on the keyboard really. He's sitting, waited and ready. See him spread out. He prepares himself. We are on to the Rift. Velocity versus Marn in your second summer promotion match of the day. Rivington Third and Kobe bringing you this one, and what possibly could be Marn's entry, their birth into the LCS with the win of this match.
So this time around, it is going to be the Team Marn here with the team fighting potential of the very heavy AP AoE. So a rushed bulwark would not be a terrible thing for Team Velocity. The only question is, where will that come from? Because, like we said before, Jungle Shens actually need to be a little bit more selfish with their tanky items, hoping to get, you know, like a Giant Spell or something. If he does try and rush that Aegis of the Legion and go team-oriented, then he might be a little weak in the 1v1s.
So looks like they're going to ward the top side here, which may mean they get the swap in so they can have the control early on the top side of that jungle. But it looks like we do see the AD carry and support moving towards that bottom. So Maple Street and Evaniscus look to be heading to their lane, possibly do golems to start off. We'll see where Heartbeat and Niantanso start to hover. Maybe mid.
Yeah, some defensive wards. The whole team here stacking up around the mid. It looks like, you know, the way Heartbeat and Niantanso are posturing, they want this lane for themselves.
They ran it against Rumble last time.
And they are going to send up Mega Zero to top. He'll hopefully be shouting at the top of his lungs the challenge to Chris to get his 1v1, and it looks like Chris will oblige.
Exciting. Here we go. Getting into the match, 2-1 in favor of Marn. Ladies and gentlemen, North American teams trying to get into the League of Legends Championship Series Summer Split. We have already had Complexity knocked out. They were relegated from the tournament. The move on from Quantic. They will be a team in the Summer LCS Split. And now we're looking to see if Velocity Esports can take that away from Marn. They're going to start off pretty orthodox in the jungle here. It looks like Echo is going to be grabbing up this blue.
Yeah, Echo grabbing up the blue for the solo Karthus on the bottom. He's taking a lot of damage, so he's going to have to heal up before Maple Street gets an eye on him, because Maple Street is bloodthirsty. He will go very deep, very early here, and they also have hooks available to them in that bottom lane. So it could be a dangerous situation, but some sneaky maneuvers also coming from Marn. Claky D uses the elastic slingshot to jump over Baron Wall and come for an invade here on the blue side where there's nothing left.
Yeah, does not find much, but he may be able to get a gank here. That red buff still freshly on him. Chris taking some damage. They have one proc on. He's probably waiting to get that second one on from Kennen. And you can see if Kennen gets that up, Chris will start to back off. But they dive in now. He flashes it completely. I don't think he took Slice, maybe, and he just wanted out.
So they got the flash out of him. Very, very quick flash there from Chris. Not hesitating. Doesn't want to get hit with that one. And even though Chris started with those wolves sharing experience and got the early level 2, he's actually, Mega Zero is actually the one in control of this lane now.
And you can see Mega building out with the Doran's Blade to start in that top lane first, so whatever damage he takes is going to stick to that armor and potions on Chris.
Mega gonna heal up a little bit, you know, that he does have some sustain from that passive of the Doran's Blade, which works out so well. Some people, you know, will even rune early AD for Kennen and then build AP later. So, you know, just going with that Doran's Blade and having 28 AP starting makes me think he's going to be building more AP heavy after the laning phase.
This is really one of the more lax games that we've had, considering invasions, considering what's on the line. These teams are taking it into consideration, if I haven't said that yet. And at 4 minutes here, it's really just pushing the lane slowly. Nobody is trying to overextend themselves.
So the idea behind the blue elixir on Rumble, by the way, which Balrose has gone back to a second time, is that in the 2v1 situation, he's just desperately trying to wave clear, and he needs the extra damage there on that flame spitter. And cooldown reduction is so important on Rumble, because if you spam your abilities, you can get that overheat up and do extra 50% here as Chris goes aggro.
That is the damage I'm talking about, right? He just gets so tanky as he gets leveled up, now level 4 for Mega Zero, but it's going to be a tough lane for him already.
21 CS, he's up a little bit here and has the wave pushing at his turret. That causes him to pause, but it could be very dangerous as NK has snuck into this top bush unawares, and Chris and him both have flash up, so if they chain their CCs perfectly, they can burst Mega down even inside of the turret.
Yeah, there's no way Mega would be able to get out of this one. Maybe forcing a flash and hitting the E, he'd be able to pass through. But like you said, the flash stun, the crowd control is up. Chris is already showing that he wants to go past the turret. Slice and dice hits, and the lightning rush gets him safely out.
This could be an answer for you know, an early turret here. They're making a play, just going to keep the jungle up here as long as possible. They would have to stay for another wave to be able to make this one happen, but they're not auto-attacking the turret. They're still just clearing minions, and they don't want to take that one down first.
Well, they are auto-attacking that turret in middle. Neotanzo takes a turret shot there, and even in the situation of being 2v1'd in mid lane, you said Rumble is that one to pick up the double kill. He almost could have there.
Very dangerous, especially with the early Elixir of Brilliance giving him the extra damage too. Echo, meanwhile, down bottom, also in a 1 vs 2 situation, similar to Vile Rose, did not start with a blue Elixir, but he's doing just fine for himself. Carpet's pretty good at CSing if you get a little practice with those layways.
The Velocity actually looking to take out Claky D. They really just go for his Wraiths, though. Chris actually invaded there with NK Inc. for a second. You see as he back now, Chris going to lane, picked himself up Boots, a ward, and his Dorans to pretty much the same thing except for the ward on Mega Zero's side.
Yeah, and Mega Zero slightly ahead in that lead, not only just because of few sets, but also because he didn't start with potions, so he didn't spend that extra gold that was consumed during the laning phase. And Chris now just fainting. They're going to exchange a few blows here. And NK Inc. visits, he shows up in the mid lane, so that means Mega Zero can continue to play aggressive up there without fear of that Shen gank, even without a ward.
Well, it kind of all depends for Vile Rose, right? Because he loves the consumable start. So when those are gone, he's going to be like, all right, NK Inc., let's pressure this off. I'm out of consumables. I need your help now.
Yeah, so once his blue elixir does run off, too, he is going to be, which it just has now, he's going to be in a bit of a tough situation. Like we said, the NK Inc. showing middle has given Mega Zero that free reign up top, even without purchasing a ward. And now, since they poked down NK Inc. and forced him to recall, it's another few seconds of free time up there.
That bottom lane goes down. It's going to be a 7-minute turret this time in the game. That goes to Maple Street and Evaniscus for pushing the bottom lane. So they pick the gold lead up to about 900 in the lead here for Velocity. And the top lane still going back and forth, 43 CS to 34. So as Chris re-enters the lane, he picks up the lead again.
Yeah, so he's got the lead, but we want to point out what happened middle here. As soon as Rumble hits level 6, uses his equalizer to clear the lane so that he can go back and buy without losing his bottom turret, whereas Echo had no choice. The bottom turret went down for Marn, and that Rumble pick really good in the 1 versus 2.
Oh, diving in, they get the hit down, explosive shot, then the Buster shot follow and only assist him, so they can't get the burst on the front end they wanted.
Evaniscus and Maple Street making their appearance. After you take that bottom turret, you got to expect the AD and support somewhere else on the map. Little surprise right there. Intanto does burn his flash, but he's still got his life.
And it is fun to see those teams try and use that quick advantage until it's found out. They almost got the attempt there. They pushed the Intanto out, but that only gives him the chance to buy a bilge water on Maple Street now to the just newly purchased BF sword on the Intanto.
That's funny because that was actually Heartbeat's preferred build even back before Blade of the Ruined King was changed. Right. He would rush that Blade of the Ruined King on Tristana. So a little bit of a shout out here to the opposing team, Marn, and we're going to get more burst potential out of a Triss than she already has.
And something as this fight goes down, I don't think Mega Zero is going to go down just yet. He gets that stun damage. He had the Shuriken procced in his hand, so he was pretty comfortable. But something that we also noticed that Marn kind of expressed with that build is that you get pretty good objective control as well with the Blade of the Ruined King. Yeah,
it still has really nice monster damage on it, even though that was toned down a little bit.
Right.
It helps so much with getting the early dragons as well as even late game barons.
We'll see what they pressure now in mid. Both the AD carries and support, as you said, as the turrets are falling on both sides, Kobe, are going to meet in mid. And here they have set up the party. See if Sona can really get them to dance. It's going to be 9 minutes in. Both have their ultimates if there was an engagement, with the summoner spells really going in favor of Marn on the fight. Nothing going on in mid as we see NK Inc. trying to make some pressure towards the bottom lane and just keep safe Vile Rose as he pushes here.
Vile Rose gonna try and keep safe. He's got some good wards, you're right. That's exactly what you want to do when you get that early turret. We saw it before where teams would opt to keep their AD and support even in that lane and continue to shove that as 2 to try and get a secondary turret. They've actually pulled the switch and they continue to be aggressive. So they're trying to get the best of both worlds there.
So a quick buy of the Giant's Belt to really shut down any ability power damage that comes from Mega Zero, and that's exactly what I said, right? He just has to buy some health, and you kind of feel like you're hitting a brick wall in the top lane. So if that lane goes down, quickly to see Mega Zero really helping out in the team fights.
Mega also itemizing against his lane with the early arm guard, going for the extra armor. Now flash down for Karthus. He's going to be in a bit of a sticky situation. That aggressive bottom lane we were talking about where they continue to push is actually going to run into some jungle support here.
And Kennan's normally used to split push, right? It looks like they're going to need him in these fights.
It would be nice to have that extra AoE, the slicing maelstrom, the mini stuns to come out, because as of right now, Echo on Karthus still in that ramping up phase where he's built these the mana items, the tier, and he hasn't even completed his excuse me, I'm running out of breath. He hasn't completed that.
Rod of Ages?
No, the Catalyst the Protected.
He did finish it though. That's why you had me confused. It's all right.
There we go. Now he's got it done.
So we got Sork Boots coming out on Rumble. So a very quick build there. We've actually seen Vile Rose go for a few different builds as he comes out on that. We actually may see again the Locket of the Iron Solari come out, as we've seen. Oh, the grab, the death sentence. That's what we've seen. They're not going to act on it too much though, as Niantanso's right there to fire back.
Death sentence not fulfilled there. Heartbeat beats the system.
It's a run on.
He gets out there, but the sneaky dragon gonna go off here. Shen and Rumble trying to get to work on here. They've got a pink ward. Rumble gonna run interference for Claky here as Vile Rose goes in on Claky D.
Setting up the D. NK Inc. stop dragon. What? Okay, so they're still gonna possibly be able to go back for it, but this really gives Marn a chance to push back.
They did so much damage to Claky D right there that he's gonna recall, and they have vision of him recalling.
He doesn't have smite.
Hey yo, let's finish off this dragon. No possibility of a steal. By the way, Chris's ultimate has been burned top in a trade with Mega Zero, so Mega has achieved the upper hand up there.
And Mega's playing the kite game perfectly on this, causing Chris to chug the potions, but that aggression in the top lane, Mega having to stay up there, gives Velocity Esports the Dragon here coming in at 12 minutes, and a 1,300 gold lead with one turret in their favor.
Interesting no boots here from Claky D as well. And he's just going to use that elastic slingshot to get his ganks off. Doesn't feel like he needs more walking around money. Rumble did burn his ultimate in that middle. Equalizer coming down, but unsuccessful dive here for Heartbeat, Indy, and Tonso.
So each game is slowing down, Kobe. You could almost say that these players are being, you know, physically and mentally taxed during these matchups.
You could say that, because this has been quite a strenuous few games here. And Claky D jumps over from the Wraiths to the side bush in that river over the ward into his own pink ward that's down there. But Evaniscus not going to let that one sneak by him. Pops another one down, and they see him out.
Just trying to be tricky. He's having fun right now. They are looking to open up some opportunities here. They're going to get the blue buff down. They're going to have Dragon down now. So objective free, at least for the amount of damage on the map, and no Baron. So there's really not going to be any huge turret dives just yet. So what is it going to be for the next fight? This is kind of that lull we've been seeing until the Dragon, really?
Yeah, well, I mean, the big gold difference is basically all due to that Dragon,
right?
That they were able to get by just zoning out Claky D and then taking that one in full knowledge of Team Marn. So the upper hand really for Team Marn to get back in this is going to come from Mega Zero.
Okay.
They're going to need him in that team fight. Make use of Slicing Maelstrom plus Echo on Karthus.
That just happened. They tried to throw down that gank in the top lane. It was a Stand United onto Chris. Chris popped his ultimate even before Stand United came in, and he just lightning rushed away. And again in the middle, from the backside, the elastic slingshot. The Zac attack is too much, and they take down Evaniscus.
Claky D finds the angle, hits the sweet spot, and they get the first blood. Marn right back in this one, but they're losing that top turret. The top gank was unsuccessful, but they still get the objective.
That is so big for how aggressive they were in mid, knowing Stand United was down. Great moves by Claky D and awareness of the team to re-engage on that.
Good call out right there. Every single cooldown extremely important in this game. Shen's being the longest and most important to keep track of.
So we'll go ahead and look at what the pockets show us. 2,000, just 200 short of 2,000 gold. Mega Zero sitting there, a lot of bank. 1,300 or 1,100 gold for pretty much both Claky D and Echo, sitting a little above. And it's quite purchased items lately, as there is not much gold on the side of Velocity Esports. So as Marn comes back, that next fight's going to be real big, because right now they're pretty underscaled.
Yeah, Maple Street's sitting ready for him, though. He has completed his Blade of the Ruin King, so that adds the on-hit damage, which is going to be nice, but also that active can be used as another tool for kiting, and it's very effective when you combine that with Tristana's kit, where she already has so much mobility and disengage.
So with the way the lanes are going, obviously only one kill in the favor of Marn. We see Chris. I was going to say who needs to make action, but it looks like Chris does. Marn putting down good wards, though. Looks like they're going to be able to keep anything from happening.
We do have Mega Zero heading down the river, too. It looks like we will come to a head in this mid lane as the three members of Velocity back off due to no minion wave available.
Elastic slingshot back over into the Wraith camp. Clicky absolutely loving that. But like we said, he does love those champions that can make the sneaky trick moves and engagements, get themselves into position. Three members of Velocity Esports now in mid as they try to get a little aggression there. The slingshot from the back, but he releases. Does not allow that to go through. We'll still see this lane on an island. Vile, Rose, and Echo. Yeah, they're in the game too. They've been in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Echo just trying to CS and get those stacking items taken for Karthus. You're right, here we go, final form, Rod of Aegis. That one is taken along with his Tear of the Goddess, so from this point on, he only gets more powerful. Velocity have to keep returning to that lane, though. They're trying to shove him up and keep as much pressure on him as possible.
Oh, Vilerose pushing that through because Claky D come from the side, so they're really trying to play with the mentality, or that mind game rather. Mega Zero far off with not enough energy to continue the chase, but Marn in a fight spot. There's a crescendo across. Niantanso taking quite a bit. They do get themselves safe, and it looks like Marn actually tries to re-engage. Heartbeat falls there, the Buster Shot going down. And it looks like they will fall. Mega Zero picking up a kill for himself. That's going to be huge. The Zonia's coming in at 15 minutes for him. Really played a big part of that fight.
Yeah, he just finished that item there, and they're actually going to trade the support for that top laner. Good trade for Team Marn, but no Slicing Maelstrom and no Zonia's available for this tower defense.
They will be able to push pretty hard. Niantanso still putting out some pretty good damage there. NK forced to get some shields on with Maple Street and the team as they start to back off. Marn holds the turret after losing Heartbeat, but taking Chris.
You see that sneaky little ward put by Vilerose over the wall to see where Claky will be charging up his slingshot front, because they know that he's going to be off in Fog of War somewhere trying to come at them from different angles all game long, and it's going to be those wards you don't see very often. The ones that people don't usually place that are going to be most important now.
It becomes different, right? And it does between each champion you play as you talk about it. You have a Nocturne, you have to ward deeper. Zack's now in the game. It changes constantly. There's updates, there's new champions. You're going to have to start warding in different spots, and we're going to see those coming out soon.
Yeah, you can see the map is just covered in blue wards right now. They've got this entire
It's pretty much the thought of where could he jump from?
Dragon's also up, so you know what that means.
Yeah.
Brawl time!
Yeah, it's going to be a big brawl. This has been the signifier of every fight we've really seen turn the tide of this matchup. A best-of-5 series, and the Dragon has really been able to tell the story himself. We'll get a quick sit-down with him later and talk it out.
So going to be split pushing during this operation here. Operation Pink Ward. They clear him out, and there goes the hook! Nice
He got it on the equalizer. Got it. There's Niantanso pushing mid again. Actually, Maple Street, I should say. It is Tristana, but it's not Niantanso this time. It looks like they're going to keep going in. They push down the turret. The Dragon could be there for them. But again, inside the Dragon's Den is now the place you want to be. They get the smite out from Ink. They can't get it out. Claky D's is still up, so that was a miss smite.
Now they also have them cornered from their own base, so they can continue onto this inhibitor turret. They're going to get a bunch of free damage before the rest of Marn are able to return. They got the middle turret as well as the Dragon with that steal out of this engage. Everything going for Velocity right now.
There's no money for the Home Guards to come out. This is a downed inhibitor turret before 20 minutes for a Dragon. Not even a Dragon.
Completely manipulated right there. So much faith in NK Inc.'s smite ability that they pushed down the turret. At worst, that would have been a secondary turret traded for a Dragon, which is something Velocity would take anyway. But since they were able to get that steal too, they don't lose anything off of it. So well played.
Now, can we talk about this for a second? Why does Marn continue to position themselves in the den? NK Inc. walked up and smited that with zero pressure.
They were so scared right now, and you can see it was that thing where the Dragon didn't even know who to attack because he's got enemies on all sides. He's trying to fight off 2 teams at once, and Marn did not have the power to zone out the rest of Velocity's team. You're right, NK Inc. just walking right up there, and now Niantanso gets stunned, but it was after the Arcane Shift had already started casting, so that means it will finish casting.
Leandri's coming out onto Rumble. We saw Vilerose able to take the blue buff with that. They didn't have it for the Dragon, but the pressure was still able to take it. So strong, even without the ultimate. Marn is considering these fights double time.
It's going to be very dangerous here. Marn have all of their team fighting ults up. You can tell they're just itching to have a brawl here because they want to see their combos in action. They're going to have Zack bouncing around in the back to try and get the back line towards the AoE of Mega Zero and Echo. He'll be trying to basically corral the rest of the team with those 4 bounces and his knockbacks. Oh, and Niantanso with a misfire.
No,
Just
he's
kidding.
just going to clear.
He's going to clear the wall. I thought he was gonna go for this 4 versus 5 because they're looking for an engage, but not true. It was a dead-on shot.
He jumps in. Can he get Let's Bounce going? And he does not know. It's all the way on the backside. He's got to actually flash to get Let's Bounce to go. It's been way too deep here for Mega Zero and Marn, but it looks like they're still good. They have more crowd control. Slicing Maelstrom is down, but nobody can follow up the damage of Crescendo or the crowd control on it for that fact. Marn is in the backside. Claky D going down. Maple Street picks up another kill. He looks to reply with a Niantanso game from last game here. 2-0-1 on Triss.
Echo is on the back lines here. Back line Karthus not quite as as effective as the front line Karthus that you want to go down and make use of the passive here. No Requiem is going to come out because nobody's low enough to finish off.
3-2 here at 5,000 gold in the lead for Velocity Esports. It is 2-1 in the overall matchup. So right now, Velocity playing down for momentum. Marn trying to ride that wave. This game, a little bit more action than the last in kills, but it's kind of slowed down in the turret factor. Yeah, they have 5 on Velocity, but it was Velocity in the face of Marn all the time. They're way more relaxed this game.
Velocity definitely in the driver's seat this time around. Looks like they want all 5 games, just like the fans are rooting for here. And I guess, you know, I'll never doubt Niantanto again. That was not a misfire. He was aiming to clear that wave up and sort of, you know, make NK Inc. split push less effective. But then they ended up engaging anyway after that, and he didn't have his true shot barrage damage available for the team fight, and NK Inc. just used Stand United to join up. So, you know, long Shen cooldown not available anymore, but they definitely won the team fight because of it.
And Velocity going for a lot of health and cooldown right away on some of their champions. NK Inc. picked up that, yeah, I can't even remember now. Kindle Gem, thank you, Brain. Kindle Gem and the one as well on Evaniscus early, but he built the Bulwark completely after that, so not even into a locket, looking for the cooldown, looking for the health, looking to be tanky enough for the early engage.
Yeah, pointing out that the Bulwark going to be ever so important versus this Marn AP-heavy team. Good completion of that item means that their team fighting ability just went through the roof. Plus, we're at the point here where Tristana is on the verge of completing her Infinity Edge, and once Maple Street grabs that one,
there it is. He goes in. Evaniscus gets it. Heartbeat is on the backside. He doesn't have Crescendo just yet. It's about a few seconds away. Is he going to have it in time? They group up for it. Bam! The backside. Maple Street was the one hit, but nobody did damage to Maple Street during the entire Crescendo. Velocity Esports coming in big with a fight there. It's going to be the cleanse off, but it's just going to be the summoner spell wasted. Heartbeat finds himself alive near the turret, and they'll probably take him down for the oracles in just a second.
Echo again flashing out of the team fight there. Karthus, Requiem available, but nope. Team fight, and now they can leave the area.
A lot of big fights expected here from Velocity. Marn, not so much. We do see the red elixir coming in for Chris. He's ready to go even harder next time. The Rylai is looking to be built on Vile Rose. He's only got the Giant's Belt there. We see a little bit more armor coming out for NK Inc. on Shen as they build themselves up to those core items. Like you said, the Infinity Edge almost finished, and it is now. That with the Blade of the Rune King and the Crit Cloak. He is going to be putting out a lot of damage, and it's already getting to that point where he is a late-game Triss just because of his items.
He is a very strong Tristana, even though he doesn't have the range. That's really the hallmark of that, you know, level 18, 700 plus range. He's got the power to back it up anyway, and he's got such a beefy front line that he doesn't need that extra range at this moment. They're so strong right now with NK and Chris just being able to manhandle Team Marn and control the area of the team fight.
So the objective control still going in the favor of Velocity here. They grab that one. NK Inc. has the timer on it because he stole the last one. Very nice job by him, and that's 6,000 gold. I think this is the biggest spread besides, you know, the game-ending gold that you get from those last fights that we've had in the middle.
Yeah, it looks definitely like this is the first time where you can really say that Velocity have, you know, the really definitive upper hand in this game. They're controlling the movements of Marn, dictating where the other team is going. They've only got one turret down on their side of the map, and the rest of this map is completely open to them. Even the inside of Marn's base has been explored.
We'll see what they do as they continue to push out. They're trying to get some wards down. And you can still see Velocity. They're one of those teams, I said, they remember the little things all the time, and those wards are still there, placed for Zach's jumps.
Talking about that Blade of the Rune King melting monsters. Look at Maple Street firing from the back lines here. True Shot Barrage comes in for the steal attempt, and they leave Baron at half-life.
So it's not going to be attempted by Echo and crew. He knows that because they got the split push in the bottom lane. They really have to be careful here on any engage that they have. Chris, knowing he has time to go back, see what kind of items he gets. He's actually popped that red elixir for whatever engagement possible and maybe going for that Baron here. So he does not have that for the next fight, at least for the health edition.
Wise call by Velocity there, going with the safe option. All they have to do is buy time at this point. They were split pushing with NK. He was able to get another turret down. All outer turrets have been destroyed on Team Marn's side. So with an inhibitor down, it will make that NK Inc.'s job just so much easier.
So with this, they didn't take teleport on obviously any other champions. Kennen can move fast across the map, but how are they going to start countering NK Inc. engagements when they use Shen on the offensive?
Really what they'll be looking for is just to start off the team fight quickly and have the engage and force Shen to come to them, because NK Inc. at this point has gotten so strong that he will be able to at least get away from whoever Marn send at him, and they won't be able to make him pay for split pushing in any way. You said no global teleport or anything here for Marn. So they're really just they're backed themselves into a corner, and they have to try and just defend their base and give up these outer objectives.
Here we go. Oh boy, Heartbeat could be going flatline right here, but he chooses to use the crescendo, and it looks like he is forced to back away.
Little bit too far out into their own territory. Their own jungle has become enemy territory right now. This is Velocity's jungle. As soon as they go for this Baron, though, Marn don't hesitate. So they're making their move. This is exactly what they need to do. They can't hesitate at all. Every second they need to make work for them, because NK Inc. is just destroying their bottom turret.
You know, Kobe, something we also don't take into consideration as this fight may happen is, at this point last game, there were a lot more core items finished. It was a different phase of fighting. So there's even adaptability in, yeah, 28 minutes, you don't have as many items as last game. You can't engage like you did. So it's a lot different in that aspect, is adapting for these teams as well throughout this series.
I'm really impressed with Velocity's self-control here. They're playing a very methodical game, and now they're going with the Baron after they've baited Marn out of the base. Marn wasted too much time. They didn't get the engage, and so that's going to be the Baron falling.
35-40 on that Baron, so the next 4 minutes happily sitting around the waists of Velocity Esports. Claky D and the rest of the team trying to get the waves at least to the mid, so they can really pressure anything that's brought to the table by Velocity Esports here.
They also burned the Stand United just to make sure they secured that Baron. They wanted their smite to be there just for the extra true damage finish off. Didn't want to throw anything to a random true shot barrage from Niantanso. They don't want to watch the Niantanso show anymore. They've had enough of that one. And it's worth pointing out that he's on Ezreal, which isn't that late game carry that you can say, oh, you know, we still have that hope of the late game Niantanso in our back pocket that can save us all.
Absolutely. The gold lead continuing to increase in favor of Velocity. What's going to make that late game you're talking about, Kobe, a little bit harder due to those core items. It looks like we almost have that Phantom Dancer. Yes, this time finish the crit cloak on the side of the Zeal. Won't be the static shiv this time. And Maple Street's going to be even stronger. He's 4 levels away from that max beat shot on his passive. So we're going to see if he can get to that quickly. The highest on the team and in the game is going to be 16 on Echo. So we're looking for him to make some moves as well if he can be a zombie Karthus in this one. Zack Attack coming in as he lasts a slingshot, but they're pushed out. Mega Zero throws down the slicing Maelstrom, does not have the Zonius just yet, but the crescendo goes back across. There is Maple Street taking out one. He's going to be the first one down. Finally, Echo to throw out the Requiem after going down. Zach, or Claky D and Echo fall. And Velocity Esports inside the base. They'll take the inhibitor and pretty much whatever they want.
Very surprised that Marn actually engaged that one. There was no turret there, and they expended their resources chasing. This is actually the first time that Echo actually did go down, but they did lose the team fight. Baroned up Velocity, takes a second inhibitor, and they are going to rotate over.
Iceborne Gauntlet for a harpoon to the face. They do not catch each other as it's pretty much equaled out there. But we can still see Vile Rose feeling like he can push, communicating with the team, saying, I'm going here, be all right, don't worry about it. They are pushing out. 30 minutes, Kobe, is looking grim for Marn and looking great for Velocity to bring it to game 4. 5. It is 4.
You're losing track here, huh? Me too, man. This is game 562. No, we've got Velocity in a great position. You're right. We're going to even this one back up if they can finish it off. They're in the same position that Marn were, you know, just a I guess it seems like a lifetime ago, actually.
I'd say 10 weeks.
It seems like a lifetime ago. But, you know, they've only got 1 turret down. They've got the Baron buff. They've got 2 inhibitors destroyed for themselves. So we'll be spawning 2 lanes of super minions. We've got a Shen that can split push. There's just so many options for Velocity right now to finish it off that Marn are just have to be quaking in their boots right now.
And I feel like in an all-out brawl fight, if you look at the summoners over on Marn's side, there's quite a few more in the Flash realm that are up, and that's really what Martin is using to disengage, or what Claky D has actually had to Elastic Slingshot, let's bounce, and then Flash to get in. So they're making this tough, and without those summoners, this fight's going to be really hard for them.
Yeah, it may be Claky D's first rodeo. He has not been able to corral the Team Velocity into those AoE ultimates of Marn, and just it never came together. It's a little bit late now. Echo had not gone down until just earlier in the the last team fight, so there was no standing on top of the dead Karthus. The Defile was not working. It did not come together this time around for Marn, and Velocity look extremely strong right now, already on the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, it's going to be NK Inc. on the backside. The Equalizer goes down for the fight. The flash crescendo from Heartbeat. They look to shut down Velocity Esports on what could be a final push. Claky D's got to go back with Let's Bounce onto Chris. They're focusing a lot onto the tank. Vile Rose has found his way in. Mega Zero to the back line. Buster shot it out. It looks like they're going to continue. Vile Rose screaming his lungs out for the backside. Go, go, go. But the Requiem is here. Did they remember about it? And yes, they did. They have the HP to go through. It's going to be Niantanso going down. One last harpoon takes him out. And they go to move on to the inhibitor turret. Chris, one shot, makes his way in, but they finally get him with the power cord. Velocity is kind of roaming here, but it's going to be chaotic.
He does get to touch the Nexus before he dies, though. It's going to be up to Claky and Heartbeat to defend this one.
They have the minions there. They are going to push down. It is another 15 seconds until they get a wave. These minions are hitting the turret. Their Nexus, they're actually going to be able to take this. Velocity brings it out to a game 5. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going the full way.
Color me not surprised. We're going to go the full distance here today, guys. Velocity taking it to the final. Game 5. This one will be decisive. Whoever wins the next game will be in the LCS Summer Split.
Absolutely sapped of emotion.
Look at that. This is how I feel right now. Niantanso's picture.
Everybody's sapped of emotion right now, but they're going to bring it out for the next game because they have that last charge. The elixirs from the back pocket about to be used. Game 5 between Velocity Esports and Marn for a professional contract in the League of Legends Championship Series Summer Split. An absolutely amazing game, really going all the way to 5 as they leave everything on the Rift.
They definitely left everything on the table. You could see the shots after. Even, you have to be excited to win that game, but you have to immediately turn your attention forward. Final game. What's the strategy that they kept in their pockets? We saw something so amazing in their second game turnaround from Velocity. Do they have another gem left in them to finish this one off?
We've seen a lot come from picks and bans, right? They took away the Triss, they took away the Shen, there's the Renekton there instead of the ban, so they've been switching things up, but no game has been the same. Like I just said, right? There was a 60-minute almost game last time with 6 items, but this time it was, can you fight at that 30-minute mark with 3 core items because it was a much slower game. So these teams are being tested to the max.
They are definitely testing everyone involved to the max.
All right, guys, so coming up, the final game between Marn and Velocity Esports. The winner of this match snags a spot in the Summer Split. The loser gets to watch it online. Plus, GGU's Don't Mask Me returns to predict which team will be graduating to the LCS. The 2013 Summer Promotion Tournament continues right after this. Welcome back to an exciting day 2 of the NALCS Summer Promotion Tournament. And for Velocity and Team Marn, their professional futures come down to this match. Win, and they're in the summer split. Lose, and they're going home. Now I'd like to welcome back GGU's A+ AD carry, Don't Mash Me. One final time here. Thank you for joining us, Mash Me. And like the teeter-totter keeps going back and forth, but
Definitely.
it seemed like that was scary for Marn because it was a wheelhouse strat from Velocity. That was a normal lineup.
They just got the 1v2 and just pushed faster. After that, they rotated towards Rumble to bottom, and he just bullied out Karthus the entire time. NK Inc. did a nice Dragon Steal, and they just had everything go their way, and just like Tristana had a early lead, so that kind of bypassed her really iffy mid-game, so it just like, bang, it's their game.
So speaking of, Tristana getting that early game roll, and what do you feel about the difference between rushing that Blade of the Ruined King whereas going straight for Infinity Edge?
It really depends. I think Zach's a really high HP jungler, so Blade of the Ruined King is really good, the active's really good, and it provides Tristana what she needs throughout the early game, and she doesn't really have like strong nukes. It's like, it's whatever, but yeah, it really helps us out.
All right, and as an AD carry player yourself, that mid switch, are they utilizing it as they should be? They're obviously putting a hard time for Vile Rose, but should they be roaming more or trying to make something happen with it?
As soon as they got, I mean, they took the tower later, but I think right after that they should just switch and just try to go for top or bottom, whichever is easier. And yeah, and Renekton didn't actually. Kennen didn't really bully the lane too, so. When you go like Doran's Blade on Kennen, you should be really winning the lane, but he didn't win the lane that hard. So that kind of skewed that 1v2 decision.
Okay.
Do you feel any of the lanes on Team Marn were holding up to par? Like we have another Ezreal in this game. Do you feel he was better than the last one we saw? Or?
He built correctly and optimally, in my opinion. And I don't know, he just didn't hit the tower as much compared to Maple Street. So that's what made the whole like team pressure kind of phase over to Velocity. So they really had the lead as soon as they got that tower.
All right, so seeing that these teams obviously taking consideration of each other's champions and their pools in Champion Select, Tristana has been back and forth, Ezreal picked back and forth. What is the core component that these teams would be looking for, whether it's a Vile Rose champion or a Chris? For each team, what should they try to lock down this game?
Vile Rose is playing phenomenally right now.
Okay.
Chris, he's doing above average. I think the huge core is really Maple Street right now. He just needs to play consistently and position well.
Okay.
And for Team Marn, I really think it's Echo. He just needs to have his role going.
All right.
Would you plan for the game 5, or do you think at this moment both teams are kind of in panic mode and they're more reactive right now?
Usually in a best of 5, you gotta be reactive. Usually the last match in general, like a best of 3 or a best of 5 in the last match, you have to be really reactive because you don't know what's going to happen. And everybody's like, oh, I don't like that champion from game 2, so you got banned that out. That champion from game 3, you got banned that out. So being reactive in the very last match is very key.
All right, Mash Me. So there's one final game. You can't say it's going to be for someone. You have to leave someone out to dry on this one. Who's going to take the match?
I think it's going to be Velocity. I think the odd blood is going to carry through.
All right. So the General's bloodstream flowing strong through his brother. We'll have to see if it's true. Don't Mash Me. Thank you for the analysis today as well and all of your insight into the games. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 5 now about to be underway. And Kobe, it has been an amazing day of matches, an amazing week so far because we still have tomorrow. But this best of 5 has done exactly what I think everybody in the community wants, and that's go to 5.
So many people were just looking all the way ahead to tomorrow where there's those very hype. This has been so exciting and so long, these games. So Massey was just talking about how the game 5 has to be reactive, but since these have been so long, maybe they forgot about the poke comp thing. They banned it out the game following that, but if they've let that slip their minds and they don't ban out, Janna, or they let the same picks sort of slide through just because they're so tired at this point, Velocity could very well pull off a repeat of their spectacular Game 2.
And is there any way to kind of trick a team into that with an ambiguous pick, right? We see that Velocity, they tried to do it yesterday, like we said, where, Vile Rose got some flack from Zed because they did the Zed Malphite switch that actually went to Chris. But can you do that? Is there a way to say we can edge it in by faking him out this way? Is it going through the support or maybe a jungler?
It's very, very tricky because you have to be careful with the first picks that you're showing, that they're not very obvious. You're tipping off. Like, if you first pick, that the Janna and, like a Jace or something, like, wonder what they're going to go with here. But that flexible Ezreal, since they just played it as a regular AD, they wouldn't immediately assume that it's going to be jungle Ezreal again.
All right, so we'll have to see what they decide to come out with. Like we said, we're speaking about the poke composition in Game 3. If you did not see it, obviously by Velocity Esports, it was huge, and they've really been able to come out big.
Definitely
so far
one to go back and watch if you did miss that one.
Let's see now, 2-2 in these guys, best-of-3 series. LCS is on the line. This could be a new job for these guys. Marn looking to get themselves back in the LCS as a demoted team right now, but relegation is a true thing. 3 out of 4 teams in Europe are new teams in the EU LCS, and so far we have one of those new teams already locked in for the summer split.
They're locked in. Quantic definitely deserving their spot. That was pretty much a complete opposite of these best-of-5s that we've seen here, where Quantic just kind of showed up really big and made a convincing performance. Both of these teams have been fighting, tooth and nail to get in.
Absolutely. Velocity Esports and Marn looking to get into Game 5. The players are taking a bit of a second. It's not going to be too long. They are discussing some last things. Obviously seeing their prep, getting their mind in the game. It's really the last thing you need to do. A lot of visualization and mental preparation to happen right now.
Yeah, we cut away there and Niantanso yawning. Everybody's fatigued at this point.
So much.
But you have to stay focused. And that is a huge benefit that Velocity have. Vile Rose, so vocal. He's been constantly yelling, even in the last game. 4 long games, we can still hear him up here even, yelling throughout the entire studio.
We heard the vocal, war going on before with Zuna and Team Solo Mid, but now it comes back with Vile Rose. Draven and Twisted Fate are banned. Amazing.
Don't even have to ask. Where's Draven? There he is, right there. Malphite and Renekton follow shortly
again.
Going
quick.
Bans coming out, lickety split here, all of them the same. Now we won't have that Ezreal, so neither jungle nor lane Ezreal is going to be a factor in this game.
Where are they going to go with this, though? So some of the poke taken out. The Shen is still on the board. I feel like it's going to be locked in by Marn here, and they are just, it's ours.
You're just like inside their heads now because we've been with them for so long. Yes, we will pick Shen. Yes, I'm quite sure. Velocity now. The Elise and making a lot of great mistakes. The Rumble has been such a big player in these games, as well as the Tristana, though, both in those team fights and then the late game.
We'll have to see. Heartbeat loves his Thresh. I feel like they'll be picking that up as well. And no, Malphite is banned. I was going to say we haven't seen Mega on that, but we won't see Mega on that.
We were hoping for, Game 5, maybe something new will slip in there, but not going to happen this time around. The Tristana going to be back in Maple Street's hands. So we'll see if he does indeed rush that Blade of the Ruined King, even when he doesn't go up. An HP jungler like Zach. Shen is pretty much the same champion that's along the same lines there, where he stacks a lot of HP too. So probably go with the same starting items here from Maple Street.
We'll have to see what they decide. Echo loving that Ahri. So it looks like it could be the gap closer team once again coming in from Marn, but they don't have their follow-up here. And it looks like Riven comes out for the gap close team as well.
We come full circle here. Riven coming out once again. It's going to be in the hands of Mega Zero. The best Riven in North America to be in the driver's seat with that one. He's great in the 1v1 heads up, but he does have problems when some other people join the team fights.
There's a lot of in-your-face coming from Velocity Esports, so it looks to be like a good fight game coming out here. There's not too much poke. Yeah, they have the late-game Trist and the ultimate coming from Rumble for Vile Rose, but this is an all-in-your-face fight comp from both teams.
Yeah, they do end up going with that Elise we talked about at the beginning, where Chris is had some spectacular escapes, and the Vile Rose Rumble heading into 2 vs. 1s with a Brilliance Elixir has been a strat they're very happy with. Meanwhile, we see some new faces on the other side.
Yeah, I would love to see that locked in. How long has it been? Right, these compositions we always used to see, the Tarek Jarvins across the map, the Janna Cogs, the Nunu Cogs, the Nunu Caitlins. It's so great. I hope they lock it in.
He just looks so devious too. The change in the art for Nunu
that
right
face.
now, he is planning something really scary behind there. He's just got that. It's that eyebrow tick, I think. He's got something really sneaky up his sleeves. It looks like they are going for a hyper end game AD carry that we used to see so often before the changes to Blood Boil. It's still effective even after the changes to Blood Boil, and it will put Kog'Maw, straight up there with Tristana among the late game titans that are the AD carries here. He can match him with range when he pops off that W.
And how is this matchup going to be for Vile Rose? Because a 2v1 versus a Cog Nunu is painful.
Yeah,
you don't really get too far.
Plus, not only do you have the poke from Kog'Maw, but Nunu enables him to get in and out, so you can just throw the snowball, slow down Vile Rose, and inhibit
the AD and support in mid. But we are going to be getting into our final matchup of the day here. The best of 5 has gone all the way to 5, Kobe. It's been absolutely amazing. This has been truly a great game by both teams. Really, we can't say that there's been a lot of mistakes made. It's just teams outplaying each other.
Oh, there's been plenty of amazing plays and plenty of mistakes by both teams.
Absolutely.
And now we're really seeing a hybrid of Marn strategies that they've used without. I like that they bring the Riven back. The Riven back because it's a strong solo phase, but they also have brought that Echo Ari, which they used as their engage. They used him to get in there with his tanky, a little bit unconventional build with the Lichbane right into Zhonya's Hourglass, and that will take some of the pressure off of Mega Zero, so allowing Mega Zero to go his full damage build and not have to worry about being the focus if they're able to have Echo get in there and split it up.
All right, everyone. Marn fans, cheer them on. Send your mind bullets over. Same thing for Velocity Esports. Get behind your teams. Let them know in that Twitch chat that you are rooting for them. I'm sure they'll feel it. They'll feel that presence. Here we go, going into the matchup. They are on the opposite side of the map now as Marn moving very aggressively here. This level 1 from them has a lot of crowd control, Kobe. They get a deep ward in on that red side of the bush. The Volatile Spider going to lock them out.
They get the ward that they were looking for, and both teams know that each other have been spotted here. So it looks like it's going to be a pretty safe start. Only 2 wards expended for Marn, while 4 have gone down for Velocity.
Still looking for the move here. Vile Rose, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Likes that blue pot start in mid. Continues to go. Chris, as we said on Elise, Mega Zero bringing out best Riven NA once again for this matchup. We'll have to see if he's focused. Once again, he goes out for an early ward, and that is going to help thwart some invade.
Yeah, so blue ping coming out does mean they got there in time to see this late invade. Mega Zero placing that ward, and now the 4-man delayed invade from Velocity once again.
See what they do with this. As they try to pressure back, Riven, no, he's not going to try to do anything. He knows the ward is there, but they said, all right, power and numbers to take this after we were seen.
So this, not only are they going to trade blues here, though, they also force, Mega Zero to come and just sort of wait around in the wings. He's not getting any experience. He can tap Nasus on the way out, but he hasn't gotten any experience yet. He's been completely zoned from his minion wave, and Tristana plus Zyra just have complete control of that top lane.
We'll see Claky getting out. He may go for an early one. No, I thought he was going to run down with Heartbeat, but they will not try to activate quickly. Probably just get a quick repel out from Chris. He's level 2 and moves to the top side. We may see some, actually no, they know the ward's there. So everything's kind of slowed down here. They know they can't just walk up for the 2v or 3v1s.
I feel like this is going to be another one that kicks off with an early turret instead of an early gank that results in a spectacular first blood or something, because they've got a Nasus jungler on one side, and they've got Elise down there in their 2 vs 1 solo. Elise, one of the most difficult champions to pull those tower dives on. Even if you have the advantage, Repel is a free 2 seconds, avoiding all aggression.
And we see Echo in mid, waiting on the siege wave. He is going to not be pressuring Vile Rose at all. And he's level 3, not getting too much help from the jungler, that Claky D. He's going to be sticking to the jungle. Would we say Claky's more aggressive when he plays on Shen, or does he kind of farm up until that 6?
Well, he's definitely extremely aggressive when he's on, something like Jack or Zach or Jarvan. Jack is their little brother, I guess. Zach or Jarvan, when they have those gap closers, they can come at you from different angles. Shen is all about an amazing gank with flash taunt, but farming the jungle when you don't have your flash available. Trying to get that level 6 so you come in with a Stand United. We saw him before. He had a couple unsuccessful gank spot him with flashes and Thresh Lanterns, and then he just completely farmed right after that, trying to hit that level 6 as quickly as possible.
So we'll see here at 4 minutes. The lane's still pretty even. Pressure in that top lane. Heartbeat actually taking some damage to repel on. He gets the exhaust out right away. It's not going to be enough, though. It's going to be NK8 coming in for first blood, so the jungle gets himself a lot of presence and gold on that one.
So they do make the visit down bottom, and it actually turned around. It's the first blood for Velocity this time.
Very big there. Niantanso's not going to have his Nunu in that bottom lane. He needs his Yeti. He's going to be forced back here. Not too much trouble to last hit at the turret for a Kog'Maw, but he does miss those last 2. We'll have to see what they can do. Evanescence, damage in the top lane. Claky D trying to react to this one. Mega Zero forced to flash. He's not going to get the turnaround, though. Maple Street could be coming up with a kill on this. There's the shield. A little bit of damage. Claky tries to come back in. Oh, my gosh, they can take down Maple Street. The barrier comes up. It's going to be an explosive shot. Does enough damage, and they get it out. You can hear Velocity in the background.
Tries to get back into that push, but the last shot from Maple Street able to take him out. It's now 1-2. Very close score, though, and we're going to start it off with an action-packed game number 5.
Already 5 minutes into this one. The lanes are at each other's necks. You can see Vile Rose even trying to put near turret damage on with Flame Spitter. He is just getting everything in he can. And last Harpoon as well, being aggressive as possible. He popped that blue pot already in mid, Kobe. So he's really already done his kind of surprise attack. They're just going back and forth now.
Even 1 versus 1. He's using that tool. He's trying to just shove the lane, get so much more damage on his Flame Spitter. And you can see the control that it allows him to keep his heat in that orange zone where he gets the extra 50% damage on his abilities. Now we have the other solo laner here, Mega Zero, gone double rejuvenation bead, which was a very popular build in the solo ribbon tournaments, but it's not been a big thing, in these 5 vs 5 ones that come up, because what's he going to build that one into? Warmogs or something?
And this looks a little different here for the top lane. Has there been really that much pressure from Claky D? What is Mega Zero doing? It's 46-26 for the AD carries to each other. That's huge this early in the game.
Well, there was all that action up there in top lane with the ganks and Maple Street actually getting the last hit on Mega means that, Gold
not
like
14 CS in his name.
Gold not too far off, and they are just beating down this turret. So they're looking to grab the first turret off this one, and Claky D has to come up here to offer that threat of a taunt under turret to stall them off.
So what may be, the thought of Marn here as they come in, we see Claky D up top, but not putting their AD carry and support mid this game. What was the difference?
They wanted to switch it up here. You've got a Kog'Maw Niantanso. Actually, he's going to get withered right now.
Nice dodge by Heartbeat there, playing guard for him. He's able to pick up the cocoon. But in this bottom lane, they are still taking some big harass. We've seen that NK Inc. is really being a lane buddy as a jungler.
Yeah, he's done this, many times over. And as soon as he does hit level 6, you have to watch out for his tower dives, because he'll go in there with that huge burst of HP. And with Rumble roaming down from the middle, this could be very dangerous for Marn's bottom lane. But to answer your question earlier, since I have a little time, Rumble's far off. The reason you don't want to send your AD and support towards that mid lane is that mid Rumble with Blue Elixir. He's so effective in the 2 vs 1.
We'll see Vile Rose just on the backside. His ultimate is up at level 7, but he still only has consumables. He really hasn't even been back to buy yet. He has hit 7 while in lane, and now looking to make something happen from it before even scaling out of his items. The equalizer goes down on the escape. They force the flash. They know they have 1 kill. Does he capitalize on the second? Kog'Maw not getting enough damage down to him. He's down to a sliver of health. A Cathian surprise shouldn't be enough damage. Vile Rose walks out of this one, scrap shield on, and possibly even a turret for these guys.
Blue Elixir runs out, but he does not care. double kill in that bottom lane. They did not see that one coming. No wards on their side. They paid for it with not only their lives, but also that dragon that NK Inc. loves.
Kobe, you say no wards, and that's exactly what they need right now to stop this momentum.
Here comes the pink one there on the dragon for Velocity.
Yep.
Just to make sure that there's not going to be any contest here from Marn.
Setting up that Summoner's Rift light bright everywhere on the
Look
map.
at Mega0 too. He's got a ward. There we go. It just he just placed that one. It's not in that tri-bush, and since you're Riven, he's got 2 very quick dashes, so he doesn't need the extra time that placing a ward in tri-bush would allow you if the jungler came from that direction. And he actually gets vision of both ways by warding down more in the river.
Right, blocking up the invade as well, so they can't get down to that blue. Really helping out all over. Great omnipresent warding, if you can call it that. So we see that ward coming into play right now, seeing Evaniscus roaming down through. He has placed one of his own, so that gives them sight. 3 minutes on that. They're not going to try too much in that area. The bottom lane still pushing. I think this is the longest we've kind of had a laning phase for these 2 teams not roaming in each other's faces.
Public service announcement, Claky D Jungle Shen has hit level 6 though. So our slow laning phase may come to some quick action pretty soon here. The members of Velocity not yet aware that he's level 6, and he's waiting in the wings, Vile Rose.
Yeah, they're going there for sure. Gank on this one. Could have came in with the aggressive Shen taunt. Shen stand united. They're not even really going to be able to have to use that. They get another kill coming up. He goes down the rappel onto him. It won't come in with the taunt.
Chris going for 3!
He's huge. Can he pick it up? Chris has been given Elise again, and he will take you down with Elise again. Triple coming in.
The yelling from Team Velocity right now is just blotting out everything else. My God, Chris with the plays down bottom. Gank from Claky D was successful. They got their target, but they all 3 died for it.
Absolutely amazing that they would give Chris back Elise. I saw it on Twitter. We saw it on Reddit. They were like, what is going on? Niantanso not getting Tristana. Again, Mega going hard. He's trying to bring back some damage for his team here with Claky D. This is where they use the stand united, and they can't pull anything back off what just happened bottom.
They still had that cooldown available. Claky D, as soon as he revives, they thought they were going to catch him off guard, but Tristana able to jump away, and now it's just going to be Mega0 up by himself in that top lane. Maple Street's going to be fine.
And we haven't even seen Chris go back and buy from that yet. Feeling so confident in lane 3, 0, and 2. He had 2 assists before that, and he's like, these are all mine. Thank you very much. 11 minutes in, Velocity has their biggest and quickest lead here. It's not a huge lead, but it is the quickest.
Everybody's going to be cheering for Chris tonight if they're able to finish off this one. Velocity, you can hear the passion in their voices right now. So excited for this, but it's not nearly over. These games have all gone the distance. Only 11 minutes in means there's plenty of time for Marn to come back.
Mega0 still trying to farm out top lane. We'll see the 80 carries have actually equaled out in CS. So Maple Street has found his way back into that category, and he looks like he's starting to out-itemize as well with that 1 kill. And no deaths.
Someone that could turn it around for Marn is Mega0. He has been farming in that top lane with the interesting item path of double rejuve into, you know, Doran's Blade, very sustainy, has actually been saving up for that BF sword. And now he's going to recall. He'll probably pick up that extra BF sword, and it adds so much burst potential to any ganks that he does get off. Now that his turret is down, if he goes roaming, if he decides to contest the next dragon with Marn, then he will have a lot of burst damage. It's actually going to be the Brutalizer, not going for straight up AD, but also the cooldown reduction and armor penetration that has to offer.
And talking about items as well, last time Echo played Ahri, that was a fast Lich Bane. Not this time.
No, he switched up. You know, he's keeping himself flexible here. We heard so many teams saying how important it is to be flexible.
Right.
Quantic loving that word. and it looks like Echo going to follow in their footsteps.
Mega looking to put a ward out for safety as he's back to the top lane, trying to push it. But yes, is the word. They're trying to possibly get the charm out in the jump from Maple Street, but they don't need it. They're not going to need anything. Stranglethorn goes up, another kill coming in for them. 8-2, it's one after the other for Velocity.
Maple Street does have that early Blade of the Ruin King too. You can see the active coming out there, but a little bit too slow. Does not get the kill with it. That's going to be another turret for Velocity. They are slowly closing in. The bottom turret also going to go down very soon.
It does look grim. We have to remember that king of late game carry Kog'Maw is there with a Nunu, but they have to get to that point, and it's like Velocity's poke game. They're not letting Marn get anywhere.
Mega Zero actually just runs into a wall of plants there too. Can't even join the party. Chris landed skill shots just for the fun of it there. Cocoon hitting on Niantanso and delaying him towards the bottom. Velocity can taste their spot in the LCS right now. They won't stop yelling, actually.
A finished Blade of the Rune King and 700 more gold coming in than is what is on Niantanso, and he's looking for that Infinity Edge. He's quite far off. He still has to spend the 800 on the cloak, and then he has to buy the item itself.
Since we're looking at items here, Chris, after going with that three-man kill, is not going tanky Chris. He's going carry pants. I just got 3 kills. I want more. Needlessly large rod on top of that haunting, guys. He's going to be packing some very potent venom in those bites.
And with that, we saw him still playing aggressive, even though he's not tanky. He's just roaming around in the jungle, stunning up Niantanso when he has the chance. And the pressure they're putting on the map right now allows them to just grab it.
When you feel it, you're just feeling it, man. You know, sometimes you got to carry.
Sometimes you have to carry, absolutely. Maple Street trying to do that so much, and it's really been Tristana to put some people on their back throughout these matchups when they have it, and it's been the pick to win the games.
Vile Rose says, you're not going to out-damage me. I also want a needlessly large rod.
Yeah.
There's going to be a very, very, very AP-heavy damage coming out to complement that late game Tristana. Once Tristana, does get her late game prowess, they're going to have these very, very fed AP solo laners here for Velocity. So there's so many different threats on this team that really Marn have to be worrying about everyone.
And yeah, Marn has to worry about everyone, Kobe, but they have a lot of single target threat. Until they get Heartbeat in there doing a Nunu ultimate, which nobody wants to stand in, they really have to focus down one person at a time. And with Equalizer, with having that Stranglethorn coming out from Zyra, it's really hard to get into those single target focus fights.
It does look like the AoE advantage will be in Velocity's favor, and Marn will be looking for the split pushes with their Shen, Claky D, and the picks with their Ahri, as Mega Zero is in a lot of trouble.
He goes in, but there's the Stand United. The Stand United also causes Mega to go defensive. There's the attack coming in. It's not enough. The shield goes out. Mega turns around for the kill, and they have to be careful not to do that too much because they can't pressure this turret as much now.
Chris was feeling it, but then he just bit the dust a little bit too overconfident. Claky D does still have that Stand United in his pocket, so they were able to turn that 0-1 around, but just barely.
That's definitely good money for Mega Zero. He wanted that shutdown pretty bad. Maple Street taking some pop shots over at Heartbeat as they go back and forth with the wave clear on this one. 6 seconds until Chris comes back, but he's not really going to be too much of an advancement on this bottom lane. The Equalizer goes out. Where's the engagement? They only get NK Inc. popping his ultimate defensively. Stranglethorns is up the team. Heartbeat's there. They get one last shot. He knows he gets the reset, and Maple Street is out.
Maple Street is in to the turret and then gets the reset on his jump. Doesn't hesitate right there. He just takes a taxi and he's going home.
I don't even know if he jumped out. I think he flashed and jumped out, which is funny too, because he's like, jump is going to take too long. I need to kill you now.
Yes, got to get that auto attack.
So Chris going for the red. Velocity trying to set themselves up for more of this split push as well. Chris using that to really get the kite onto Mega Zero if he needs to. Mega trying to push the mid lane as his top is already pushed. So he's kind of being the omnipresent, janitor for the lanes right now as the rest of Marn is trying to hold the turrets.
Marn do not need a janitor right now, though. They need a captain. They need a savior. They need a Superman.
Yes, that absolutely do need a Superman. But you can have Echo diving in. You can have Clicky diving in, but they haven't found it yet. It's about being able to dive those single target guys with the AoE of Stranglethorns, Equalizer there, and it's really putting Marn on the back foot going to this bottom lane. They have some vision. We see Velocity Esports always up and up on their game of wards, and there's 4 right there in the bottom half of the jungle.
Yeah, those counter engages that Velocity's packing are very potent, and we'll have to see what Marn can do, because the moves are really going to be coming from Velocity first, and Marn are going to have to wait for another misstep like that overaggressive Chris, and then punish it with some secondary moves, some answer like a Stand United to turn this around, because right now Mega Zero has not turned into Mega Hero yet.
We'll see what he gets. Looks like we are going to see Neon Tonso trying to level up that Q now, getting the attack speed he does not have, but the Bloodthirster is, yeah, the Bloodthirster. The Infinity Edge is finished, which is a huge burst of damage for a Kog'Maw. Those shots will shred you instantly. So if they can get this fight on, they also have the Blood Boil along with Kog'Maw's Q passive. So he's actually a lot bigger than he looks.
Yeah, he's got that attack speed covered, but he needs a little bit more crit chance to go with that Infinity Edge and really make full use of it. Right now, you know, he's only got that base 25 that comes on it, and he's going to have to up that percentage to really get that threat.
It's a good thing he can get more shots out now. Hopefully they can utilize it. Trying to throw out some of that living artillery, really just to clear the minion waves down. As we look at the minions, we definitely have one of our slowest and lowest farm count games. 155 here at 20 minutes for the AD carries to 130. It's definitely a slower game overall for Game 5 here.
Not too slow up in top here as Chris gets a nice
that lane itself. It's a different game over here.
Yeah, they're playing, you know, speed checkers. Here goes Echo. He goes in.
You get one as Evaniscus passive fizzles out.
Great job by Marn right there, taking advantage of the misstep by Velocity. They had to wait for it. There was a slight numbers advantage. They got the 4 versus 3. Immediately went for it. Stand United to make Velocity pay.
Vile Rose taking a few turret shots to boot as he gets a little bit of a clear on here. We can see Marn really wanting the full engage the second they got it. They knew it was a chance, and they're trying to take everyone. They know they're not going to come. They're very far and few between right now.
And you can see Velocity claiming the jungle of Team Marn right now, cleaning up that blue buff for Chris. Very important, because since he's built so AP heavy, cooldown reduction and constant mana on him are going to be that much more effective. He'll be able to just continue to bully Mega Zero all over the Rift.
The Aegis again into the bulwark here onto Claky D right away. He doesn't even go for the Kindle Gem this time. It's a little, again, slower of a game. It's like we're ramping down the amount of gold farther and farther into the game, and it's really stressful for these players to kind of bring out the damage they had last.
Much that Marn has to be able to steal it, you know, and a barrage from Neon Tonso is pretty much a long shot there, and he at least tries for it.
It was a long shot, Kobe. 9-4, and slow rolling here for the past few minutes, as we've said. Marn trying to get that kill in the bottom lane, or fight, I should say, onto Evaniscus. But he gets an Oracles after that, so their map control to continue on here as they stop really what Marn is trying to stop, and that's the vision pressure.
It's exactly what Velocity want to do now. Make Marn have the next mistake, because they've already made 2 mistakes. They're slowly letting Marn back into this game. They've opened the door. Okay, Chris went aggressive one time. You made him pay with a Stand United. Oh, we got a little bit out of position here with 3 people bottom. Made us pay with Stand United. Now we're not going to take any more chances. Clear the vision out of Baron and burst it down with Nasus and Elise, 2 of the best Baron killing champions in the game.
For this fight, Mega Zero throws out the ultimate. The Wind Slash only helps. They are not able to grab it. Ink picks it up with the smite. The Baron's now on. Mega Zero's in the middle of the fray, and he gets instantly clocked down by that Q from NK Inc. There is the heartbeat. Absolute zero. It doesn't even do that much to Evaniscus. The damage is not there for Marn. Velocity Esports moving through with Baron. They take down Claky D. It's going to be Echo, Neon Tonso running for their life. Heartbeat is on the right side of the map. They are so split, they're not even going to be able to defend this.
That is terrible for Marn. Not only did they lose that Baron, but they also lost the lives of Claky and Mega Zero. 2 front lines. That's going to mean easy turret here for Velocity. Plus, the inhibitor turret is going to be under pressure. Heartbeat actually still waiting around in this red side jungle as Velocity pull off. Could be a little bit dangerous. They immediately recall to go spend the money that they have just earned.
Always keeping that blood boil on Neon Tonso now. We'll see what that money is. 1,500 gold being cashed in the majority of the hands for Velocity Esports. That's a frozen heart. You're right. He did say, I'll take a needlessly large rod, and then I'll just take this frozen heart because it's on sale.
Just a beautiful pickup there, because not only does it hurt the hyper carry, the end game that Marn are putting all their hopes on Niantanso, but Mega Zero on that Riven is fully, is a large part of Riven's damage comes from the auto attacks from her passive, Rune of Blake stacking up. And so if you can lower her auto attack, it really will put him out of rhythm from the normal play that he feels with that Riven. So an all-around great defensive buy right there. That also adds cooldown reduction, which is, like we said before, all important in Elise's kit.
And you can see the way that Velocity has been playing has kind of changed Marn's outlook on this game. You see that Marn has comfort champions. Best Riven NA is on, or Riven is on Mega Zero. Best Riven NA. Gleeky D got his Shen, Echo loves that Ahri, and Niantanso is on Kog'Maw. But it's now becoming the let's help Kog'Maw, because nobody else has been able to comfortably win their lane, which is really scary when you have your favorite champions.
Yeah, you got to look at where the power is going to come from on the team Marn. You still have to have killing power, and it's the Infinity Edge there for Niantanso. I mean, Mega Zero has barely, a few tools at his disposal, but he has no defenses, and he just drops so quickly. They have to count on the long range and just hope for crits from Niantanso.
A great playstyle. Velocity has allowed this to happen so far, and they're really causing Marn to play the adapt game. So far, it's really been, like we said, protect that Niantanso. We'll see if they can keep Blood Boil on him from Heartbeat, and they can keep these fights going strong. Right now, they're all forced to clean up and back, so it's 2 people at a time here guarding turrets.
Stand United is available once again, though, and every time that's been up, we've seen Claky D make them pay for it. Will Velocity misstep another time and delay this even more? Or can they actually use this Baron buff to finish it off?
Well, that Baron is down. Like you said, they have the buff. So the bottom lane, really the most advantageous to push, because you're not going to be down here when Baron is up. So they put the focus here for now. They want to be able to get that inhibitor down in this lane.
You can't contest the fight like this. 4 members this time grouping up. Velocity not going to make the same mistake they just made a few minutes ago, where Vile Rose was not with the rest of the team. They got engaged on. And now we've got free hits from Maple Street, even though he's only level 14.
Vile Rose yelling out. He says, wait, we're taking too much damage here. And good things are happening in the top lane. Chris has Mega Zero at half health. He's already been forced to back. So that's why Vile Rose making these calls. We're winning in the top. We're winning in the top. Just be patient.
Patience is key. Patience is a virtue, and it's paying off right now. Every few auto attacks that Chris does get off on that tower helps.
There's the zoning from the equalizer, but nobody's really acting on this right now. The gap closers are not there for Velocity. They're going to start backing off. Ice Blast on to NK Inc., but really, he's been the only one they're able to focus. He's positioning himself great for the team.
And they can't chase outside of this turret because we only have 4 members here. If you call Mega Zero down, then Chris will follow him through the entire base.
Absolutely.
He doesn't care about that turret. 2 shots off that won't mean much. He's got a frozen heart defending him. This bottom turret so very low, we could see this powder keg explode.
Absolutely. It sounds like that, and you are about to do just that. 27 minutes and 11-4 here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final matchup here in our second day of the summer promotion. One of these teams will move on, and Velocity could get Marned, as that's what they are trying to do here. They are, however, down 13,000 gold 27 minutes in.
Going for that all-important Dragger that has been the focus of this whole matchup.
It really has. There's been so many dragons that have turned the tides of games, and the fights sometimes are 1 and 2s, but it's been draws sometimes down to the last people dying.
This one not going to be a draw.
No.
That one's going to come fully in the favor of Velocity, taking that one easily, which allows Maple Street to answer back. He's got Infinity Edge of his own on top of that Blade of the Ruined King, plus that extra cloak going to add to the crit score, and so this late game Tristana finally has arrived. He will be beastly from that back line. Even Claky D will not survive on the front lines here. Mega Zero is already melting. They really just have no one who could stand up to that.
You look at the items itself, the inventories, if they were to fight each other, wouldn't go well. You see double items coming out for Nass's Bulwark, and that Golem as well, to a Bulwark and Boots in the Madrid. So they have been just choked out of this one. It's suffocated throughout the game, and Marn really needs the late game. Maybe another 15 minutes, but Niantanso is not at carry position yet.
Yeah, once you approach 30 minutes and you got people with level 1 boots on your team, it's kind of demoralizing. It's like walking around with your best friend's got paper bags on his feet and you're just embarrassed to go out with him. You know, they don't have...
It does make your boots look better, though. And that's why you do it.
And Tonso going to clean up this bottom lane, and they return to the same strategy. Mega Zero's up top here. They could just go to burst this one down. Chris has a Guardian Angel now, so 2 lives on this Spider, ready for the last and final fight.
Absolutely ridiculous. Also being invulnerable with the repel up. Looks like they are going to go for this fight. The equalizer goes down beautifully. Stranglethorn right under the team. They pop him up. There goes Clinky D. Everybody's on the back line. Mega Zero probably will fall. The jump into the reset for Maple. He jumps right out after jumping in the rocket. And they're looking to be taking down Heartbeat as well. There's the kill into Heartbeat. A double kill for Vile Rose. They look to have the entire base in their favor. They burn it to shambles, and it could be the end, Kobe.
They baited him in, and then there was a perfect Stranglethorn there from Evanescus, turning around so quickly. Chris's Guardian Angel does pop.
20 seconds on these guys. It's only Echo and Niantanso, but that is a hell of a lot of power for Martin to be putting out, and they are going to stop Velocity Esports, but they are hanging on by a thread.
He repels Niantanso's last barrage, but there's another one coming after that. Living Artillery keeps on firing.
All right, Niantanso can't Valkyrie this time, so it's going to be kind of hard for the base race. Plus, they have to take down all the turrets. They have 0, and their base is being hit.
But Marin is up. There is an objective that's a little bit closer to their base. They could rush. It doesn't look like they're going to go for it, though, because all that power, all the damage, Niantanso is in the bottom lane.
See, this was the Marn injection. The adrenaline was just pumped into them, and this is, again, where they love to play from. It might be a bittersweet situation, but it really gets the drive going. We've said Marn is momentum. It's in Velocity's hands from last game. And we're going to have to see if Marn can really hold on to it or it slips through their fingers.
It's pretty big, though. They did get the Guardian Angel and the life of Chris in that one. So killing him twice, pretty huge. That's a lot of money that won't be effective in the next team fight. You can see this minefield of wards going up from Velocity, though. They want to force another bad move from Marn, force them to venture forth into the fog of war.
They have what it takes. That Baron is alive, and Velocity is pressuring. They're saying, you better come fight us if you want to do anything about this. But right now, it looks like Marn is going to be in turtle form. They stay in the shell.
This one's going to burn down so quickly. Not only do they have, Elise's kit, Nasus's kit, but they also have, Leandri's and a ridiculous Tristana that's...
And they pretty much held everything. They knew they weren't getting attacked. They didn't even need Nasus for that. They just tore it down. The summoner spells, like I said, are down this time, but the abilities in general, it's like Tristana's auto attack is their abilities now, so it's painful. Maple Street is really carrying these guys through.
They had plenty of wards. Everybody doing so well for Velocity right now. And we could hear them shouting now, tanking up turret shots to get it down below half.
Living Artillery's coming out here. The Blood Boil stay onto Kog'Maw. Mega Zero. He is red elixired up as he uses the bit of last gold in his pocket. The turret falls. They have an open base. The middle inhibitor is the only one that stands with its turret. The inhibitor on the top side may go down here. It's the fight across. Evanescus taking a lot of damage. It's going to be Echo and Chris on the right side of your screen, but everybody's back in Heartbeat's ultimate. Not fighting. Maple Street picks up another one. Jumps in. He says, king me, but he flashes out. The triple kill. Jumps into the fountain and tries to get it, but they may have some turrets here. If they can turn around, they won't have the minions. So they take the inhibitor, but this is big, Kobe. They're just tearing the base apart.
Second inhibitor, and there's only 2 members up here from Marn. Mega Zero's going to have to turn into the hero now because it's only him and Niantanso.
We have to consider it's still quite early for the levels in this game. It's only 30-second spawns, not the 40, 50s. We're getting these members up. Marn or Mega Zero back in. Niantanso still throwing out Living Artillery, but the Velocity Esports is working the timers to their advantage, and they're looking for Nexus turrets.
You can't put home guards on those proud boots, and they're just taking them down.
They're going to take down the turrets. Velocity Esports can make their way, looking to grab a berth into the League of Legends Championship Summer Split. The series could be theirs. Marn thinks differently. There's too many members of Velocity on the Nexus, and they're into the LCS Summer Split.
There's the celebration we're looking for. Finally, such an epic series. And Velocity finally take this one. Chris can't even look at the camera.
Ladies and gentlemen, witnessing two teams today change their lives through hard work and practice. Some of them waiting again 10 weeks to come back from the first qualifying section. Chris, a thumbs up to the crowd. Vile Rose, a super thumbs up to the crowd. And there's the manager of the team guitar, so happy for the victory of his boys.
Look how exhausted Chris is after that, and how much work he had to put in to carry that game. He deserves it.
So you can see Marn disheartened. You have to be. There was a season in front of you, and it slipped through your fingers. Changes had to be made. There were growing pains throughout the season. Each team went through it, and the unfortunate ending for a great team.
This camera's almost in slow-mo here. It's tough to watch right now because they've put so much on the line for this. Mega Zero delaying his school to come do this. Clayky D putting everything into this. His brother putting everything into this.
And that it's another story as well. A brother, inducted in too, as well with his own. The Wiley brothers now in. The Wu brothers having to fall back and go out.
The changing of the guard here. Wiley clan has taken control. They've got one on top of the LCS, and one has just entered.
Absolutely, guys. So coming up, Velocity's Maple Street and Chris will join us to talk about winning a spot in the summer split. Plus, Jat will be your guide on the tour of Velocity's biggest plays. Don't go anywhere. The NALCS Summer Promotion Tournament will be back in a flash.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the North American LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. We're in the interview lounge, and I am pleased to be joined by Velocity Esports. We have Maple Street and Chris joining me here. You guys emotionally wiped, physically wiped from this matchup. First off, have you guys ever participated in a best of 5?
I would think not. This is probably the first best of 5 we've ever done as a team, and it's my first best of 5.
All right, Chris, have you ever had the chance?
Well, I mean, we did best of 5 in scrims, but I don't know if that counts.
Right. So coming into that, has it been a new experience for you? Have you learned anything about the best of 5 series and what it can mean for a team?
Yeah, I kind of like found myself as an AD carry kind of. Like, I would normally never pick Tristana, but seeing how Marn played so defensively over and over, it was actually an easy pick to make.
And how would you classify yourself before these matches as an AD carry?
Well, I wanted to play very aggressive and just win very quickly, but then they tend to drag out the games often by having a lot of wave clear, so once I got Tristana, she has tons of range and late game potential.
Right on. And Chris, it kind of seemed like you were in your wheelhouse. They kept giving you Elise. You know, what was going through your mind in those games as you were just solely able to make 1v1, 1v2 plays?
Yeah, Elise is by far one of my strongest champions. I think she's my strongest champion. So I was glad they kept giving it to her, kept giving me her.
Absolutely.
I wanted Naces every game because his wave clear super good in the 1v2. And we were just planning on getting him in Rumble every game. And they gave it to us, and we were really excited for that.
Absolutely. So, as we talked to Mashme, what happens in that 5th game when it's 2-2? The homework has been done. The cheese has been showed, if you want to call it that. How do you figure out what to do in that last game?
Well, we just gotta play our best, and I certainly played better than like the first day. First day I felt like I played terrible, but today I'm so happy. And it's like the best day of my life currently, and it's only half done.
Well, absolutely. It was a life-changing day for many as well. Coming into those games, did Marn meet or surpass the expectations you guys had for them?
Megazeo was really good. Like we 1v1, and I forgot to use my blue pot, and he killed me, and I had red buff, and I was like, oh, I should use blue pot. And then like a little bit after, Naces ganked him, and I got red buff back.
All right.
They were real good.
Yep, absolutely.
I called it. I said 3-2, and it was gonna be a close series.
Absolutely, coming in, and it was the 3-2 series, coming all the way to the last game. When you guys were preparing for the LCS, how did that work? What were the main points you wanted to hit in your preparation?
Preparing for LCS was really hard because our mid laner had left, and we had him for so long, and we were struggling to find a good mid laner. We were losing every scrims, and it was really hard.
All right, and Maple Street, for you, obviously your brother, the odd one on Team Solo Mid at the top, you're now just being inducted into the LCS, going to be able to have that brotherly love there and rivalry now. Was there any talking to him of, how should I approach this? How should I go into? Have you had any talks with him before this match?
Well, a little bit. He's always been following everything I've done, and he's always been very supporting of me. He even got me my own computer at my house that was available to stream and whatnot. And without him, I probably wouldn't have gotten to this level of play at least.
All right, that's absolutely amazing. And guys, final question for you. What are your expectations and what are you most excited about for the LCS Summer Split?
I'm most excited about being here in California. It's a pretty fun place, and like the atmosphere, the ping, everything is just really good. I'm super excited.
First place, all the way, and yeah, I'm really excited to live in a team house as well. I can dedicate all my time to playing a game I love.
Awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much for the interview. We had amazing games today. Quantic going through, Complexity relegated as well. Marn being relegated out. It happened in Europe with 3 teams. It happened here with 2 in the first day. And it's going to be Velocity Esports moving on with Quantic right now. Tomorrow we have big games as well as CLG and Dignitas look to keep some spots in the LCS. Right now we're going to toss it back to the desk with Chat and Kobe.
Thanks, Riv. And that does it for an insane day 2 of the 2013 LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. But remember, we have more huge matches Sunday with 2 of the spring's pre-split favorites fighting to re-qualify for the summer season.
It's going to be a chance for revenge. A couple of these benched players are going to get a chance to face off against their former teams. Up first, it's going to be Locust and Team Summon taking on Dignitas. And then it's Big Fat LP and Azure Cats taking CLG.
It all starts at 11 a.m. Pacific and 8 p.m. Central European Time. And until then, I'm Riv, and for Kobe, Freak, and the entire live broadcast crew, I'm not Riv. Tomorrow's Mother's Day, by the way.
Yes.
You're welcome. Thanks for
Thank you all.
I'm
Riv.
I'm Riv.
We can finish. It's great.
Four versus 2. They've got to run away because Meteor shows up. High's there as well. This could be bad for Prolly.
No, just push.
I'm ulting it.
Oh, yeah. Good. Chuper flashes. Gold card in. He flashed in for that one. Chuper's not in a good spot. MAA falls down as well.
Boss, you're the greatest.
Come on.
Mega, switch,
Herpy. Maple Street has enlisted the power of the super minions. They've joined the army of Velocity, and they're coming in to finish them off.
Velocity, let's fucking go! Let's go!
I got it.
Get him. This is match point for Mars. Niantanso. Oh, I was so right. It is the Niantanso show.
Get that shit! Let's go! Velocity, let's go, boys! This is it! This is it.
And
the game!
Yes!
Come on, give it to me, buddy.
That's what we want. Yes! Oh my God! You did it! Oh my God!
Bye.